Welcome back to the Wild Rift North American Series presented by Riot and Wisdom. My name is Pastry Time. I'm joined this time by Alk Battery. Alk, this is somehow the first time we've ever cast Wild Rift together. That's just terrible. I'm glad we can remedy that today.
I didn't get to catch you at Horizon Cup. You and TJ were knocking way too many water bottles over during games, so they just said no more of you guys. We're just gonna quarantine you guys away over there.
Yeah, I kind of it got dangerous. There was lots of cables running around. The floor was very, very wet. So, I'm a health hazard. That's fine. Nothing new for me. This, of course, is the first qualifier actually into Major 3, as they're looking to put more teams into that major and see if they can stack up against some of the teams that have already qualified, though. Before we get to the Akbar, I believe you had something special prepared for me.
Yes,
this is,
I wanted
a little
to,
twist on a classic game show.
Yeah, I wanted to test your knowledge of some Wild Rift champions and see if maybe you're up to snuff.
All right.
We're getting to the Major 3. We're getting closer to our championship, so we're going to test. And obviously, everybody at home, if you're watching, you can take your shot at this. So we're going to start off with the first champion here. This ability deals magic damage every 0.5 seconds for 5 seconds. It gains 1 tick. It gains a stack up to 5. And your next auto is empowered for the next 5 seconds. It deals bonus magic damage, and it stuns the enemy champion.
Oh my god, why can't I remember this?
Just one guess. Any champion. Sounds broken, I know.
It does sound broken.
It's a basic ability. I'll give you a hint. It's a basic ability.
Braum?
Ooh, it is Alistar Trample.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
All right.
That one's a little bit more difficult. This one I think will be more in your wheelhouse, right?
All right.
So this, you gain, when you use this ability, you gain 60% movement speed for 4 seconds, and an additional 100% movement speed after you hit a champion. It deals magic damage, and it charms them, and it can charm for up to 1.5 seconds.
The quickness. Okay, we're gone. We got it.
I had to make sure. There's only 3 champions in this game that charm, so your odds are really good.
Yeah.
And I know you've played this champion enough.
Yeah. All right, one more?
Okay. So this
last one.
this one slows for 50% if you hit it at max range. It deals magic damage, but has 60% AP ratio and a 65% AD ratio, and it has a 1.5 second cooldown.
Ash. Oh, 1.5 seconds. No, that's not Ash.
You can try it again. I'll give you another one.
No,
Close.
I'm doomed. I'm set on the path of destruction.
It's a Kali. It's 1.5 seconds. You got energy. It
slows?
Yeah.
Damn, that shit's busted. I guess that max range slows. Yeah, I should know. I never pressed that button. I just ult them.
Understandable.
All right, well, that was fun. I'll have to do it again sometime. Again, it's so much harder when, Anyway, we'll move on here. We do have a slightly different... Thank you, production. You're saving me. This is maybe a little bit different. And we had 8 teams sign up. So we are going to just basically run a top 8 bracket today and tomorrow. So today it's going to be back-to-back-to-back-to-back best of 3s. We're going through all the quarterfinals today, and then 2 best of 3s for the semifinals, and 1 best of 3 tomorrow for the final. So 4 today, 3 tomorrow. Going to be really fun, actually. We don't normally get to see this many games in a qualifier, but with basically cutting to a perfect top 8 bracket after 9 teams sign up, we had a little shootout. They played a game, if you're wondering, to determine which team would make the cutoff. And here we are, basically going to cast a mini tournament for the next 2 days, Alk.
Perfect. We get 4 best of 3s. So if you've ever thought, man, I really miss watching more best of 3s for Wild Rift, perfect. Like you said, you never get to catch this many in one day, except unless you're a major. So is this our major? Is this our mini major that we get?
Yeah.
For majors?
Yeah, I think so. Major 2.5, let's go. So have a look at the rosters on your screen. We'll pull up our first team here to this one. They may be familiar, but this is Team Immortalis. Do not be fooled, folks. Immortals are already qualified, actually all the way through, even past Major 3. They're in the regional championships already. This is Immortalis. It's going to be fun to see a lot of new faces here. This is one of the nice things about a new esport, is that you get to see a lot of players in these kinds of qualifiers.
Especially if you've been watching Wild Rift a little closer, you'll know, kind of maybe recognize some of these players from the in-houses that have been going on. Shout out to Michael Udall and Pierce from Sentinels who have been casting these games. But yeah, like you said, this is basically a fresh face here. They have not played in other events here for the WNS, and we'll get to learn about them as we watch.
Yeah, and of course, their opponents for this quarterfinal is going to be Team Demons. As Barcode there on the top side, always threatening, have to be careful.
I'm so scared of the barcode. His one weakness is getting scanned.
It's 10-0 or 0-10 with the barcode players, I feel like. You never know what you're going to get. It kind of makes sense, right? You go to check out at the end of the game, scan the barcode, see what the price is, right? Sometimes it's real high, sometimes it's way cheaper than you thought. And then you add tax and see what happens in the best of 3. So going to be fun to see how the teams shake out. And like we said, this is lots of new faces, lots of new teams, which is really fun, especially when it comes to doing things like predictions. So I don't know how you determined your prediction, but I had a very intelligent work through this. But I want us to hear from you first. How'd you land on Demons?
Yeah, Demons we've seen before. They didn't quite make it to the major. They had some pretty good performances. So I kind of just went off of that. I know you had a much more analytical approach to the team.
Yeah. So I was like, oh, that's Immortals. And then I reread it, remembered how the qualification system works, and said it's Immortalis. I'm like, you know what? If you're bold enough to name yourself Immortalis, I reckon you got what it takes. So I went with the association. Obviously not the same team, but it's the same thing. It's 10-0 or 0-10. If you have a name like Immortalis, you're either the absolute goats or it's me playing any game ever. It's it's embarrassing.
Well, this is actually like the best of both worlds because we actually both suck at explaining formats usually. I get roasted by like Smacks all the time when I try to explain a double elim bracket. I get very confused. And I know you're like the self-proclaimed
I'm
not ask me
truly
guy.
Terrible. Anything except tournament organization. I'll do anything in esports you want. Just not that. You don't want that. We both want though. We do want some drafts in. That's what we're going to kick off with. IMTL Immortalis up against Demons there on the blue and red sides respectively. Fiora, Riven, Set, Corki, Ziggs, and Gragas all taken off the table out.
This is beautiful. I love this. We're seeing some champions. Unfortunately, it's not Varus, so obviously there's some poo-pooing going from the rest of the broadcast crew at home watching. But again, we're here to kind of figure out what exactly we'll get from both of these teams. Are they going to kind of go for some of the standard meta we've seen across the board, either regionally or internationally? Or are we going to see some fancy feat, right? Like, we have a one-trick Riven in this tournament somewhere. We look at Demons. Jotu, now Sumio, he was a really good assassin player, which we have a ton of here in North America. So I'm excited to see what we get from that.
Yeah, really good assassin players than me here in North America. That's your Wanderers spread for assassin players in mid lane. Varus is the first pick, though, for Immortalis, and Renekton going to be the answer there. So, again, expect a lot of comfort for players like this. Expect probably some meta, depending on the teams, like maybe a lot of meta, but Senna, definitely a pick we've started to see a little bit more of. And in fact, this is kind of like the Sentinels thing, where like these utility AD carries, if your team is suited to them, can be extremely effective.
Especially with how important some of the other lanes are, right? You have really important champions in those lanes. I think Lee Sin still not being banned here is really important. For most solo queue players, this champion is Z tier. I think this champion's super strong as well and sets up so many different combos across the game. With how the lessening impact of Dragon Lane, as I've felt for the last couple months, Senna is just perfect for that role.
Yeah, definitely good there. J4 is going to be the pick probably for jungle, but you never know. Malphite already locked in hot. So it is a Yasuo angle. I have to say that like I'm not obligated to. Probably not, but you never know as we move into phase 2 of draft.
It's never not a Yasuo angle. There's always an angle you can have a Yasuo. Probably isn't going to work all the time. You've got a Malphite. I like it. I love it.
I'm on a personal mission to play as much Yasuo as possible just to irritate TJ.
Good.
And I'm really glad Hoon won the major.
Exactly. Actually, this is the first thought as soon as we got off that broadcast, DJ's just like, why are they playing Yasuo? This champion sucks. And I'm like, hey man, I'm in that boat.
And yet, who's the winner of both North American majors this year, TJ? Who? Oh, maybe we'll have a third one here. It could be among the mix of teams here in this weekend's qualifier. Galio, Jax, Akali, unfortunately being taken out of there, but probably a smart one up against Fair like Meow. And Diana going to be the other one. Also, again, if you're reading the Yasuo angle, got to get that one out of there.
You already got the Gragas. They took away Gragas for themselves, right? You were talking about more knockups.
It's not Yasuo, don't worry.
I don't want to dash anybody's dreams. There's a Yasuo player somewhere in chat, but instead we get the Zed. The Yasuo counterpart. You're going either 10-0, 0-10 instantly. Very, very strong champion. For Immortalis, I really want to see some strong front lines. People who are going to continue to crowd control demons. Otherwise, good luck to Varus this game. Varus and Jace are going to have a not-so-fun game. They're going to be playing Grayscale the whole time. Yeah,
going to be a lot of assassination in this game. It's Kha'Zix actually there for Falcon in the jungle, I have to assume. Kha'Zix definitely a champion that sees some play here and now. I think you have to build comps around Kha'Zix, both in PC and Wild Rift. But if you can build effective comps, Kha'Zix is an absolute menace, especially if he gets ahead. As Janna, we almost never see this champion. But really cool to see her pop up in this game.
I miss Janna.
Me too.
So I remember this was a really long time ago. I was watching one of the rioters who does like balance changes on Wild Rift, and he was talking how Sadly for Janna, she has like some of the lowest champion depth, so people who first time the champion are the least likely to play Janna again. I'm hoping with a little bit of good play here in the WNS, we'll bring some good faith back to the Wind Mage.
Well, I do like the Olaf here, actually, to kind of complete everything here. Likely Yina's champion there on Demon's side. I mean, you got a lot of squishy champions, you got some crowd control, you can run through all of that, although not Jarvan's ulti, which is kind of a nice little built in there for the IMTL comp. But I'm scared. There's a lot of AD. So if this Janna shields are on point, you could definitely get some value. But there is a lot going on here in this game. And
I feel like this is a game where I'm gonna just unplug my mic. I'm gonna walk away, and Pacer, you're gonna like continue to keep casting a fight that's going on. They've got a lot of poke from both sides. I think when we're looking at these coming back to the Kha'Zix point that you had earlier, if Jace and Varus are set up for success, then the Kha'Zix will just clean up. You have a Jarvan in the top lane as well, which I think adds a different spin on this champion than we typically tend to see in the jungle. But you look on the side of Demons, they just run at you. They don't care. They're going to throw a Malphite at you. They're going to throw a Zed at you. And if you can't catch, you're going down. You're getting bodied.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the little features actually I do like is that we've seen this a little bit, Malphite in support, but especially in this lane, because I have to mention, because I always forget if I don't say it, as I have a little bit of a scuffle on top side already. Malphite is going to be taking farm early on in this lane, right? So you can pick, lots of different champions alongside Zed and actually expect to get a little bit of gold early on in the game, which is a nice little thing. So this is probably going to be like the AP damage on the demon side there. It's going to be this Malphite.
Yeah, I wonder if... So the one thing that I will say about Senna in Wild Rift that is a little bit different from PC is Senna... How does Barcode do this, man? He just solo killed him with no Ignite. Senna in Wild Rift farms because it's just better to farm in this game than it is in PC.
Yep.
It's a really weird change, and also with Font of Life, you talk about the Malphite poke, he has a free shield on his basic ability, on his second basic ability, which makes it super difficult to deal with as a marksman. So I think there's going to be some really cool stuff that we'll see. As soon as Malphite hits level 5, that's all you need from the champion. You don't need gold. And we're going to get a replay here of what exactly happened. I
mean, just flashed at him. If it looks at things, it's level 1, walking at him slowly. Hits Q, kills both minions, hits level 2. No, there's level 2, flash W. Easy peasy, very nice solo kill.
There's even in the picture-in-picture, they're like, we're not done. We're going to continue
they're doing
fighting.
it again. Oh, actually, not even kidding. Shista, though, is level 3, but he's around the side. Oh, no, that's a flash, but it's not going to be enough. Flashing on in, and that's a second kill there for Demons.
Okay, this is, I think... Shister may be first timing the Jarvan. This is not exactly how this Jarvan matchup is supposed to go. I know we've seen a couple of Jarvans before, but if anybody at home wants to try and play this champion, you just want to mitigate the laning phase. You use your little flag, your third ability, use that to farm, poke away, especially for someone like Renekton. Kind of difficult for them to deal with. They're going to always have lane priority when they use their first ability, oh man, I already forget what the name of the little like circle thing that he does when he swings his blade. Falcon! Ooh, Jesus, man!
That was such a nice look there in mid, but Sumiao is going to live. Yina, by the way, stole the blue and hit level 5, so even though Falcon has a very nice angle there, he's going to maybe be in trouble if he tries to 1v1. Don't spot Olaf though, so he's just going to throw some poke as the axe will miss over the wall. But yeah, you're right. J4, I mean, feels really good. It's kind of like inverse Zed. Like your first auto is so beefy, and then you keep hitting him, you're like, oh no, what's happening? Whereas Zed's the opposite. Your last auto is the best one.
Exactly. It's perfect. I love it. Coming back to the jungle matchup that we just saw, you said, hey, Yenna did take the blue buff. Falcon did the same. He said, look, we're going to do a little bit of counter jungling, make sure that we're staying on tempo with each other. But for the most part, Olaf not really finding a good first early gank. It was on to Shister, which is nice. They haven't converted into a turret plate, into a few more kills. Renekton is going to continue to be a problem. And so it is going to be kind of eyes on Janna and how this Jarvan also interacts.
Yeah, right now, actually, have Renekton just basically holding the wave last time we were in top side. So, going to be big trouble here for Tristic. Now digging level 5 finally, but Renekton keeping a very big XP lead thanks to that little freezy setup. So, very nice lane play here. Again, if you're a PC player, a lot of these concepts port over nicely, even though the game engine is different. And back we go. 1v1 here, and Renekton just ripping this J4 apart.
Oh, they're going for a dive. Hey, I don't want to look.
All right, look away, kids. It's not safe on your screen. That's a double ulti, but it's not enough. Going to pick up kill number 3 for Demons.
All I'm going to say is I did physically turn my body, and somehow there's a Jarvan just not on my screen anymore. So I'm going to assume he just took like a really extended recall there.
Yeah.
They lost so much gold and a lot of experience there. Immortalis are pretty far down really early on in the game. We'll have to see what happens as now they have the first Drake of the game, the Infernal Drake.
Ooh.
If you wanna do like a Hail Mary play, you gotta get this one if you're Immortalis.
Yeah, it is just top lane that is obviously really down, but it is down a lot. So if Renekton makes it to any of these fights, it is going to be trouble there.
Yep.
For Immortalis, and this is the Infernal started off. Falcon, I like this, just sniffing around, but Malphite finds the ulti in. But Dillick here, but don't think that's enough as Falcon is going to take the the save from Mubazane. Almost enough there. That will be a kill over now, but Dillick completely called out. Umia's going to go ahead and grab that with the death markers. Jana is in trouble, Alk. Should be one more kill. Malphite making it all so easy as there's the next move we're worried about, making Rocky Zalboa flash away.
Okay, so do you want the good news or you want the bad news?
I would like the good news first.
Okay, the good news, Demons, they're really feeling this game. Their Senna's getting to free scale at this point. Yena's ahead. They got the dragon, and we'll throw a bone. Mobazane on this Janna, making Janna look flashy. I love it.
Yeah.
That was at least a good attempt. I like the gusto there, but it just completely goes sour. They were not connected. They didn't finish a lot of their items. They're still waiting for a lot of the Rocky Zalboa, but they don't have a front line, right? Like, they're not giving Varus space to do damage. At that point, they got collapsed on.
Yeah, definitely kind of combo. It feels like, a lot of poke and, maybe some all-in with Kha'Zix cleaning up, like, the low-held targets that are poked down. I can kind of see what they're trying to stitch together, but, something like Malphite is so disruptive. And, of course, Olaf, who's job is literally to press R and run through the enemy team, ignoring everything. So definitely tough to see if they can poke around this objective. The Rift has been started. Demon's trying to collect both here, but Immortalis, I like that they're trying to fight, but there's the ulti in the backline. He's going to get on the Falcon. Demons that way. They're going to grab it. It is Olaf that grabs the hell. Falcon low is going to die at the end of the day. It's a 1-for-2, I believe, at the end of it there. Godzilla is going to fall as well.
Okay, let's see. Does Barcode fall? It doesn't. Flash is coming up.
Got it. Just easy peasy. Nice little pickup there for Rocky.
Okay, well, Demons, again, you got the Rift Herald, which is nice, but they invested a lot of tools to kill Falcon. And during all of this, Sumiao on this Zed just picked up a whole turret to themselves. So despite a promising fight there and a few kills going their way, Demons very clearly in the lead here with how much they were able to get on the back.
Yeah, you can see that reflected in the gold lead. 4K up already. Also have that Infernal, which is a money first dragon to get when your top laner gets a solo kill in like a minute to start off a game, so let's just fight again.
Okay, so really cool things. Again, the Malphite ult was already invested, and this fight is looking good for the side of Immortalis, right? Like, Rocky Zalboa is just doing damage the entire time, and while the rest of his team is falling, you see that obviously the Jarvan is like, I'm alive, guys! I didn't die, I ulted the Renekton, it's fine. Just wasn't enough, right? Like, okay, we got some kills, and hopefully you're for Immortalis looking for more of these.
Oh, sort of spicy Varus ulti there into the knock-up there for J4, but no follow-up, and that's kind of the engaged Gort, so I'm looking at the Malphite ulti almost back up here for Demons that way. Not going to go in just yet.
I see the button. When button is green, we go. It's a perfect like green light for them.
It is, and unfortunately didn't go for it there, but Demons can kind of lean on their lead right now. As we've said, it is still pretty substantial here in its early stages. We're going to just have a little team up here. 3v1, no one contesting for the tower, which is smart, but unfortunately for Immortalis, that does mean they'll lose the structure very quickly.
Ooh, it just gets completely chunked. And we haven't really got to talk about some of the players so far, because this game has literally just been people running at each other and seeing what sticks like pasta. But there you go, speaking of which. Griff, formerly of Cloud9 and of Enemy, now finding his way onto this Demon roster, has consistently been able to perform on the marksman role, and despite taking a back, kind of a softer position in this game, has definitely had really big carry moments. So I'm looking forward to when we get his Lucian. That was one of the champions he made his name on in last season for the Summoner Series. Yeah,
this is definitely one of those games that's like kind of breezy as center, right? The Chris Bum and got the Executioner's Call and feeling pretty good. Got the Black Cleaver kind of applying those stacks, so see what happens as we move through the rest of this game. Demon's feeling very comfy here in this one.
Demons, just like us, have entered the vibe state.
Oh, goodness. That is trouble. So they're going to take that one.
This is just a barcode highlight reel, and that's what I like to see. Like, we're just watching how cool Malphite is. Malphite support. Oh, no. Here it is.
It's okay.
He wanted the honey fruit. It was 60 gold. It was almost worth it, but you didn't get quite close enough. So, gotta go for it, though. Gotta go for the 60 gold.
See, this is one of those things where, You know, this is the value of having your actual summoner name, right? Because if you're having a pop-up game or an Ekton, if we knew who you were, it'd be a lot easier.
Are we talking about player branding? Because you already know how hard it is to try and get them to take pictures of themselves, much less have a name.
Alrighty, well, that is going to be Dragon going down. Demons continuing their run of objectives here around the bottom half of the map. Have been owning the Rift for these first 9 minutes or so. In fact, look at this. Yena just walking on in. Gonna go ahead, take
Whoa!
that. J4 doesn't have smite, so he can't be going in there. Grip is gonna make sure that's a maximum punish. And now Ragnarok in. Oh, but then looking very tricky. That W hits both. Even that way, no ulti though, so green light off. Alki is gonna be stopped as the orange shot flares. And that's gonna be dead diving on in. Godzilla in a spot of bottom, but Sumiya not gonna get that kill.
Okay, good for Janet to try and find that heal, but a very aggressive look as Falcon. I don't know about this one.
Going back in.
Wait.
It's tagged. Sumiao in. Not enough though. That last Z auto. Not enough
Griff?
spice on that one. Griff. I love the gusto.
It was close. It was very close. You saw Sumiao on the Zed, just not enough energy. Maybe if they had the 5-point strike from Akali, right? If they had the max range slow off of the first ability, would have gotten that. They got to take tips from Pastry Time here if you want to play mid. Yeah. So, taking a look at this game, we already see that Demons have moved on over to the second Rift Herald. They're going to take this and look to try and end this game rather cleanly. And looking forward into this qualifier, remember the biggest change coming out from first qualifier is the fact that it takes top 2 to qualify for major number 3. And then we have a last chance qualifier, and from there it gets a little bit messy, right? You get to start playing in the regional championships. You have to play against the big dogs. And so kind of eyes are for me and a couple other people watching the broadcast is what are the teams that are going to be really good at team fight and kind of have a very strong laning phase? Because especially if you're going up against some of the top 4 in North America, not only are you going to have to play against that laning phase, you need to be able to match against someone like Immortals, Cloud9, play a little bit different. So my eyes are to kind of see if we get some anomalies, some statistical anomalies anyway, if someone has like a cool pocket pick or if they're doing something funny. But Demons taking their times here as Immortalis are kind of just waiting for the game to end. They're using this as a back timer.
I don't know. There's something happening now. You see what's going on here. It is Rocky's Elbow in trouble. Excellent summoner name, but not going to last the night on this play. That's Malphite zooming on in as Demons that way will claim that kill, and Demons continue to run this game.
Jana's just watching this game being played. There goes Falcon. Pop. Zed is very good. I love that. You get the Rift Herald spawning. Pastry, I don't know if we'll get Dancing Shelly, but we'll get real close to it.
We might get one today. Definitely excited to see if that happens here. Demons are going to charge in, take this first inhib. Should be able to clean up the old Shelly, so no dance today, unfortunately for us. We'll have to keep our eyes out as things go on, but that is going to be another tower falling. That stun was a very long connection there. Didn't miss the flight, though, as Shista zooms on out of there.
That was a Zoom call. That was just a straight up like a phone call. Just, there you go. You got stunned, teleported away. He's good. Paystream.
Yes?
This game
It's fast.
It's looking a little doomed.
It's very wild. It is looking a little doomed.
Would you say that it takes place? Would you say that it takes place on the Rift?
Oh yes, absolutely. In fact, we can see that rifting right now here. Falcon just walking into the one place you cannot be, which is your own jungle. Nice little flash. And Movers ain't helping out there with the Monsoon as Demons just continue to go ahead and try and kill the frontliners. They aren't really frontliners right now because it's just the J4 and they're so far ahead in gold that it's tough to ask for Immortalis to last through, although Shista, to his credit, does live there. But like you said, Demons just kind of putting the finishing touches on this game. As Falcon, once again, out into his own jungle, but not particularly safe. But, I mean, Kha'Zix needs gold, right? If you are going to find a way back into this game, if that is a possibility, which is very small, but if there is a possibility, then you're going to have to make this Kha'Zix really sing in some sort of team fight.
Exactly. Of course, it's Pastry that's trying to save his prediction. Immortalis, where there's a will, there's a way, right? They're starting up the dragon here. Yena's on the way. I don't know if you get this, but it'll be pretty good if you do.
I mean, this is definitely the play, regardless here. Falcon, you got it. There we go. Takes the Ocean Dragon, gets on out of there. Easy peasy, Yak Battery. Oh,
and
not for Shista, unfortunately.
You look, he's used to it this game. Shister's used to the gray screen on this one. He says, look, a worthy sacrifice for our team to get Ocean Drake. And you know what? I think when you have the inhibitor, I think the most cope answer we can give here is we freeze. We just freeze with the inhibitor. This may be a little hard if they take the Baron for demons. Freezing's a lot more difficult, that's the case.
Ooh, a rare melee Verisol not quite getting connected there. I mean, I can't blame Rocky. That's just like some wackiness there as Demons is just slowly approaching the enemies, walking at them. Doesn't have the ulti, but still very threatening regardless.
That is, I know exactly what happened. You know, like one of those plays where you see it happen, you're like, I know what that player was thinking. That was a tap cast.
Yep.
I've done that a ton of times on Varus. F. That's all you can say. Like,
it is.
It happens.
Yep. We explained this last time. At least Max and I did. The classic trying to play Rakan, hit tap W, and it's just like you're just at the mercy of the robot, and the robot is not kind on the intuition for that ability.
The robot asks, it starts getting into like Odyssey territory, and you're like, well, it's not good.
Ooh,
okay,
that's actually
Griff.
a nice angle there onto Griff. Ulti connects as well for Varus, but Griff lives with the shield out of the Dawning Shadow, and it is Shister to pay the price as Renekton's going to get yet another kill, and Sumiao is in there, gets exhausted, maybe in a bit of trouble, does get one kill though. Rocky's Alboa still firing away. His Demons tries to get in there as well, but is going to live, and it's trouble for Falcon now, who is trying to maybe cut the wave, but not going to live to tell the tale. Griff going to nab that one, I believe.
They're getting people. Teleports are coming on through. They're going to end through this mid wave. I was kind of confused as to why Falcon was there, right? Like, okay, we're trying to cut the wave. The Baron minions will just end at this point.
All right, and that is going to be the first Nexus over to Demons. A slobber knocker out to kick off our qualifier here for Major 3. I mean, again, like, this is a time to see maybe some old faces on new teams. It's time to discover new players, but sometimes you get one-sided games. Immortalis, I believe in them. They can shake it off. Go next, because Demons were in full control of that one, right from the top lane.
As the official org owner for Immortalis, it's got to hurt for you, Paystreet.
Yeah, it is.
You guys you have a robust team. You have great infrastructure for the players. And Demons, at least from your standpoint, right? Like this was a one-off game.
Yeah. We'll shake it off. We'll shake it off there as we'll consider a Q1 Demons is going to get our Star Player Award. It's tough in these kind of games.
Can we give it to Barcode?
Yeah,
I feel like Barcode's
let's
earned
do
this
it.
game. As a fellow Renekton one trick, this one really spoke to me personally.
Yeah, no, I think so. I mean, like, look, if this was a game defined by early game kills, Renekton got the earliest, right? I think that's very reasonable. Also, actually top on the damage shots there as well, which is quite impressive. Even with Rocky trying to turn in almost 14k worth of Varus poke, not enough. Although you can see how good Varus is in this kind of game, even in a really scrappy game, right? Where you're able to land those Qs, you do so much damage to these targets.
Thankfully, the brilliance of certain things just shine through no matter how dark it is around you. Like, Rocky's like, oh god, I'm drowning. There's like so much like going on. My top lane's getting boomed. I can't play this game. But I'm gonna look good while doing it, right? Like I'm still gonna be able to put out that deeps.
Yeah.
Man, Barcode feels good if you're playing that Renekton. You're like, just won my matchup. I'm blasting this lane. Feel confident.
Yeah, I mean, blind pick Renekton, I think, or at least very early. It was, in fact, blind pick, as I can double-check the draft here on my screen. Thank you, production. What do you think of these comps, actually? It was kind of fun. Like, I actually don't mind what Immortalis were going for there compositionally. Obviously, like, any game you fall behind early is going to feel pretty bad, and then sometimes this is going to happen to you. Your Renekton with no name is going to just run over your top lane.
Yeah, I'm kind of conflicted, because on one hand, I want to be like, you don't exactly have a lot of front lines, so even if you do fall behind, your ability to have like proactive engage is lacking. You're kind of like, okay, well, we can land a Janna tornado, thumbs up emoji, like I don't know if I can do that in the game. But also, I think obviously like we saw in the game, the champions just kind of didn't do a lot. You didn't see kind of proper setup for the damage carries, and while Falcon was going in and leaping in to find kills, I think that there was just some positioning mistakes that kind of ended up a little bit like a conga line, where Shister would go in, he's dead. Falcon's like, I'm going to follow up, I'm going to save the play. Oh god, I'm dead too.
Yep. I mean, it's one of those things where you learn, especially if this is a newer team. I don't know the team history here for Immortalis, so things definitely take time to kind of put together and get on the same page. Demon's obviously looking quite a bit more coordinated, but this play was really nice, actually, from Movazane. Jana, I don't mind it at all, especially if it's a champion that your support is really comfortable on. But this is the kind of comp where you are always gonna lose quickly if you fell behind early. And for Immortalis, that's what happens. And like, you don't pick like Zed, Renekton, Malphite, Olaf, and get ahead early and expect the game to be long, right? You expect to win pretty quickly at that point.
Exactly. They're just so aggressive. They are built to run over compositions. If we're talking about like players on Immortalis who we thought did like a pretty good job, I think this Dragon Lane is kind of there to stand up against that way and the side of Griff. So I kind of want to see if maybe they shift their drafts a little bit more towards playing towards the Dragon side, because we saw some good looks, like you said. The Mobazane on the Janna actually looked pretty good. Maybe we get some support roams, guys. You don't have to be next to your laner. The laners, as a fellow AD carry myself, do not listen to us. If we say we need this wave, you go mid. Doesn't matter. I promise you.
I'm recalling you go top. Save me. I don't know. Like, go to the objective,
to enemy
right?
jungle.
Yeah. Makes sense. You got to read between the lines of the AD carry players. It's tricky. I do think, actually, like, given the state of that comp, like, Senna does do a really nice job of tying the room together, because if, like, your team just wants to run at them, Senna is a really good AD carry on those kind of teams, right? You're, like, kind of like, all right, I'll be the one to stay relaxed and, like, heal everyone and apply the CC and, like, make you look good. I'm happy to play the, you know, more supportive, more utility role this game.
Not everybody can be a main character. There has to be role players. Like, someone has to be like, I'm going to support you in your dreams here. You can't just like run off and create $1 billion company. So I agree with you. The Senate kind of does tie this whole thing, the theme of the champions, together. I still want to see a little bit more from Demons, especially because they haven't been able to make top 2 in a major. I want to see them kind of take some more strides. Use games where, yes, you may be favorites, you may be stomping, clean out or close out really cleanly for us. Yeah,
we'll see what happens here. We have swapped sides as predicted. Demons on blue here for this particular game. Back to Renekton there in the top side of the map. Can't really blame them given what we saw. We'll see if Immortalis have a different counter pick in mind, or if Shista just feels comfy on the job and wants to go back and maybe play the matchup a bit differently. But the brands are pretty much the same. Olaf is one of the big changes, as Seraphine is already a very different start here.
Okay, so what are we going to do? What are we doing here? Are we just like saying, look, we're going to neutralize the mid matchup by trying to play Seraphine? Because up against Zed, you're not going to have a lot of fun there.
No.
And we're picking up Jax, so it looks like all of the gold going straight into Jax. How are we funneling this guy? How are we empowering him to do more for us?
Oh, I kind of like this, honestly. This is kind of a fun one. Olaf ban, taking the Kha'Zix away, with Falcon presumably having Jax here for the jungle here in this matchup. Also, that way is going to move over to Thresh. It should be fun. A champion that's kind of like pretty persistent for North American Wild Rift supports. It's kind of weird, but I kind of like it.
It turns out when your kit is just so robust, you're pretty good as a champion.
Yeah.
He's just been, ever since his release, he's just always in the meta. It doesn't matter like what the meta is. You could be playing enchanters. There's probably someone going to find like a Thresh angle somewhere. So champion's pretty good. He did take a little bit of like a hit for a while because people in North America, wrongly so, were like, this champion sucks. Champion? I don't know. The support pool so far has shown that they are at least resistant to change for the most part.
All right, well, Akali, Morgana, Vanderway. You actually also have Alistar instead, so Immortalis definitely shifting gears here as far as like the style of game that they're hoping to have here. You know, not going to be quite so slow. Definitely going to have some front lane here. Obviously, the plan that jumps out to us is feeding this Jax as much farm as possible, whether that is top lane or jungle, and I'm guessing it's jungle because that's been the more commonplace part. But I like the rest of it here. Senna also going to be banned away from Griff. There's Garen, so it's all the tanks today, Alk.
Yeah, we don't need Yuumi at this point. Apparently, we've said Yuumi. We don't need her. We're going to stick with Garen. We're going to stick with our tier list here. I am wondering, what are we going to get for the marksman pool? Because so far, we've seen already Varus do a really good job. Ziggs has been taken away. Jax is great, but I'm still thinking I want a little bit of range damage, something that'll help poke out. Maybe we see a Jace here, and this just ends up being like a Seraphine Alistar bot lane, which is rather consistent, very hard to knock down. And opposite side here, though, we're playing Vayne. We're playing Ashe as well.
Oh, we're playing. Ooh, that's a nice little twist there at the end. I like that. I'm guessing that's mid lane Vayne then, which seems.
Is this? So if I remember this correctly, Sumiao has played a Renekton mid game.
Okay, that would make more sense to me.
I think it was Renekton mid versus Yasuo, or it could have been against Diana. Either way, I think this is Vayne top. Going up against Garen.
Yep.
This is like the ultimate dice roll matchup. Like we are, if we're not killing this Garen, or we're making him go down a ton of gold, diving him, forcing him off of the wave, Garen will just run over. He's like, oh, you have true damage? Cool, I'll just kill you. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah. I mean, and that kind of lines up with the gameplay we saw in game 1, right? You know, I actually like this if this is a flex that you go for, and I think your read on this draft is correct, because from what we saw in game number 1, Demon's top laner just wants to kill the enemy top laner as many times as humanly possible in as few minutes as possible in any given Wild Rift game. And this is the kind of pick you take if that is your goal, as Diana was the last pick. I really like this comp, but it is Sumiao's Vayne, it looks like.
Oh, God. Okay. So let's take a kind of spin here for Immortalis, right? You have so many ways to empower your other champions. I love the Seraphine here. You have a ton of like melee champions that have a little bit more movement speed, want to run at the enemy champions, and we're talking about role players, right? It seems like demons have just said, we don't really care about that narrative. We're going to take all of our main characters and put them on one team all at the same time.
Yeah, we'll see. I could maybe get, like, if you thought it was Seraphine mid, I think Vayne mid actually holds up decently in that matchup, as long as you don't get hit by poke. Like, Seraphine, when she hits you with a double cast, like, spell, is just, like, miserable to play against in mid lane. But as soon as she misses and you hit her, she just gets, like, erased. She is so easy to kill. As an assassin player, it's so satisfying to lane against Seraphine, because as soon as you get out of jail from getting poked for the first 5 levels and kill her, it's just, it's just free money. It's so good.
Everybody at home, Julian Pastry Card Time has said, controversial opinion, getting hit bad.
Yeah, getting hit not fun. Ooh, this room is so sick! Let's go! Oh, no extra follow-up there. I mean, a little tough with the Diana in mid lane, but I love the thought, right? Had Ignite at the ready as well. Mobazane off to the start that we want to see here. Getting out of the bottom lane nice and early.
They're listening to what we're talking about, Pastry.
Yeah.
You don't have to be in the lane. Who cares about level 1? I'm just going to walk mid. Maybe if they were also watching our pre-show for the fun segment, they know how broken Trample is.
True.
But...
it did sound very broken.
Yes.
I mean, Seraphine's also the kind of champion where you can afford to do this a little bit more. Like, if Seraphine's going to get dove, you have to protect her, but, you know, generally on her own, she could be fine in any sort of 1v2 for a temporary amount of time. Not in this instance, Griff level 2 harassing them, but I do like that little, kind of little setup as well here for Immortalis' team.
I would say the problem I have with that is Seraphine is obviously very susceptible to engage. She wants to try and farm at a range.
Ooh, little mistake there. We'll brush it off. Nice cover for Griff.
Yeah. It happens. You got to give a freebie every once in a while, right? Like, that's a homie stock if you're coming.
Yeah.
You give those.
Yeah.
But you have Thresh and Ashe. I think it's such a unique pairing because we don't see a lot of Ashe in North America or even in Wild Rift competitive in general. That playing as the Seraphine, you're like, if I get hit with an auto attack and a volley, 9 times out of 10, I'm not going to be able to get away from her in a lot of instances. She will have a ton of kill threat, especially with heal.
So much gaming here in the top side of the map. Shista, though, is looking good. Did have barrier ready here for the Renekton, but getting the Renekton awfully low here. Shista did pop the Ignite. He's going to have to back away to heal his bottom side. We got some problems. That's a dive. Griff almost dead, but not going to go down. Very nice engage, though, in the 2v1 there for Immortalis.
Oh, and Jax is here as well. Falcon saying, you're not getting this wave, King. I'm sorry, Griff.
Oh, no. That's actually a big deal. Like, yes, it costs Falcon the flash, but getting gold for that Jax is nice. Demons, though, is going to set it back up. There's the flare. It doesn't look worth to me. Now it is. Sumiao going in, and Mobazane has the coverage. Falcon's going to live.
Dude, how good is Mobazane, though?
Let's go.
This guy's nuts. I love that.
I'm feeling it, yeah.
Okay, maybe it is actually support diff. This is what I was trying to talk about like earlier on a couple of other shows. Like, support. Every lane is actually just support diff. It doesn't matter. Mid lane is just a support to jungle. The jungle is just a support to the support. Everything is mitigated by this role. I love it. And Mobazane on the Alistar is providing so many different ways of peel for his team. Sets up the engage, which forces the flash from Griff. And Falcon, the fact that he gets out of there is kind of heresy in the eyes of me.
Yeah, but Immortalis will definitely take it. Game feeling a lot better here. Are down a little bit still in the early game, but 1,300 gold down. It's a far cry from the struggles of the first one here. Dominus pop. Shista knows to get out of there. Does have ulti at the ready. Does have Ignite back as well, but not enough health to try and take that fight, unfortunately. But feeling a lot better here. Actually ahead in gold right now in the top lane matchup.
Yeah, it's not just the top lane matchup. You look across the board right now, Demons are kind of feeling themselves, at least from their bot side. You see already, they want to continue their dominance. Sumio is here, they send the arrow.
Savage arrow. Mobazane again trying to run interference, but it's going to be a sacrifice there for the All-Star. Seraphine ulti popped, and Demons has the lockdown. Yina is going to go ahead and take that second kill. Very nicely done.
And this is, I think, a little problematic for Immortalis. Not just the fact that they died, but the fact that Sumio is getting more impactful roams than Diana at this point. Diana, you would think, yes, it is a melee versus ranged matchup, but she has a lot of really great bruiser tools in her kit. And Vayne is now getting a ton of gold, and Vayne alongside Jax is just one of those champions. The more gold you put into them, the more resources, the more likely you are going to win. They get wins when you pump them with resources.
Oh, goodness. Back to
They
life.
stole it?
Yinas, yeah, stole the dragon. Mobazane kicked him out on everything, and it wasn't enough there. As now the 1v2, Sumiao is going to look to try and take that Rocky, and Rocky is going to be felled. Now Demons rolling in means Alster has to back away. This Vayne is getting real tricksy, Alk.
The fact that he's just able to walk up on the Alistar, they're going to try and grab this mid-turret. Counter-strike doesn't matter. Hook does not land. Condemns him out of the turret range, but that'll be first turret going over to the side of Immortalis, as gotta get anything you can at this point. You already lost the dragon fight. Your bot lane got it completely exploded and exploited thanks to the mid-jungle here on the side of Demons. Gotta find wins, and we're looking for the next team fight. I'm kind of looking at Bodzilla. What do they do in this game to have an impact? So far, Sumiao has been kind of running the table.
Yeah, and Falcon got the early kill, which is nice, but Jax is going to take quite a while to scale up here, so feels like, we're not sinking yet, but definitely don't want to fall further and further behind. And this is the kind of thing you hate to see. Nice setup there by the Renekton as Yin is going to swoop in for the assist.
Shister just being the only play possible on the map. Seraphine is just like, I'm farming, boys, it's fine. And I love that way is actually standing in Fog of War to protect, look for potential forward plays here as they see that the Jax is here. Does Bozilla get spotted on this hawk shot? Because I see the hawk shot. There it is. It takes a few minutes. It's just like producers. It's just like, hey, we're here. We're sweeping the camera and looking at mid lane. Bozilla, gotta find and engage. Gotta look for something.
Yeah, not yet. Gonna find it there. Also have the Seraphine ulti to combo in as well. So like you said, in draft out, plenty of ways for Immortalis to kick off the game. But Griff being very irritating. That's such a good trumpet. The Lantern already out. Just dangles him out in front of Immortalis.
That one hurts a little bit. Like, you're like, Immortalis, we're like, okay, we found the engage. They're too far up. Thresh Lantern. Damn it. Happens. I love the fact that we're also using, they're at least looking for some plays, specifically from their bot lane. Using it as a low orbit ion cannon that is Seraphine. You're just like using your homies as like, send them forward, stand in front of me, and my ult does way more in terms of range.
Yeah. It's you can really get the conga line going there as the arrow doesn't quite bend it like Beckham around the bottom side here, but Godzilla in trouble is going to have to flash to safety. Does Thresh have the hotline on the hook, just barely missing, and Godzilla's going to get away.
They are Demons right now are feeling real sad about what just happened. They invested the arrow, Yenna gets out, Sumio finds Falcon.
Good flash. There's the blast cone. Not enough. There's the last bolt in the air from Sumiao. He's going to get the kill. Falcon couldn't get away that time.
The fact that he's not using a Vayne skin either kind of bothers me. I know this guy, he used to be a cat, so he's actually also a Katarina player. So we might get some Katarina gaming a little bit later.
Maybe tomorrow. Maybe this series.
Yeah.
Immortalis can find their way back in, but so far it is looking like a demon show once again. Going to take this tower here in the bottom side of the map as Immortalis falling behind again. They still got the Jax to lean on, still got decent 5v5, but going to maybe take a little too long to get there given the current state of this game.
Yeah. I was going to say the 5-on-5 is not looking great right now. Typically we would say if this was even, if they were even slightly behind, it looked better. Having to invest. This could be a fight.
Very nice ulti there from the Diana. Is going to catch both and now has to chase him for the kill. Kha'Zix is low. Is going to die to that Q. Arrow's going to miss out a Griff there as that's a very nice Dunkaroony out of Shister. Immortalis back on the board.
Okay, they get kills and they already have the mid turret here. I want to see how they set up for the dragon. Out 15 seconds, so the Demon's jungler will not be spawning in time for this objective. Can they actually do it fast enough? It's going to be all eyes on Jax and Garen. Can they burst it fast? And Sumio does not have flash, but has final hour. I'm thinking things are going to get spicy here.
Yeah, you know Sumio wants to make the play here.
Yep.
Gonna kick out the Renekton 3v5 right now. but they are going to go in for it there. Seraphinotti already pop it. Sumio does have the flank angle. Bozilla getting low, but Falcon is going to move in, gets a 3-man counter-strike, but Renekton already grabbed one. Shista moving around as Rocky's trying to kite, but he can't quite get away from the Renekton, and somehow Demons have turned around the 3v5, Alk! Oh no!
Yeah, Vayne was playing melee range, so maybe taking some notes out of Rocky's Alboa with the melee marksman. You're just playing him right in the enemy's face. He got in there with the Vayne. I respect him that he went for it, but it just means despite losing out on the Drake, they'll get mid-turret, they'll grab the Rift Herald, and from here, Immortalis don't have a lot of tools to be able to win this. It's going to be kind of how do they deal with the Vayne? They have to be able to burst her. And while one marksman is being focused the entire time, Griff is having a pretty fun time just auto-attacking this entire fight.
Yeah, I mean, Sumio also had great kind of defense there by the old Barcode there on the Renekton, and able to clean up nicely. I mean, this is a dream situation for Kha'Zix, right? You're ahead in gold, and everyone's low and ignoring you, so it's very easy for you to jump around and get resets and clean up kills. So Demons take a bit of a risky one, but they did have a pretty substantial gold lead even before this spot, so you can see where that confidence is kind of coming from. You knew it was going to happen with the positioning of the Vayne on that very nicely placed flank. Immortalis, they get something out of it, but losing more than they wanted, although this is nice. Looking now onto that Vayne, but that Lantern is perfectly in time into the arrow. That is so nice. There's the Alistar. He's going to Proto Belt away. Does get to safety for now. Falcon, though, exhausted. He's going to try and finish off the kill, and that exhaust is the difference. No! Jack still manages to find the trade.
Challenging smite is broken. That's what Sumio is saying. Chester, no!
Solo kill, yeah. All right, Renekton's out of control again. We're going to have some problems there as Topside was still going for it. Yuna already got a kill, Bozilla low but not out as Demons continue to find fights across the rift.
We need the Irwins. They need to come through. Get Barcode leashed, brothers. What are they doing? He's just completely taking control of the side lane. He's opening up an inhibitor at this point. They're going to get another turret for themselves just across the map, even winning out on a team fight. And if you thought the item advantage was too big, if you thought the gold was too much, it's going to get worse. Falcon can pick up this kill potentially with another leap strike.
Oh, very nice stasis. That maybe is enough time with the Lantern. Does click it out to safety. It just feels bad, man.
It's crushing for Immortalis. And Demon's got to be feeling really confident, right? Like, they want to make top 2. They've only made top 4. They got stomped out by... Oh, what is this team's name? Why am I forgetting this? But they've made top 4 before in the last major qualifiers. It would mean so much to them, especially for a bunch of players who have already played in some of the majors from last year.
Trouble in Paradise here in the top half of the map. Mobazane, they're running interference. Does just bodyguard Falcon, who again is still kind of the big player to lean on here for Immortalis, but once more, Jax has got a big mountain of gold to climb over if Immortalis are going to find a way back in this game. It is all Demons all the time right now. Speaking of, it is Shista spinning there in the jungle, trying to 1v1 the Kha'Zix, but Yuna feels very confident in that little scuffle, and this is nice. Everyone down here to the bottom side of the map, but no one's checking for the bugs in the jungle, and I'm going to get a kill here. Yes, that's very nice. Finally, kill somebody with Thresh in the area. Not that one, though.
Oh, I love that way. He just took them on like the express rail out of that. But a good find there for Immortalis. I think Demon's just playing a little too much with their food. We'll see if they can kind of come back as Inferno Drake is spawning. I think even if Immortalis get this, we've seen already the team fights. Demons are playing really well on flanks. They're playing to kind of pincer Immortalis on the map. So here's hoping, Pastry. Can they actually, like, they need to be able to not only get the dragon, but escape the team fight, which I don't think Demons are going to let them.
Well, they don't know what we know, which is that there isn't a Vayne here right now.
True.
But Immortalis are going to start up this dragon. So this is a 3v5 now, Alk. As Renekton's just diving on in there, but I'm not sure I really recommend it. Demons are going to go back through, and Renekton's still low. Seraphine joining the fight a little late, but they are going to get that kill finally. The dragon goes down to them as well, I believe, as the rest of the fight is going to now unfold. But Immortalis feeling it there as Sumiao's going to dive in, try and get something happen, but oh my goodness, that looks so brazen, and Sumiao's still going to live. How are you still alive after all this? As Yin is going to dive and get the first execution, and Demons just making it work. Kha'Zix grabs the double kill, and that Flay is going to seal the deal out. Getting all 3 after the flash, gets in the 3rd kill. What a brutal dragon fight to lose.
Demons, they're like, well, we lost the dragon, but maybe we get this inhibitor. They're a little low. They could potentially even go to look to end in through the dragon lane. but that one's got to be rough, right? Like you were saying, it's a rough fight to lose. They're getting the teleports to come on through. Barcode's going to put his stamp on the game.
I mean, they were like 12,000 gold down in that team fight, so they did well given that disadvantage. But if the gold was any closer, it would have been a lot different. Instead, it is going to be the sweep out of Demons. 2-0 as they push themselves on through to the semifinals.
And that last fight still kind of reeked of a lot of the things that we had said plagued Immortalis in the first game, right? It was, you know, we knocked Sumi out of the fight. We already got the dragon. Leave. We are leaving the pit. This is an evacuation. No one is allowed to be in the river anymore for Immortalis. Get out of Dodge. Unfortunately, they said, it's time to team fight. We've pressed the team fight buttons. Let's go.
Yep, and unfortunately, I mean, getting that first kill, I don't know. It looks so good, right? Like I get it. Like, I would take that fight, I think, because you have to think it's like surely we win this one. But the wall was a little too big on the Demon side. Also navigated very nicely. I mean, it's one thing in like some sort of normal 5v5, even if you're that far down in gold. But like you're also trying to pick off like a Kha'Zix and a Vayne who are like, with a Thresh in the mix, like who are two of the most annoying carries to try and pin down. Like you're out of CC, you used it already to start the next situation, and yeah, enough invisibility and enough damage with that lead to get it done. There is damage numbers not as absurd as I thought. It is Sumiao just barely eking out his top lane teammate there.
Oh god, we gotta pick a star player now.
We do have to pick a star player.
I picked the last one, so if you want to take the reins, I'll agree or disagree.
I'm going to go with Sumiao, I think. I mean, Vakad had a really good game. Like, Renekton's looking scary there in the top side for Demons. But, I mean, I just keep thinking of that very ambitious flank that, to his credit, worked out. And, you know, Vayne made not what we expected today. But, yeah, I'm here for the Vayne, I think.
You know, I think close runner-ups for our star player in this game in particular.
Definitely.
I like Thresh's... or that way's Thresh. He was really, really good on the champion. So I think if we were to like, you know, if we had like, we have star player and then we have like Constellation.
With Planetary, I believe TJ is very fond of.
There you go. There we go. He's our planetary gamer of the game.
All right.
Of the game.
I agree. Definitely a close one there. But Sumiya, congratulations. You did the most damage and played Vayne mid in a one-sided game. Good work. Good work.
Love
You
to
picked
see
it
it.
up.
Pastry, how much spicier are we going to get in draft? Because we've already had Seraphine bot, which is definitely much newer, I would think, compared to what we've had so far this year. Are we going to get spicier? Are we going to have more Vaynes?
I hope so. Surely we have to get Yasuo at least once today. Like, right? Is that I'm on? That's the rule, I think. I actually kind of like this draft, honestly, from Immortalis. Obviously, like, it was a little tough one to execute on, and enemy teams doing this, obviously flexing some of their skill on you. It can be tricky. It's always going to be the case here, as it's the Sumiao show on the highlight reel. Thank you for production for aligning with our star player vote unintentionally. They're just that good.
Yeah. This is, like you were saying, I would agree. This is definitely what players I think would qualify as we're going to try and hand stiff them. Like, we're just going to try and be better gamers than they are. And they won out. 2 games in a row they did that, right? Like, they played a little bit more of a standard composition in game 1, and they won dominantly so. And so in game 2 they said, let's just have fun. Let's see if we could like really play a few fun champions. And while I'm sure for Immortalis, I don't know how they'll take it personally. As if I was in the game, I'd be like, man, they just beat me with Vayne mid. I'm a little demoralized. But, as a brand new team, right? Like, as a team that has not really had a lot of experience in some of the qualifiers, and as latecomers to the WNS, give them a little bit more time, right? Like, you have another qualifier coming up next week. The signups open up today, and even then, there's a last chance qualifier even after Major 3, so a lot to look forward to. I'm kind of hoping we get a little bit more, because there are glimpses, right? Like Obazane, the bot lane that we've been talking about for Rocky Popo as well. There's good in there.
Yo, absolutely. And again, like one of those things where, you know, we only had 9 teams show up today, and we're expected to be here for a little bit longer. So again, if you're you know, decently high-level Wild Rift player here in North America and you want to sign up, you can sign up, I believe, starting tonight and ending next Friday. So you have like more. You have about a week. We have about a week to get it organized there as we have a look at our star player. We'll come back to that in a moment because, again, the more teams we get, the better time everyone has, especially us. But it is Sumiao. That KP is looking nice, but that damage looking even nicer.
I love that for us. I love the fact that we're also seeing Sumiao, who's playing, you know, at least really, really well. So far has had a pretty good 2 games so far. I want to see a little bit more from them as they've been able to participate in some majors last year, but never were able to really make that push as, you know, maybe a top 6 player, top 4. So I want to, obviously, as we get further in the tournament, we'll see more of Demons, but there are good players on this roster that I think need a little bit more exploration.
Yep. I mean, I think Griff has put together a pretty solid team and is doing like a nice job, like kind of like playing a role when you have like these players that want to play aggressively and really skill check people in 1v1s. Playing like Ashen Center is a really good way to enable that team when you know, are more experienced and obviously talented player yourself.
Perfect for them. I mean, Griff definitely took a backseat this series. I want to see more. Griff, if you're watching, if you're listening, this is our challenge. We want to see some aggressive play. Julian's going to lose his mind if we see another like Lucian flash forward. It'd be so perfect. It'd be beautiful, and obviously adds to the highlight reel, you know? Show up for some of the other AD carries at the tournament.
All right, let's have a look at where we're up to. Like we said, it is a top 8 bracket today, so just a refresh on the format. We do have 2 qualifiers actually here for major number 3. Little bit different today. Certainly the intention is to have like, you know, 64 team groups, but we're kind of here at day 2 already for this particular qualifier. Top 8 single Elim bracket, and the top 2 teams do indeed qualify for the major. So make it to the finals, you're already feeling good there. And of course, major 3, going to be 8 teams, going to be double Elim, and the top 4 teams qualify for the WNS Season 1 Championship. You already qualified 2 teams. Good work, Sentinels and Immortals, already punching your ticket through. They will not be at Major 3 as a result of that. They're already there to the championships. But the prize pool, of course, just as nice. And this is one of the nice things, right? Like, Major's not that big a tournament, but you have a decent placing, a couple $1,000 in your pocket there, 6,000 for first, falling all the way down as the whole total prize pool is 150k. And there's also side prizes as well, Alk. I think that's the biggest thing for these newer players especially. You can pick up a cool grand just showing up and having a good tournament, because those awards go to those players as a way to encourage more people to start playing these tournaments and show off their skills in Wild Rift.
It's very encouraging if you don't make top 4, right? Like, you see, it's
Absolutely.
15k for those people, so you already have a really good chunk of change there. But the 1k for most improved player in each position, that's just $1,000 for showing up. And yes, you're playing some Wild Rift. You get to game with the homies. You get to play some really fun competitive games, but a ton of money in your back pocket, especially for some of the players that are not on those top 4 rosters, is, like you're saying, encouraging. It gives, you know, a little bit of a backbone for players who aren't necessarily on this roster. They can show up and pick up a little bit of a Skrilla. Yeah,
and like I said, like, if you're interested in competitive at all, like, show up and try and play. Like, you don't lose much playing in an open tournament. Like, yes, maybe we stream your game and you lose because the enemy team is better than you.
Happens.
It happens. It happens to literally everyone at every single skill rank. So definitely, if you're thinking about it, if you want to be a competitive Wild Rift player, if you're a high-level solo queue player but you haven't found a team yet, I don't know, get on Twitter, like hit up the homies, maybe do some scouting in-house, see if you can find some teammates, as we'll have a look at the bracket once again, I believe. Yes, we go. As I said today, it is 8 teams and 8 teams only, so we're just going to be playing a top 8 bracket all weekend. As you can see, Demons already through there on the bottom half of the bracket. Thankfully for them, they do not have Reflection in their side of the bracket, who's obviously kind of the big team that we've known. But we'll watch all the quarterfinals today as well, so don't worry about that. If there's a game you want to see, you will see it today. I can tell you that much. We'll take a look at our upcoming matchup. Saint is going to be our first team up next out.
And this was the team that almost were very close to taking down Cloud9 in the last qualifier for Major 2. It was looking good. They were in the semifinals. They won game 1. Icy was having a great performance. Obviously, we looked at people like Nori previously on another great roster from last year in the Summoner Series. Just weren't able to make that last push, and so looking at them to be some of our front runners for this qualifier coming into Major 3.
Yeah, and of course, their opponents for today is going to be Team Red Zone here. That is quite a name in the top side. I'm guessing the whole thing doesn't fit in the character limit for Wild Rift or League of Legends, probably. But Super Cali Fragile. Just, you know, getting as much as I could in there.
Good luck casting that name. That's all I'm going to say. That one looks like a nightmare. At least Noir is easier, right?
That's true, that's true. I'm not sure if that's better or worse than the full word. I guess it's better because it's significantly fewer syllables, but you know what? We'll figure it out. There's going to be a lot of variations and a lot of champion names for that one in the top side. I can tell you that much.
For anybody at home, if you're making a name, a gamer tag, 2 syllables is usually the max.
Yeah, 1 or 2.
Exactly. It's perfect.
Baker, Alk Battery, you know, it's all there.
trying to think of pastry time. That's way too many syllables. Also, I
Yeah.
can't count on stream. This is never a good job. Never a good look.
All right, well, with that, we are going to take a quick break. Don't go too far away. Like I said, it is all 4 quarterfinals coming up today, so your second best of 3 is coming up after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the Wild Rift North American Series presented by Riot and Wisdom. We're here trying to qualify some teams for Major 3 there, Arc Battery, as I saw you doing some gaming on your phone.
Yeah, I just wanted to check my stats anyway on playing some Vayne mid. Maybe if we could break out a game, but unfortunately, 4 minutes is not long enough for a Wild Rift game. 10 minutes, though. 10 minutes is close.
That's very fast, but it's possible. It's definitely possible. But what's the longest game you've ever played, actually? I think I played like a 45-minute game. I was amazed.
Wow, you Tribe and Enemy are some famous folks for playing some long games. It's probably like a 35-minute game. We had obviously lost early game. It was me, Smax, Rafa. We were using Trio Q last year, and still do for the most part. But it was definitely like, we lost, we came back. Rafa Smite Steal and Barons was crazy.
Nice.
We ended up losing. I stole a blue buff from our TF in the mid lane.
Nice.
He AFK'd. So, yeah.
Interesting.
Not very Summoner's Code of him.
Certainly not, as we are going to see what happens in this game, which is, of course, going to be up to code, most certainly. It is our second of 4 quarterfinals today, if you're just joining us. We're trying to qualify some teams for Major 2. That means you have to get the top 2 of this qualifier. Semifinals and finals will be tomorrow, so we're going to play all the 4 quarterfinals back to back to back to back. We already had Demons through to the semifinals with a 2-0 in their matchup, and now we'll see who between Saint and Red Zone on the left and right sides of your screens, respectively, can get it done, as Yumi is going to make her first appearance for the day. Strangely, anywhere in a draft, actually, picked or banned.
Yeah, I like this. I like the idea of Inspector Pastry Time coming on and seeing drafts, and he's like, you got the clipboard, you got like the pen, you're like tapping, you're like, there's Yumi. This is a code violation already. We got to start finding you.
And alongside Jack sounds a little scary, I'll say that much. Morgana also joining in. All right, Saint, I see you.
Okay, are we assembling Exodia? This is
maybe.
This is looking good, Pastry. I like this. We've got Yumi. You got Yumi carriers. Even Morgana fits the bill. She's really good at bot lane. We're talking about kind of the change in bot lane where you're just shoving waves and you're hoping and praying you don't get dove. So this is awesome. Now for Red Zone, this frees up your support pool a lot. Like, just means your support can walk away. If you want to try and kill the Yumi carrier, good luck. Thumbs up to you.
Yeah.
You don't have to. Run mid lane, kill them, do whatever you want. They've got an aggressive comp to do that with as well, with Jarvan, Olaf, and Diana. It works.
Definitely pressing buttons, and that's a champion that also likes to go in. Kai'Sa gonna join the ranks of the Red Zone squad here in this particular draft. We've had a lot of tanks banned out on the Red Zone side, and a lot of poke ADCs banned on the other side there for Saints. So falling to Kai'Sa is ugly here in this game, as Renekton is apparently going to be in every game today.
Yes. Turns out Renekton, it's just a beautiful champion. What else do you want? He's getting a new skin coming up on the next patch, so maybe the players are like getting really excited to play Renektoy. That's my favorite Renekton skin, so I'm looking forward to that. Saints have a really robust draft that can work either when you're behind. It has a lot of anti-dive tools. When you look at Red Zone, they're just trying to fight you constantly. They're running at you. You have Morgana ult. Brand Ultimate is also going to do a ton of damage. I don't know where he's going. You got a Nami.
Yeah, okay. This is kind of cool. I actually really like Nami here. I don't know how good she is as a champion right now. I know Smax at least was a big Nami fan at some point in his Wild Rift solo queue experience. But like, this is a great champion to support the dive that you have, right? Like, Kai'Sa wants to go in, Olaf, J4, and Diana basically can only go in. So Nami does support this champion as well. I just don't know if you can crack through this front line and these mages, because as you said, I don't know where they're going. It is Brand mid, the answer to our question, but you usually see Brand or Morgana, not Brand and Morgana on the same team.
They're trying to mitigate the fact that there's a ton of like physical damage on the top side, so they're like, just pack all of the magic damage on the other side of the map. We don't care. They could do everything else. We're gonna fist fight some champions. Talking about the Nami, I do like it, like you were saying, when we're talking about enchanters that are really good in front-to-back team fights. She does well. She's empowering these champions that want to go forward, giving them movement speed. The slow on them is going to make it a bit tough for someone on the opposite side to kind of deal with that. So I think this is a really cool draft. I think this is another draft where we're kind of like, okay, coming into this, we don't know a lot about one of these teams. We've seen a ton, I think, of Saints already. Yep. So how do they play this out? Camel has been a pretty good player throughout a bunch of tournaments, and so eyes are, for me at least, on them and how they match up against this Jarvan.
Yeah, especially...
It's not Jarvan, it's Olaf, damn it.
Oh, yes, it is Olaf. Okay. Don't let your screens fool you. Olaf is with the smite in the jungle there. There's a very slight portrait mix-up, but that's fine. We can live through it. It's all good.
Yes.
I will not get myself confused.
Nope.
Too much.
Not once.
Cat ears Morgana. Big chill in there in the bottom half of the map. You love to see that. Yeah, NA has this obsession with Jax in Wild Rift, and I don't know if I'm supposed to be happy or sad about it, but they definitely like playing it. Obviously, it was a style we saw a lot at the end of last year around Horizon, and obviously since then, Jax has received a bunch of nerfs, and usually when a champion keeps getting picked, you have to ask yourself, one of two questions. Was it not enough? Or is someone's wrong, right? Either the champion's still too good, or you shouldn't be picking it.
Well, let's explore that, Pastry. How does Jax make you feel? You're saying, I don't know how you don't know if it's a good champion or not. How does Jax make you feel as a player?
As a player, I mean, he's fun to play, but to me, watching Jax as a caster, I'm a little slow. And I don't know if you necessarily get the benefits you're looking for. Now, I think it can be really good, but I think there's lots of other junglers you can kind of power up. Although, maybe with Yuumi, actually, I'll make a special exception, because Jax is an excellent Yuumi carrier, and obviously, Saints drafted Yuumi, so maybe it's a Yuumi-only thing here for Camel.
Yeah, I know there was a podcast that TJ had done where they were doing, let's take, the top 5 champion pairs, and him and his guest were just okay, how many pairs are we allowed to put Yuumi in with? Because they had Renekton with Lee Sin, they had and then it was Yuumi with Jax, Yuumi with Lee Sin, I think was one of them. It just was ridiculous what they could do with this champion.
Yeah. Man, Renekton Lee Sin is a good one. You just reminded me that Elise isn't in the game. Because you know how brutal Elise Renekton would be?
That is a good thing. That is a good thing that Elise is not in this game.
That's it's probably true. Elise would be quite powerful. As Camel is here farming up a storm, actually stealing away some of the Kruggies here. So, old Super Cali here is, oh no. Oh, it's brutal. That's a beautiful
They did it!
flag combo though. Very nicely done.
Look, it's possible. The Jarvan-Renekton matchup going a lot better this series so far. Supercalifragi at least has shown that they have had a little bit of practice. They've shown that they can kind of navigate this matchup. Obviously, really important for Red Zone that none of their lanes go boom very early on.
Correct.
Because it is all about, that mid-game power spike. As soon as Kai'Sa is able to finish her first evolution on her Cathian Rain, you really want to try and take advantage of that. She's an assassin in this game.
Yep.
It's kind of weird to think about. You're Kai'Sa, the late-game champion? It's just so much damage on her first ability when she hasn't evolved. And you're going up against Jax and a Yuumi, you gotta end the game quick.
Yeah. I mean, don't worry. She's an assassin in this game, and right now in League PC, she's Xerath. So you don't have to worry too much. Kai'Sa's not really fitting the bill of a marksman right now in either game. So, definitely excited to see how it shakes out.
So what do you think of, when champions have kind of, let's say, perverse champion builds? Because we've seen that time and time again, right? When you're abusing an item interaction or something of the other. I think the most famous one from last year for Wild Rift was definitely the Font of Life Nasus support, because he was very abusive, and then he got to build Thimblewinter plus a couple of other items that just made him super obnoxious to deal with. So
well, I like the question. I'll answer here in a second, as we are going to see this action in top side. Great dominance there out of Crown Prince. Good flash as well. But the Olaf is unstoppable, and that's going to be an easy kill, but it is a trade. Nicely done there for Saints top later.
Oh, man. Crown Prince was maybe I can get this Honey Fruit, not in range. Supercalifragic lives, but a 1-for-1, like you said, lose out on the wave, and a little bit of damage on a turret's nice.
Not the best, not the worst, but you'll certainly take the trade, given that you're in the 2v1. And of course, this first Infernal going to open up a lot of space here. Crown Prince creating this area here in all this time for them to take this first dragon, and it is a first one though. To answer your question, I think it's a great question, Alk. For me, it's all about, I really like it if it's not massively overbearing. And typically, it's massively overbearing. I like that it's unique. I don't like that it's too good. Runeglaive Ezreal, it's cool, but it was also way too good. And I think to your point about Font of Life Nasus, same kind of thing.
So you're saying you didn't like Nunu mid with Karthus?
Correct.
Okay, well, as a Karthus player, I'm looking forward to his addition to Wild Rift, as they're starting up the Rift Herald here. I think this is the one timer for Red Zone where I don't want to see them kind of fight. You're walking into a ton of crowd control, even with Olaf Ragnarok. I think is a tough ask. You're going to have to watch where Jarvan activates in this game.
Yep. Cat is already on the jack, so that's a very nice dive there on the backside for Supercalifragilistic, and that's going to be XPL Adocious at the end of the play. Does get revived, though, very, very early on that item, but actually is going to come up trumps here in the team fight, as they'll get the Rift Herald out of the deal as well.
Wow, and they won the fight there. Rift Herald is resetting. Camel.
Oh no, Noir in trouble, tagged by the brand! And Icy is gonna seal the fight. They get the Herald at the end of the day, but how many more kills can Camel get? Oh no, punish! Maximum punish, the cat's loose! Now Icy gonna go back and make sure Yumi's gonna be okay.
Get him back in the bag, Icy! You don't want to let Konsui die. Saints.
Wow, that was first item GA!
Oh,
I thought I was going insane watching that revive.
You saw the revive and you're like, wait, what?
Excuse me?
Why is our Guardian Angel so early?
Yeah.
Zillion. I can just... Zillion is one of those champions where I can hear the laugh even without like having the champion in the game.
Yep.
It's such like a classic... it's just a great callback. But Jarvan with Guardian Angel has been something that kind of disappeared for a while. Definitely was very popular last year and has been kind of making its way into, you know, back into the build. Because, I mean, really, when you look at Jarvan, especially early on, the stats are nice if you can pick up like a Black Cleaver or something like that, or you can just revive after like sending your body in and you're like, I Cataclysm them, and hopefully in the time it takes for me to revive, my team will have won the fight.
Yeah, it looks really good in that team fight, so I like it a lot there. A lot of value there out of the Jarvan player, and an excellent engage as well. So definitely eyes on the Jarvan player still, but Saint are starting to exert their will a little bit here on the top side of the map. That's a very nice tidal wave. Is going to nab two. Defensive book though out of the Yumi is going to protect the rest of the team. Olaf not when to press regular can go in, and that binding caught the ankles of Noir, and that's going to be a dead Nami.
Good catch by Nori there. Actually, they just swap letters between the
Yep, Nori, Sliz, Noir. Thanks, fam.
Just incredibly based. I love that. Camel now trying to just fish for anything. Him and Konsui.
Good Ragnarok to stop the binding, but that flash ulti is going to be real nice. The cat also is going to move through. Binding lands in. Not enough damage. There's the snipe, though. The binding came back, and Nori used it for the execution.
Oh, and they may have overextended for that play, as Red Zone were trying to get something into mid, but the fact that Red Zone, they opted into the trade. They said, let's keep chasing them. Camel with this Yumi is able to kind of get a little bit more HP. They come back into the fight, and they eventually still end up getting that turret and a few more kills on the back end there. So I think Saints, while they got away with what I would consider like highway robbery, Red Zone very like reasonably like opted into the trade and lost big time. Yeah,
you know, kind of like you saw the bandits out on the road and then you kind of took away Veil's out and started waving it at them. As I mean, it's the literal 2v3, right? The Yumi is still there and Olaf didn't even have that much health to begin with.
This is a cool different like style of play that we've seen for Nori. Last year, this guy was one of the best dragon laners we had in North America. Unfortunately, obviously, wasn't able to have a big impact over in the regional championships, but he's a huge leader for a lot of his teams, especially for his previous one. And being able to play Morgana, who can kind of say, I made a pick, we're going in, it's kind of perfect, I think.
Yeah. Battlecry kind of champion there as this dragon's going to be started up. Camel diving back in there. That is a disgusting angle on that Yumi ultimate though. And there's the stasis into the Morgana ulti as well. Beautiful engage there out of set. And this is going to be an absolute whitewash of a team fight out. People are going to get away, but I don't know how much longer they are as Crown Prince is going to dive on through. Mid is in trouble. Noir gets tagged by Brand. Yumi hops on over and Crown Prince just holding W towards the enemy team.
Oh man, Red Zone, this game was looking good for them for a little bit, but that was not a coordinated team fight. We did not see them fight on all fronts. I mean, Kaisa still has ultimate this entire time. Saints come out huge with this. They're going to be able to take not only the objective, but more of the jungle camps. They were able to chase them under 3 different turrets there to find the kill to Diana. And you would think, hey, you're playing Brandon to a bunch of tanks, typically something that he's really fond of is you don't do a lot of damage. I can burn you, use the max HP damage. Olaf is not very threatening this game and thus loses a ton of value.
Yeah, it's been tough to kind of fight both offensively and defensively. It's going to be a nice pickup though of that Rift Herald. So continuing to stay proactive, which you love to see. Red Zone definitely kind of know where the game is up to. They can probably suspect they're down a few thousand gold, and that is about right. They're 3,500, 4,000 also down right now. But keeping themselves in this game, going to have to try and slow the scaling of these dragons and honestly just kind of use their comp, right? It feels like Satan have been dictating so many of these engagements, and when you're playing, you know, Kai'Sa plus 3 other divers and a Nami, like, you want to be the one pressing the go button.
Yeah, the go button is based on the solo laners this game. It is all looking for how do Jarvan and Diana interact this game. Otherwise, there's not much doing for Red Zone. Can they get out?
Good flash. J4 is going to be okay, but Olaf is there with ulti, pops the Ragnarok, kind of have to, but not walking all that quickly, and there's the Yuumi ultimate to try and lock it down on the other side, but that's the turnaround they're looking for. Camel spinning around, does live though, Super Cali is going to go through, but the Killer Instinct is perfect. They're out of Ugly into the backline, does snipe the one they got low, but now unfortunately Renekton is still wreaking havoc, and Jarvan is just trying to kill the Yuumi carrier, which is not something he can do, and now it's the Nami left alone as the 1v1 on bottom side's also going pear-shaped, but Nami's going to die, and that is a quadra kill for Crown Princess Renekton.
Red Zone, the target prioritization was so good at the beginning of the fight. You saw that Ugly was able to put out so much damage, and even goes for a Guardian Angel first buy here. Okay, refunds it. Thankfully, I was gonna try to make a big tiff out of it, but they saved the play there. I love the start of that, but Jarvan is trying to keep Nori and Kansui out of the fight, but Renekton is killing your backline. You need to stop him. Icy? This is looking a little bit dicey. That one's for producers at home. Here we go.
It's gonna be all good though. Mid's gonna dip on out of there. I agree. I actually in general think that Super Cali's done a great job engaging on the J4, but that was an instance where it's like, yeah, your angle was good, but like you don't have any teammates, right? Like you're not in there. We've discussed it before. Jarvan is all front loaded. Once you're in, that's all you do. You don't get to finish anybody off typically in any sort of fight.
Jarvan, like you said, as soon as all your abilities are gone, you're kind of just standing there, menacing. You're the Crown Prince of Demacia. You're T-posing on your opponents. Not much doing after that.
Nope. You look good, but unfortunately you don't do any damage, especially when Yuumi is buffing up all of these different carries that Saint have on their team. So far so good for Saint's game plan here. 7k up ahead now for them. We'll see if Red Zone can find the right fight. Like, they've had a lot of good tries here, so if you don't fall too far behind it and find the right sort of engage, you can turn this game around very quickly, and that Killer Instinct out of Ugly is kind of the first sign of life, I feel like, in these mid-game fights.
Exactly. The thing that I like about Red Zone's composition, despite them kind of being in a bit of a deficit now, is their composition theoretically does the same thing that it would do like if it was ahead or behind. There are proactive ways to look for fights, and even Noir on the Nami, right? We're talking about the tidal wave, has had some really great impacts. That started off the team fight that was looking very good for them. So they have, I think they have the correct idea of how team fights want to go, but when they actually get to the execution part, we're getting to some hiccups there. Potentially we can see them come back as we get more and more time into the game. Dragon being spawned here, it is a Cloud, Rift-Tailed giving them a little bit of purchase. They want to try and get this turret. It'll give them gold, but they won't have time to spend it.
Oh my goodness, that's a disgusting counter-strike out of the Jax. Camel with the Yuumi ulti there as Nori's going to flash in and finish off the first kill, and that engage was so sick out of Saint.
Okay, so all that time we just spent talking about this team, they're waiting out the, the Guardian Angel, flashes out, gets out of the pit. It does mean that they're not going to lose a mid-tier 2. I would have thought for Saints, this Dragon, I don't really care about it. It's about to get completely X'd off the map next patch anyway. This Dragon's about to go missing, just ping the Cloud Drake. They could have gotten a Drake. I think they could have actually forced a little bit more here, but Saints want to take their time. They maybe don't want to walk into Kai'Sa. That's just a sick fight from Camo and Kansui.
Yeah, you know, it's always very satisfying to watch the multi Counter-Strike stunts there, but piled in with the Yuumi book, I mean, like, what champion doesn't Yuumi work with? Like you were saying, right?
I'm trying to think now. What is, like, an anti-Yuumi synergy? I mean, maybe Gragas? Just because, like, Gragas will... one person will experience absolute gaming, which is just, like, crowd controlled for the whole time, and you may die. But, like, the rest of the team, you throw, like, the Gragas barrel, it just knocks them all out of the final chapter, and now you've just got, like, a pretty angry cat, and I'm not a cat owner, but I've heard enough stories. Not exactly what you want.
No, definitely not. As Kansui looking good there, attaching to different teammates. I mean, Nori's engages have been excellent as well on this Morgana. Every flash ulti with the stasis just looks so clean. They're definitely saying, kind of know what they're doing with this competition, which is not one we see that often, as we said, Alk. Like, usually it's Morgana or Brand, not both. But Saint making it work without a traditional marksman in this comp, which is really cool to see. And again, I think another hat tipped off to the power of the cat.
They picked both the Jack and the Queen of Aces.
Yes.
Really for them, it's working, right? They're even just doing Baron really fast with these two. Obviously, Brand does a ton of damage. We're looking at Jax, who's just whittling away at it. In Red Zone, they're not able to make any kind of response here. So, talking about, like, hey, how do Red Zone get back into this game? Well, now with this Baron, if they lose a team fight, they lose the game entirely. They need to be able to somehow mitigate the rising tide of Saints.
Yeah, Elder Ocean also going to be up in a couple minutes if that's something Saint needs to fall back to. But for now, it is time to try and crack at least one of these inhibitor towers as Ugly eats a fat Yuumi Q with, I think, a little bit more guarded damage. Oh, goodness. The poke is just a little bit filthy.
Wow.
Stasis we go. There is Yumi's ultimate. It's going to tick around, but Super Cali's going to dive on in and just get stunned into oblivion. And that just might be the game. They're going straight through the front, Alk. Now looking for the Nexus, going to take the second inhib tower instead. So a little bit more conservative, but you love to see it there as the wave's also going to come on through. And it's a 4v5 with the Baron here as the Nexus is just getting hit. And I don't think you can stop them. They're going to press all their buttons, but it just doesn't matter. First Nexus is going to go to Saints.
They didn't want to just go through the drive-thru. They wanted to have the sit-in, dine-in experience. They got both of the inhibitors. They're like, okay, we're waiting for one more wave. End the game. Man, Jack's just so much damage to structures, especially when he's already finished his Triforce. But yeah, again, they got the Baron, and Red Zone got caught up in a team fight they couldn't exactly stop. At that point, the game just ends. Pretty explosive finish there to boot, but yeah, Saints, again, they played around their composition really, really well. The thematics of what they had on the Rift were really, really strong, and then we saw what happened topside. Like, Camel plus Konsui is not fun.
No, not at all. Definitely a very nice combination, which kind of brings us to our question. Who's going to get star player for this game? It's tough. I thought it was going to be a little bit easier, but Saint actually had a lot of different people contributing to this game.
I'm conflicted because I want to give it to Konsui, but Konsui's playing Yuumi. I don't want to take anything away from them. You're playing Yuumi. You know what? You played Yuumi well. I'll give it to Konsui. This guy has been kind of lingering around North America as a pro player, and deserves it. First of all, you first picked Yuumi. Congrats, you already won that part of the game, and then his target selection was great. Right, we're talking about final chapters. It sets up for the rest of his team to do well. I think without a final chapter, maybe some of these fights look a little bit different, especially since Icy participated and had a little bit of a quieter game, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Brand definitely had some good chunks, but it kind of felt like the fights were done in a lot of cases by the time we got there. I will say, I agree. I think Konsui definitely can pick it up there, but Planetary for me is definitely going to Nori. I mean, I didn't even realize how much damage that Morgana ended up dishing out, but like you said, like Nori is so much of a leader and a voice, and the loudest person diving on in to kick things off in a lot of these games. And maybe a different role now in bottom lane, but Morgana looking very nice there, and so many good engaters, so many good bindings. Obviously helped up by the Yuumi a little bit, but I think Nori was a huge contributing factor in a lot of those fights going well, alongside Camel, who's just like kind of got to the point of the game with the Jax Yuumi where it's like, okay, yeah, I get it. Cool champion.
This is nice. This is a great interaction. I love this pairing.
It's like they never nerfed Jax, with Yuumi attached with a gold lead. As we'll have a look at the stats of our star player here.
I've always made fun of Yuumi in this game.
Oh my god, the KP.
What I assuming. Holy Jesus. I've called Yuumi the Great Eraser. Not only in lane does she just erase any mistake. Like, I'll take a terrible trade and then TJ will come in, heal me for 300 HP, and I'm like, oh look, it's like I just got a honey fruit for free.
I'm so
Champion's
good.
Just attached to me, exactly. But even in late game, right? We're talking about Jax. He's gotten nerfed 3 patches in a row. North America, when are you gonna drop this champion? Yuumi's just takes a huge eraser, just these patches did not exist. Get rid of them.
Don't worry about it, okay? You didn't see nothing.
Exactly. Perfect. I love that.
And that was a really cool drop by both sides. I think Red Zone should be commended for keeping the game pretty close. I even felt like before that Baron that there was wiggle room back into this game despite the deficit. But as soon as the game was within reach, Saint just snapped it away.
Saints definitely have had at least cleaner team fights so far. I think their decision-making has been about on par with some of the other teams that we've seen in the qualifiers, not just this one, across the WNS. And we talked about it during the Red Zone game, right? the idea of this comp works, and we see glimpses of it again throughout the game. The Nami ultimate does great stuff during this Rift Herald fight and some other fights across the Rift, but I think there's just, bits and pieces that are missing for this team, the target prioritization, and then just talking about positioning in general. How do you ever walk into a Morgana as Kai'Sa? It's so difficult.
Yeah, I felt like, Ugly... I like the Kai'Sa in theory, but in practice, it just looks so tough to get involved in any fight. So if you want to run something like this again, I mean, I really genuinely like the Nami out of Noir, both like strategically and gameplay-wise, especially in this particular comp. But maybe you just, go to something like Varus or go to something that can support from a little bit further away. Because this was a great moment out of Ugly, but this is like the only time Kai'Sa got to ult in like ever this game.
I'm okay with that. If I'm Kai'Sa and I'm ulting in, I'm either really far ahead or the game is so doomed that I just need to coin flip. Just straight up burger flip and hope it lands cheese side up. But yeah, it is so difficult this game, like you're saying. Like, okay, if I'm Kai'Sa and I ult forward, who am I going onto, Pastry? Am I going into Jax? No.
Nope.
Am I going into Yuumi ultimate?
No.
No. Am I going into Morgana? Like, at that point, like, there is a report button at the end of the game. If I do that, I deserve it to get hit on me.
Yeah, and then the other two are basically frontliners, right? Where it's like, okay, can't really click on you anyway. So, tough stuff there. And a really, really cool draft from both sides. But a good-looking game for Saint. I guess we didn't get your predictions this time. We did both say Saint. Spoiler alert, I just copied your prediction because I trusted your knowledge. Yeah.
What?
Why? I just stole your homework, dude.
Why did you do that?
Because I don't know these teams as well as you do. I'm like, he's a smart guy. He'll have it.
You literally picked Immortalis off of, like...
Yeah, that was the best.
The name.
Yeah. And sometimes I can't just be like rolling the dice. I can't. It's gonna be cheese all over my keyboard, right? If I burger flip every prediction. So I gotta align with the brain sometime, and I can be wrong every other time.
I'm pretty sure my prediction rate is actually terrible.
Absolutely dog.
So for everyone at home, for the broadcast team, we tend to like keep track of predictions during the majors.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not as bad as Smacks. Smacks barely has like I think like a 25% chance at this point.
Wow.
Maybe it's a little bit
higher.
So
bad.
But yeah, mine is actually I think 50%. I'm gonna ask production to give me those numbers if you can. I know they're somewhere. I don't have access to the stats page because stats are boring. Stats are for nerds.
Except for the stats that make you look good at predictions. That's the other stat you need.
Yeah, of course. That one. Those are the ones we need. Those are the important ones.
Makes sense. Usually I do predictions by seeding, but I didn't know seeding for this qualifier. It's hard when it's a lot of more unknown teams, right? So, I just had to copy the homework, as you can see there on screen. And you know what? We're both right. We had faith. Say it 1 game 1. We're geniuses.
So far, what if they reverse sweep? You have no faith? You have little faith for Red Zone?
Oh, I have faith. There was a ton of good glimmers in that game. I mean, that J4 game looked really nice. I think, like, you just kind of ran out of options. Like, I don't know if you had a plan against Yuumi or you just forgot or there's other things that were more important to you, but you just can't give people Yuumi. Like, especially if the team is going to show that many different ways of executing with the champion, and Kansu is going to play that well on it. Like, you can test the waters a little bit. Obviously, not every team's going to play Yuumi. It fell through literally both games in our first qualifier that we had on stream, but that's going to be the exception, not the rule. And the rule is you ban Yuumi.
Every time. You ban Yuumi. We got stats. Thank you to Lena
Let's go, Lena.
For this. Yuumi actually have the same percentage. We're 57% smart.
Let's go.
We're 4 and 3 on our predictions for the majors. So I think we're doing a good job. This obviously makes sense. We're in synergy in that way. And talking a little bit about like people, the player aspect, I guess. There's been so many times talking with players and talking with teams where they're just like, yeah, we just came into the day and like it was our first game of the day. We kind of forgot that this champion existed, or like we're like on a patch, and so, oops. Like we know for next time. Now game 2, hopefully, like Yumi's either banned. I don't think there's much of an answer in my opinion, unless you're grabbing Garen. So,
yeah. I think so. I mean, this is another good reminder for people, like especially in the qualifiers. Like these are pug teams, these are friends, these are like burgeoning teams, right? Wild Rift's a very young esports in NA, which is super exciting, but like probably like the overwhelming majority of teams do not have a coach. That is just normal. That is how esports, exactly. That's how esports started. You got enough gamers, got enough brains up in there for the 5 players to go. You don't need extra brains. So yeah, like you may genuinely just be like, oh yeah, I forgot to do basic draft prep, which would tell us to ban Yuumi every game on red side, right? That is something that is, I'm sure, true for teams across the world as kind of they build up their Wild Rift scenes. So it could very well much be like, oh yeah, I forgot. Or like, it starts with Y. It's like all the way down the bottom of the list. It takes ages to get there.
You gotta get through all of like the 120 or so. You're just like, dude, I don't want to do all that. I just want to just ban the other champions. Who cares? And there's no like, this is not like Clash, right? Where you could see like, okay, that's as far. That's usually how I do draft prep for like Clash and stuff, or like if I'm playing in like a tournament. We're just like, what is your most played champion? Do I hate you for playing that champion? Like, are you a Fizz player? Do I want to deal with that? Do I think Fizz is strong? No, but do I want to play against it?
No.
Like, if I see like if I'm up against Pastry and he's like 10 games, 20 games on Rakan mid, do I really want to play against the guy that like? Do I know the Rakan matchup? No. Do I want to play that? Definitely not. Get this guy out of here. We're gonna get him on his third best champion. Put him on like Orianna or something.
Yeah, I unfortunately, because of the general timing of esports broadcasts, I've never played in Clash, which is very sad for me because I love playing in tournaments. It's actually how I started. Like in League, I was like played local tournaments in Australia that were online. Really fun. Obviously, didn't do very well, but it was a ton of fun. But I have played in like internal tournaments every now and then when I've had time. And I remember getting 5 different mid laners banned against me in one game, and that felt pretty good.
Perfect. Look at that. This is your backstory. You can see all the cool posters. You also have LCS going on at the same time, so this is perfect.
It's like right out over there.
You're like, I'm in the LCS. I'm there. We also are inside the draft. We're here, boys.
Let's go.
We've made it.
Axe still trapped in the kitchen, but that's fine. I left Kangus's place.
Nope.
No?
You could have also just said, it is my kitchen. They stole it from me.
Got it.
This is my kitchen. These are pictures of me.
Oh, okay.
These are pictures
All right, let's set the record straight. Wild Rift viewers, we love you all. As a reminder, Auk's kitchen, no one else's.
If I can cast WNS from my kitchen, you can come play these qualifiers
exactly
from your house.
Exactly.
Perfect.
Just have good Wi-Fi and don't drive anywhere in the middle of your matches, please. Be responsible. Sit in one place with the good Wi-Fi and play your games one at a time.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all we ask. And please sign up as you could be on stream. Just like these two teams, Red Zone and Saints, back at it again. Saints up 1-0, looking pretty good. Fiora's left through the draft, though. Yuumi also got banned, which you love to see. But Fiora been let through. This is just one of those champions that, like, everyone plays now. It's just the jungler to play.
Yes, I'm okay with Fiora getting through. Like there's that list of champions that you personally don't want to play against. Trendemir's on my list. Fiora is definitely, I'm okay with this champion. I'm like, okay, look, it's obnoxious, yes, but there are ways that we can play around it. There are things we can do to kind of mitigate it. And definitely takes a lot of resources, similar in vein to the Jax. So you're going to want to see what Saints can build around them. They already have the Ziggs for a little bit of a poke comp, so want to see them start building up that tank front line, get the boys in front, and let Ziggs, Fiora clean up team fights.
Yeah, I also think just based on last game, either Icy or Nori should be just fine on a mage. Obviously, Ziggs is primarily seen in bottom lane in Wild Rift, but I think both of them have shown proficiency on mages, so I liked it. They're just taking a strong poke pick and seeing where they can kind of plug it in. Camille is the next pick there alongside Jax, though, so top side is likely done for Red Zone. You could see maybe Jax shift down towards the bottom half of the map, but very likely these are the 3 champions going top, mid, and jungle in some capacity.
And so now we see here for Red Zone is they do have a lot of assassins, which is typically the way that you want to try and break down Ziggs compositions. And so what else are we going to see from them? Because they still need a little bit of damage. They still need a marksman, and with Varus being taken away, that's usually the answer as well. Now you're going to start to get into some of the other AD carry pools. I wonder if they're going to try and ban Ugly's Ezreal again and maybe say, like, this is not necessarily like a champion that kind of counters ours, but is just like we've seen this guy in solo queue. His Ezreal is not something we want to put him on non-comfort.
Yep.
Kaisa is still, I think, decent here.
Maybe Saint have done the Clash at work, they do know the most played one too. It is in fact Varus Ezreal banned again. So we may be onto something there. Ugly maybe going to fall back to Kaiser as kind of the third string, but we'll see what else is maybe in the tank.
Yeah, they still need some crowd control. They obviously have so much damage outside of Red Zone. Akali, Jace, these are champions that are going to be very good at going in and taking out a backliner like the Ziggs. but they need someone who can maybe lock them down for a little bit, hold Fiora in place. If you can kind of like stiff arm them as like the little brother, you're just like holding them off at distance, that's fine. That's all you got to do.
It's Lee Sin. Oh wait, that means it's not Fiora at jungle. Interesting. All right.
It could be Lee Sin top. It could be Lee Sin barrel lane.
No.
I don't think it will be.
No.
But you never know. People are crazy.
People are. There's Lucian though. That's something we've actually been asking for. Ugly going to take that champion in the 2v2. Curious what they want to pair it with here up against the presumed Ziggs. And maybe the Ziggs Gragas. We've seen quite a bit of Gragas support as well. I know that's a Yikes special. Obviously not here in this tournament. Already on through to the major. We'll see what happens here though. Last pick for Red Zone. Going to have to be the bottom laner is Alistar. Going to be the selection once more.
Yeah, a lot of the enchanters already gone taken away, right? Lucian or Nami's gone, Lulu's gone. Next up, I think, is going to be taking. Yeah, exactly. The Alistar's there. I was wondering if maybe we would get some like. I know we've seen a little bit of it, and it hasn't been the biggest success. Leona, I think, would also do really well as like a way to kind of mitigate that. And there she is.
There you go.
She's like, I don't care about your front line. I'm just going to throw down an ultimate. Perfect.
Yeah, I like it. This is really nice here for Kansui, and obviously a big departure from the Yuumi that they looked great on in the game at number 1. So. Yeah. We'll see what happens, because it is a little bit brittle on the Red Zone side as far as their champions go. Lots of damage, lots of dive, but Alistar's got to do a lot of like linebacker work to protect these very squishy champions if you can't get those first kills.
As long as him and Camille can kind of set up a good front line between the two, tactical sweep into something like the Alistar combo is really deadly. But you're going to be trading a lot. You're going to be sending Gragas, who's mid lane here for IC, and Leona to lock up a Jace and Lucian. Very, very difficult. This is going to mitigate the mid lane matchup a lot. And, surprisingly enough, this is a good matchup for IC. The Gragas barrel is almost the entirety of the Akali Shroud, so good luck, brother. You're not escaping that one.
I like it. I mean, I've been playing League for a very long time. AP Gragas has a very special place in my heart. Don't see it too often. I'm very curious how IC is going to approach this game, because even among the Gragases we see in the WNS, there's a lot of center Gragas, and they build Roa first, and then build tech items after that. There's obviously IC's kind of priced into building AP, because you are an additional magic damage threat, but also you're a mid laner, you kind of naturally want to build damage and kill people, because that's what your role typically does. And with Electrocute and Ignite in the mid lane, it is definitely not a Aftershock, we play safe kind of 1v1. It's I'm gonna make your life miserable situation.
Anytime AP Gragas is viable, that is all he does. He just makes 1 to 2 people's lives the absolute worst. Typically it's marksman, so I have a really deep connection with this kind of champion play. But I think the reason we've been seeing kind of differences in Gragas so far is before Gragas, like you said, had some different item builds. He could go AP with the Roa, could go a little bit more tanky with some Dead Man's Plate from the support position, but recently he's got a ton of armor added to his kit. And so I think a lot of the North American players are seeing this as my time to go damage.
Yeah. Nice roam there, by the way, from Kansui. Nails the Zenith Blade, but no follow-up there. Still, the matchup is going kind of as you'd expect. Akali's early levels are pretty trash, as a general rule, and that is no exception against a champion like Gragas.
So, question that I don't know if we'll be able to answer. Do you notice that Camille doesn't have flash?
Oh,
that may be important. I don't know if Saints know that, but we have God Vision, so we know that. That may end up being something they can punish if Camille ever gets caught out of position. But it looks like it's going to be
why is Lee Sin so good in the game? Camel with I see this all the time, and every time I see it, I'm like, A, how do you click the buttons that quickly? And B, why is that so broken? The Tempest flashes that these Lee Sins do to basically nail a slow instantly is absolutely filthy. It's great combo in the bottom side of the map. No flash needed here in the bottom half here, as that's the call going in, and First Blood is so close, Elk, but it's not enough.
Oh, he just barely gets out. Kansui's living on a wing and a prayer there. No flash, like you said. They blew it out of the mid lane matchup as well, so things to take note of. Can either team punish the summoner disadvantage? They really want to get this plate, but early game, not enough damage. You also have Icy making his roam down here as well, trying to make up for it. Ooh, that was really spicy. The fact that we haven't gotten first blood between both of the lanes on the opposite side of the map is crazy.
I also love the roams from both mid laners. Really effective in both cases, although not converting. Cameldo back to the scene of the crime. Has the kick now in the top side of the map, but not going to be able to connect with any more damage. Super Cali is going to stay alive for now.
Camel's like, if I had Flash there, I'd kick Flash him into my team, and the highlight Twitch clip is coming fast.
Certainly is.
Man, unlucky. We've got some time here, Pastry. You got about a minute. They've already swapped over their dragon lanes into the mid lanes. It's typically what we've been seeing, as they just want to have access to the rest of the map. You want to also give Akali the solo lane. That isn't necessarily going to be as punishing, but we need to see some wards there, as you already see Camel is down on this side of the map. Potentially, after they come back from a reset, you can look to try and kill her since she doesn't have Flash.
Certainly can, as we can report that Camille has the Flash cooldown returned. Now has it ready for the next objective fight. That's going to be up in about 30 seconds or so. But a lot of initiative here in the mid lane. That's basically like what this first fight often turns into. It's like, what trade do you want? Like, which objective do you want? And how much can you push the mid lane to get access to said objective? And you're going to see a lot of this, a lot of back and forth.
Well, man, this is the one part of, like, I'm like a, I wouldn't say a League purist. I do like playing like some funky stuff. Like, I've been playing a lot of Karthus on PC.
Yep.
I'm waiting for him to be added to League, to Wild Rift. I just need him. But this is like, I want to play more laning phase. I don't want to play like me go mid, me clear wave, walk into river and hope to look for a team fight. I'm here to. I want to play marksman, and seeing mages down here, it personally hurts me.
Well, it looks like Rift Herald is the objective of choice for Red Zone. They're actually going to move their way over there, but Saint are ready to scuffle. Icy going to be a little late, but not so late that you have to worry about it too much. And actually just going to push them out here, get the crab vision, which is always a good thing to see when you're trying to take control of an objective. Going to let the ocean hang out. I guess neither team is springing for the ocean Drake quite so quickly. And we'll back away, actually. No need to even go for the objective, because you don't think the enemy's going to take it.
Yeah, Red Zone, they know as long as Lucian is mid lane, the Rift Herald damage, the objective damage, is not going to be incredibly high for Red Zone. So they want to kind of try and keep eyes on, and especially for a team that has Ziggs, Rift Herald gains a little bit more priority than I think usually does, as Seduce able to knock him right back into the pit. But this is a leash here. Supercalifragic is here. Everybody's ready to team fight. Icy on the flank, potentially, coming from mid.
That scene has played max distance there, as Camille is going to dash away. Seduce very low. Now getting into the waiting arms of Camel's Lee Sin as Fiora diving on through. That's going to be a kill there for the Fiora, resetting for a bit of extra health as Icy dipping around mid as Akali's trying to find an assassination, but Akali has got nothing left but R2, and everyone's flashing in. No one connects with their skill shot, though, and Akali's going to get away, but still 2 kills there for Saint.
Okay, and now Saints are going to be able to start this up. They should be able to finish this in time that they can move over. They have Ugly for the side of Red Zone starting up the Drake. Can Icy and Ziggs get there in time? If they interrupt this, Red Zone are in a massive pit in terms of what they're able to do this game.
Camille, though, down here as well, but the dragon has reset, so that is the time that Saint need to reset back, and Icy's just going to keep them all zoned out. In fact, they're going to try and crack mid now, using the extra time that Red Zone tried to take to steal that dragon away. It's Nori low, but not dead. The Ignite's there. It is enough. Arc with the correct calculation, as that's a trade back there for Red Zone.
Okay, important kill there for Red Zone. They not only get that, it's only 2 plates going away. The mid turret is still standing. I don't know if they're going to be able to still get this dragon. Lee Sin is still incredibly dangerous. A good zone there from the side of Seduce, and this Jace means Saint lose out a ton. This is a pretty good swing in terms of the tempo of the game. They would have lost so much if Saint got their way with it.
Instead, they do lose the first dragon, and we have a very spicy second one up out, because it is going to be Infernal. Crown Prince, though, gonna go in here alongside Konsu with another great ulti, and that's such a free kill. My goodness.
That guy just got gamered on 100%. Yep. He got hit with the solar flare, and at that point, take your hands off the phone, sir. It's not looking good. Akali as well. Maybe be feeling some pressure here from Icy. Does have a full combo ready to hit this Akali.
Mid lane,
Oh!
oh my goodness, Nori with the ulti, lets it rip in mid lane, gets a kill already, and down the bottom side, it's Akali who's gonna get the kill. Lee's gonna grab a second tier, but mid got away with one in the bottom half of the map in the 1v2. Very nice to see.
Saints, they're like, okay, the play bot lane didn't work. Let's try it again. Let's get more people down here.
Ooh.
Camel's ready.
No, nowhere to go. Very nicely done. Nori
Okay.
gonna go ahead and scoop it up. Kansui on fire again, by the way.
Oh, this Leona's looking good. Nori's doing damage as well. Even though Black Camel was not able to find that kill, it's still just fantastic stuff from them. A line of plays for Saints that ends up netting them a massive gold swing in their favor. And with that mid-tier turret going down, Camille is now in economy mode. You know, like when your phone gets like 20% and it's low power mode?
Yep.
That's Camille.
Yep. We'll see what happened here in the mid lane, actually, because Ziggs, just killed the tower, and Camille went in, and Ziggs said no.
Nope. Here's a satchel bomb. And this is typically what we tend to see with AD carries, right? Like, if my AD carry is able to do damage and yours is not, I will 9 times out of 10 be able to win a fight. Ziggs was unabated in that last one, and that just means they're able to get more and more. Structures are falling across the map. Red Zone are unable to answer, especially with how short range they can tend to be. You're talking about playing around an Alistar, playing around your Camille. Otherwise, not much doing for you on the map.
Oh,
nice
what
combo!
a banger! That's such a good combo
What?
for Icy! And that's gonna be a kill, the Ignite's enough!
Icy! This guy's got the Crit Maker's glove. He's just like, I spotted lethal from a mile away. AP Gragas, baby!
That was really sick. It does indeed confirm that Icy is building damage this game. You love to see it. My goodness.
I need a highlight reel of that one. That one's definitely going in the post-game reel. 1000%.
Please.
Please, I need it. That was such a good combo from Icy. Let's get chased.
Oh no, tragedy.
Okay, well, look, it's everything is now balanced, right? For every one good play, you end up dying. It happens. Someone's got to go down. Uh-oh.
Ooh, speaking of, Stasis can only save it for so long. We'll dodge the Ziggs bomb, but not the incoming Fiora damages. It's going to be 2 for the price of 1 there for Saint as Kansui locks down the second. And Ugly, no wave, but not that safe as Lee Sin solo kills the enemy mid laner.
Ugh.
Okay.
Kali just like was in Shroud, and then you know, we're talking about Lee Sin earlier.
Not
Lee
in
Sin's like,
Shroud.
Tempest, done. I see you. I'm turning the lights on.
I think I figured out why that 1v1 went so badly.
Okay, I'm ready.
Camel, unbeknownst to me until just this moment, has 9,000 gold. That is more than everyone else, including his own teammates, by more than 1,000.
You know,
The very Fedley.
I would say those are good analytics. Those are some good stats to use.
I just didn't realize until now. As Kansui once again heat-seeking Zenith Blades here, but Camel's gonna find the next Solar Flare. He's gonna get the sun in the Jace's eyes as Camel is gonna make it kill number 10 on the board. As they're gonna keep on counting his Ziggs bomb to charge on in. Mid's gonna go. Ignite is there, but they flash in to finish it off at the double killers. Alistar finds a beautiful combination, but it is a triple for Camel going godlike here at just past 10.5 minutes, Alk.
They're wishing that the patch that got rid of the sunglasses nerf for Leona was still available. The -1 true damage maybe could have helped there. They're coping a little bit. The damage dealers on the side of Red Zone just kind of tickled all of Saints. They weren't able to do all that much. And so they're zoning them away from this dragon. Kansui knows what his job is. He's like, I'm not going to do anything on this dragon. Just keep Camille out.
And it's exactly what happened. They keep him out after winning an absolute riot of a team fight there in the top half of the map. They grab the Infernal. Red Zone feel good about the first dragon, but feel really bad about losing the second one. Because when that first dragon happened, that game was kind of still within distance. And now this, 11,000 gold up for Saint?
It feels like a whole different game, right? Like we've crossed into 2 different eras. It's like you went from Florida, and you're like, oh, I'm in Georgia, and then all of a sudden, boom. I'm in New Jersey. It's just like you cross into a whole different territory at that point. Well,
we'll see if Red Zone can get out, because it's going to be tough here in this series. Saint already up a game, of course. Kansui continuing to look for angles as Icy has finished up the Lit Bane, so I'm looking for more highlights out of the Gragas, but for now they'll steal the red buff. It's a good start to any situation, as Nori's going to scoop that one up and be even more annoying in the sieges.
Oh, the Rift Herald as well. Good luck to the side of Red Zone. You've already lost all of your jungle camps. Who are you putting gold onto? Oh, Akali's here! Wait, what?
Mid is popping, looking for a kill here. Did use the ulti already. There's the ulti out of Gragas. So Camille going to try and lock him up. A super Qualifier Nori, but Camel is going to defend the teammates as Icy's already gotten a kill, but Kansui did go down. It's Icy low, but not dead to mid just yet, as Camel's legendary, and he's just going to kill actually everyone, as it turns out. I mean, what can you do? Sedu's going to try and pop him away. That's a good start, but GA, absolute rampaging Lee Sin with way too much AD, is going to continue to be legendary. As Akali's in the shroud, Lee Sin's hunting, mid's gonna get out, but Camel just took over that fight. 3 for 1, just barely getting the support, and make it 4 for 1 at the end of the day, Alk.
Black Camel, there you go. Put your name down on this game. He's like, I'm not messing with anybody. You gave me my Lee Sin. We got a replay of what exactly just happened. I was like really surprised because I saw Akali just come in from like off screen, off stage left. She just like instantly swept into this. And this is looking good. We're talking about a lot of the gold lead being on this Lee Sin. Well, having him only focus one member throughout the Zonias did buy a lot of time for the side of Red Zones. But as soon as Lee Sin comes in, you aptly said it on the call there. Lee Sin just actually kills everyone.
Yeah, pretty much. Missed one kill at the end of it all, but did manage to get the Akali at the end of the day. Feeling pretty good now at 10-0-3. Ye old Camel. Once again showing off his skills, moving towards a potential major qualification. As Kansui is just locking everybody down. Nobody's let out alive. We'll get there. Camel gonna get that kill. Kansui back in. This time a little bit more reckless, but you know what? You can hit him with the wallet and get a little bit more ambitious with your business transactions when you are this far ahead. No other kills though, but no deaths either somehow.
There is absolutely no corporate mundo this game. Crown Prince, he's trying to get out. Maybe mid goes for it, but decides against it. They've lost an inhibitor now. They've also continued to bleed out more and more kills and objectives. Saints are going to put the finishing touches on this game as they continue to just wipe structures away from the side of Red Zone, take all of their jungle camps, and make sure that they're starving for golden experience.
Yep, on the precipice of another sweep, but we're not there yet. Red Zone's still hanging out, but that may, unfortunately for them, just be more time for Camel to pad the KDA. Has now 3,000 gold more than Nori, who's the richest on his... Oh, sorry, Crown Prince is there. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's only 2,000.
It's only 2,000. It's only 8,000 over your jungle counterpart. Is this game going to convince you, Pastry, to add to your mid lane repertoire? Because we've already talked about some of your support shenaniganeries that happens in that lane. Are we going to see Gragas added to your?
Oh, absolutely, yes. Icy has inspired me to play Gragas mid in Wild Rift. This seems like the best thing ever. All I want is for Icy to keep alley-ooping people, but unfortunately, I just don't think it matters. I think he could blindly, spin his mobile around and, hit the buttons, and I think Camel would still carry the next team fight. So just looking real good here in this second game as well.
He just pops, he gets the pop socket out, lays it on the table, and he's just, spinning his phone like a baby. Go for it! Go! Spin, spin, spin!
Maybe get a kill. He hits him on the ulti, you never know. Oh, that's just brutal. Camille trying to go in, maybe steal the Cloud Dragon, but not worth your life, as I see in the 1v3. Already popped the ulti, though, so you can see as Seduce's health is likely the culprit of that cooldown not being available. Kansui on the hunt. Does he miss?
Wow.
I don't think I've seen him miss. I see with the follow-up as well. Nori popped the ulti. Oh, didn't even want to do it. Just gets the kill instead.
And they're now just doing Baron with the two members.
Ah, of course.
Fiora and Leon are just doing it. Ugly's here.
Ugly, I like the look. He's going for Nori, but the stasis is perfect. Alistar combo, though, does get 3 on the knockup. It's the exhaust onto IC, but Kansui is going to kite away as the Baron goes down. And oh, that's what they were doing.
Oh, well, there's 2 members gone. I wonder if they had recall up there, and they are now purple cloaked. God, this one hurts. This one hurts the soul, Pastry, as Red Zone looking to take an early exit here in the first qualifier, or the 5th qualifier here for Major 3. It's got to be, you got to be hopeful, but, even their marksman, who's, we're talking about Ugly having to kind of show up, having to be the solution, do a lot more damage, is the closest in terms of itemization, maybe alongside Akali. He brought up a PD in this game. The Phantom Dancer provides a shield, which is just not straight up damage. It's not going to help mitigate or kind of even up a lot of these fights. Mid going in,
Yeah,
I don't know
Camel
about this
getting
one.
fancy. Mid, they're already committing a few too many cooldowns, and Kansui is hunting. They are going to get the Q connection from Camel.
Look at him!
Doesn't miss a flight, goes into stasis, and now just flashing on as Ziggs has killed Ali already. They're going to break the mid here as well. Jason, Trouble, Super Cali going to get felled as Saint are going to charge into one more Nexus. Camel, is he going to even lose the GA in this fight? Because he definitely wants to kill everybody before the game ends, but it's not going to matter. Camel will live to tell the tale. No deaths and way too many kills as Saint will take the 2-0 sweep through this quarters.
Get Camel the Star Player Award
Correct.
stat.
Yep, as soon as humanly possible, production.
And check his frequent flyer miles.
Yep.
Immediately. Because that Sonic wave went from one lane to another. We saw Flash. Camille's like, I gotta get away. Lee Sin's like, I do not care. I'm coming with you, buddy.
Yep. Queued all the way into the
like
semifinals, which is where they are now.
Perfect. It's just like Yumi, you know, he connects to one person, and maybe the voice lines are a little bit different between the two, but like you said, he Lee Sin kicked his team into semifinals. Can they make it to top 2? That is the important part. Top 4 is nice, top 2 qualifies you for the major.
Yep, that's where all these teams, of course, are going to have their eyes on, is going to be that final, but Camel definitely earning the Star Player Award. They're not quite eking out Nori for the damage numbers, but that is Lee Sin, the jungler, versus Ziggs, the gold-hungry 80 carry. Well, 80 mage, I guess, at this point, or bottom lane mage, whatever. It's too hard. Dragon lane mage, it's fine. Don't worry what it is. But yeah, Camel, as you said, definitely a player we've seen kind of in the WNS, kind of in the mix, is a very exciting player to look out for, and kind of demonstrating why in both these games.
I mean, there's not much to add to this game. This game is Lee Sin diff the whole time. It got close, right? Like we talked about, they got the first Ocean Drake, the team fight looked good, and then like kind of like snuck up on us. You never really think of Lee Sin as like a sneaky champion, not very stealthy for the most part, especially with how loud some of his voice lines can be. He's just like, you talked about it, you're like, why does he have 10,000 gold? Why is he like 13-0? Wait a minute, this is not exactly. He kind of just like got under the radar there.
Yeah, and kind of the gold graph is actually a bit more of a, we had it before, but it's not there right now, but it was kind of like a gradual dip, but it got rapidly out of control. Like, it was an exponential lead that got built here by Saint, and kind of to, like, bring up Red Zone, like, that's in some ways a good thing, right? You didn't, like, make one big mistake and the game snap open, but you do need to find ways into the game to keep your gold lead up. We'll go back, though, to Camel, 76% KP, 28% damage from the jungle on Lee Sin.
I love it. I love to see it. I think a common criticism that I've even levied against some of the teams in the qualifier is, okay, you won dominating games. Now we got to see you do it against some of the better teams, right? But honestly, I think I speak for a lot of players here. When you get a win, sometimes you just got to say, we take those. We're going to take a win like that. Like, that is, hey, we got Lee Sin. We may not get these against some of the other teams, but when we do, we need to show that we're also proficient on it, right? You also got to show that you can play these champions so far. And I mean, yeah, they're like almost 20,000 gold up. Lee Sin is like 10,000 of that. So there's not much to say. The game got done and dusted thanks to this thanks to Camel.
Hostile takeover from Camel's Lee Sin there. Now owns 51% of the gold in the game.
Trying to think
of the lead.
Oh man, Renata's not even in this game yet. We can't make hostile takeover quite yet.
No, that's true. No, we'll get there. But for now, we'll also get ourselves to a breakout because we have more quarterfinals coming up. It's been sweeps all day. We'll see if our next quarterfinal is any different. We've got more best of threes coming up after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the WNS. It's been a fun day so far. Our kids are trying to qualify a couple teams into Major 3. We are basically playing a top 8 elimination bracket all weekend long now. We had 9 teams show up. We have 8 teams in. We now have 6 teams remaining. 2 in the semifinals and 4 left to play the remaining 2 quarterfinals, as we are up to our third of 4 matches today. Curious to see how this one's going to go, because again, it is sometimes one-sided affairs. It has been sweeps all day so far, and one of our next teams is quite good, as we've seen from their performance, and a team that is, I think, getting to the point where they can start to maybe, punch through some of the more known quantities in the majors themselves. So obviously, the first thing to do is to actually qualify for said major.
Yeah, Reflection so far have shown a lot of great games. Even throughout the last major, we didn't actually get to see it. They were on a lot of the off-stream games, unfortunately so, but they took games off of Immortals. They definitely pushed Tribe in a certain circumstance, so I kind of want to see what else we can get from this team. Even if the Immortals players, they're going to complain and be like, we just, picked Yasuo by accident because Ethan's internet, whatever. I'm going to take that as, a gold star if you're a Reflection player. You're like, I don't really care. You got to play with what you got. And yeah. Seeing as you're the #1 team in North America, I'm going to take that win. And then pushing Tribe obviously is important, as any team that is kind of looking to try and break into top 4. That's another name that you have to try to kind of go for. So Reflection going against one of the teams that actually just ended up not making it, or one of the teams that had to face in the top 9, right? We had the 8 and 9 seed coin flip in Solidarity.
Yep. So kind of as we've been alluding to, this is the format for and how we're getting ourselves to Major 3 here for Wild Rift in North America. There are 2 qualifiers, one this weekend, one next weekend. Funny how that works. Typically, day 1 would be 64 team style groups. We did not have a group stage today because we didn't have enough teams show up. So if you're out there and you're interested in playing some competitive Wild Rift, sign up. It's a great time. Maybe we'll cost your games. And it's one of those things where you really cannot get better without the experience. And tournaments are a very fun experience, even if you unfortunately bow out early. So typically, day 2 would be a top 8 single elim bracket. But because of the number of teams, we just made that bracket start today. And that's why we have all the quarterfinals happening. And of course, once you get to the major, if you can qualify, top 2, as a reminder, from this event are going to qualify over on to that major. There is some nice dosh at stake. Alc Battery. Some decent money on the line. Not only, the first 2 fourth prizing, 15K for the major, but those big side prizes as well for the teams that don't finish quite so high. So there is money up for grabs everywhere.
If you're like, oh no, I can't make top 4, first of all, get rid of that mindset. You want to try and
exactly
think that you can make the push. And most of the times, hey, maybe you might do something surprising. But the side prizes, you see right there on your screen, 1,000 for each position. Each of the majors we've been doing a most improved player, predominantly for the teams that are not within the top 4 of that event. And so giving 1,000 to individual players is super nice. You could share it with your team. You can also just use $1,000 to buy every skin in Wild Rift.
There you go.
You could do with that as you will.
Perfect. That's exactly what you want. So you're a decent high-level player thinking about it. Maybe get some friends together, find some other players in similar spots to you, get a team together, see what happens, and if you make it to the major, hey, you might not make top 4, but might walk home impressing us all, looking good, getting your name out there in the competitive scene, and with $1,000 extra, that's a pretty good win overall.
Yeah. Instead of top 4, you can have pastry time. You can even have the illustrious Esports TJ say your name.
Ooh, yes.
Honestly, especially with his accent, sometimes I just into Wild Rift games just to hear him say, Dimitri, you need to go in. I can't. My impersonation is not great. I can't do that.
That was not bad, actually. I kind of liked it.
I got the intonation of it, I think, correct.
Yeah. We'll workshop it. You definitely got the sassiness, I am upset at you, but I'm trying to express that in a constructive way. You definitely got the demeanor there. So have a look at our rosters for this third matchup. We are going to start with Team Reflection, Extubate, Boom, Osu, Blanks, and KT coming up clutch with the pictures.
We got pictures.
Let's go.
Finally. We talked about this earlier today.
Good
it's been
work,
so hard.
Players. It has been hard.
Just the branding, we're trying to help players brand as well. We're hero building, trying to make sure that all these players, Extubate and KT, Major 1 most improved players for the Baron and support role. And now they have pictures. It used to just be KT. This is how you build your brand as a player, guys. Get your face out there, get your name out there, stay on one name. Please do not role swap.
Oh, yes.
Swap.
Please do that.
Worst.
All right, well, John in the mid lane there for Coin Flip Gaming, who are going to be their opponents. Rygos, Rome, Price, and Haha OP Roll, rounding it out. I am curious if that is a support main, because this happens too, right? Where players will swap roles around. Like sometimes you're like, oh, we have a team and we don't have Spot. You want to play Spot now? But to be fair, I think the role's pretty good, so that's kind of reasonable, I will say. But obviously, Reflection are the known quantity, and they will be favored coming into this series. So honestly, Coin Flip Gaming, if you give us 3 games, our first time for today, that's going to be a win. If you win, that is a earth-shattering upset in North American Wild Rift. And they already got the Yuumi, so I'm scared.
Oh, they got Yuumi, they got Pantheon, we're going in. There's just no other way. There's no back button, there is no reverse. We're just going straight forward. There's the thing with their mouse pads or like their little movement thing on Wild Rift is you can only go to the right side of the screen, so there's a little bit of an issue. Recalling's very prevalent with this strategy.
Well, we'll see what happens here. I will say, like, yes, giving Yuumi away is often not something we recommend, but if you believe you are the significantly better team in Reflection, at least coming into the first game, right, if they don't know too much about their opponents, should believe they are the best team in this qualifier, and certainly in this quarterfinal, maybe give it a go. See what happens. See if there's something you've been cooking up to try and battle against Yuumi that will be effective here, because you can get some decent practice against that. You know, I don't recommend it necessarily because, like, there's not that many games to play and Yumi's really powerful. But look, if there's ever a time to have some fun, it is going to be earlier rather than later in a tournament like this when you're trying to qualify your team back to the major.
Surely, right? Like, it's a best of 3. You can always try things. And like you were saying, if you think the skill gap between your team is wide enough, no champion is going to fix that. Like you can play like Garen, Yuumi, Zed, and that will not fix the fact that you have just better players, or you believe that you are the better player than your opponent. So a lot of the game, some part of the game is just playing with confidence, like believing that you will just win this matchup, depending on what you do. And as we get towards the end of the draft here, for CFG, put frontliners in like Lucian does not kill tanks very fast.
Nope.
Fiora can do that, but she's very susceptible to crowd control once her riposte is gone, and so champions like Garen are very, very good at disrupting that.
Yeah, looks like we have a Baron laner to go for Coin Flip. We'll see what they want to select there after taking the Ori there. Well, Janna in mid lane, that'll be a fun one to figure out during the game. We'll see how Reflection want to finish off though, because Blank's is looking to kill people by the looks of things. He's playing Lucian alongside Thresh and this Yuumi. So maybe that's the thing they have cooked up to try and beat up in the 2v2. Because Yumi's laning is definitely, you know, you're good at healing your enemy AD, but that's kind of all you do. So if your enemy AD takes too many bullets to the face, not going to go well. Oh my god, it's the Yasuo angle.
Oh!
I told you we're going to get one.
We should have made a bingo for today. We need to make a bingo for tomorrow. Everybody who's watching, you'll be in on this joke, but we have now a bingo set up where we got Yasuo, that's check. Okay.
Yep.
Today's been made. Thankfully for you, at least, they've already have a Yuumi, so there will be no Janna. And Yuumi actually does a surprising amount of damage in lane. This champion does not mess around. It's a little bit harder. Why is there a Rammus?
And where is the Rammus going? I guess it's the jungler and Pantheon's the Baron laner, but oh boy. Look, I mean, there's a lot of AD champions on Reflection's side.
Sure.
Like,
there's only AD champions. It's true.
Correct. Rammus, though, not the best champion in Wild Rift. Malphite, available in Wild Rift. Also very good against AD champion. We've seen it before. Reasonable tape on the champion. Successful already. Rammus? No.
You're like Rammus, not a big fan, but Malphite, you can get so much value in this bad boy right here.
Exactly.
Get that bad boy on the Rift. You can afford him in the shop.
Now look, if Rome builds a lot of armor and gets ahead, it's gonna be great. Like this is either gonna be, oh, this is why we don't see Rammus in competitive, or the best Rammus game ever. And we already know why we don't see Rammus in competitive, so it's kind of a free roll. You know, we're gonna learn something, and hopefully it's a lot of fun for the Rammus player. Because if there's ever a spot to take it, this is the kind of game where you can pick Rammus.
I think 9 times out of 10, if we do our job right, I think the best Rammus game in the world will also be. This is why we don't see Rammus in competitive.
True.
I think Rammus, especially in the jungle. Now, as you may know, if you've been watching us, if you've been kind of paying attention to some of the other North American broadcast talent for the WNS, you'll know that we've been testing Rammus in a few different positions. To to mixed success. TJ keeps thinking that he won a game on Rammus support. Definitely wasn't with me. But it does work. There are spots where Rammus can be very good. Do I think it's as good as Malphite like you were saying? Definitely not. I think it, and especially in jungle, it just clears so slow.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of hurdles you have to kind of jump through before this champion really kicks it into overdrive.
The ult is really cool, though. I will say that. I forgot that they changed Rammus' ult because it happened so long ago now, but no one plays Rammus, like, ever. That I was like, damn, son, that ult's sick.
It's... Now, producers, if we could like just take a look at Rammus real quick, because I want to see what skin it is. Because if it's anything but the soccer skin,
it's over.
It's not really worth it. Because then you get like the little soccer ball in the middle when he does his ult. It just looks way better. Rammus ult also is very fast. Obviously, because it's based on movement speed, so it kind of just like slams that. It's base Rammus, man.
Oh no, man. Okay, so like just putting the like detective caps on real quick, does that give us like information? Is this an unexpected pick for Rome? You know, like does he not play a lot of Rammus? Because if you play a lot of Rammus, you would have a Rammus skin, right? That is not a common champion. You would have that skin with pride.
True.
Is base Rammus showing us that Rome is not a Rammus gamer and he's just going for it? Is that creep? Out for Ragos's life. But is gonna live and goes back for it too. That's bold. I would leave. Nice Q.
Nope,
but not gonna get the kill. He's a genius.
I love Honeyfruit in lane. It's one of the best things. Oh god, why are we're roaming level 3 on Yasuo?
Yeah, you know.
Rammus
gaming.
Rammus gaming.
Video gaming. Let's go! Oh no, there's too many enemy champions! Rome, and I like the encounter gank, but he just had nothing to pull back to. The Ignite's there, and oh no! It's a tragedy. It's first blood for Osu after that Rome.
Oh, the Armadillo is down. Call an ambulance. He's off the map. He's gone down. He's given up first blood. And we said the jungling was going to be really slow. He did a 3-camp clear, which is not typical of a lot of junglers, and we'll actually see that Boom just decided to do red buff Raptors and immediately went for a gank. So both junglers doing a little bit of a modified jungle camp clear. But for Rammus, he's like, well, now I lost red buff, and red buff was kind of like the one thing I had going for me. Like, I could do a little bit better auto attack damage. Gets the Bramble Vest, which is nice, but Reflection feeling very comfortable with this, especially Yasuo getting an early roam on this Orianna. Kind of a killer move from them. Yeah,
that's brutal. I mean, Yasuo, as we know, is like not the best early game champion in this game, so definitely sucks to have Yasuo get gold early, but looks like they are going to stay proactive, which I do like. Yasuo is level 5, and we have level 5 for Wukong here as well, so this is going to be another 1v4, and this is just so easy. Wukong spinning on in, and Osu just clicks R and finishes off the kill.
You know, Pastry, it's a great thing about Wild Rift. Not only is it fun, it's fast as Wild Rift, but it also, we're talking about, laning phase for Yasuo is typically not very strong. You have to wait for 2 items, yada, yada, yada. Well, this champion, the laning phase is like expedited. You spend 1 minute, I'm done, I'm level 5. Like 2 minutes in, cool, I'm level 5, I have ultimate. Maybe I've already backed and picked up some components for my Solari Charge Blade, but already off to an awesome roll here. Osu on this, Yasuo is just smurfing it.
Yeah, this is the thing that, like, whenever everyone tells me Yasuo is, like, not a good early game champion, I'm like, yeah, that's fine. But, like, your job early game isn't to, like, kill people.
Smash.
It's to click R on them when your teammates set you up. Like, that's all you do. You just click the button and, like, extend CC. Now, granted, if you bend your draft to play all horrible champions just to get knockups, then you have a problem. But when you play good champions that have knockups and also you have Yasuo, much easier to play the game.
I feel like if you just have good champions, you don't have Yasuo, you're just better off.
Maybe also true, which is the argument against Yasuo. But I'm just saying it's not all about the late game scale.
Sounds like the good champions exist without this guy, so maybe he is just not as important, which sucks, right? Like Yasuo players,
there's a lot of them.
As much disdain as maybe a lot of the community may have to some of them, they are still players at the end of the day. They still want to have fun. Even if their interactions are usually one-sided, like Yasuo, if I'm playing against Yasuo, I'm not having fun. I'm just getting straight up bodied. He's one-shotting me, even if he's 0-4, doesn't matter. But now for CFG, looking for coin flip gaming. they're going to have to do their namesake here. Because this Dragon, this Rift Herald, these objectives right now are probably going to be the most important for them. If they lose both of them, if they're not able to secure one of them, then Reflection just run over them for the rest of the game. The game's just done.
The cat is attached to the Ashe right now.
That's
and the
not
Ashe
good.
is very far away from this Rift Herald.
She's
and
walking.
in fact, they've actually given up on the Dragon just to go for this Rift Herald fight. We see this a lot, actually, where like you kind of wait for one team to commit, and they think you're trading, and you're like, haha! And you go to the other side and try and take the objective. So now the opposite has to happen with CFG, like, well, okay, we gave up one objective, so now we're going to run down and actually try and kill the objective we want, but now you're going to have to fight for it, which is going to be a problem, because Rygos is there, the arrow actually hits the Lucian, book there from Yumi's looking decent, but here comes the Wukong swinging on in, Osu clicks the button, and the Dragon does go to the Rammus, so that's a good start, but it is problems on the other side of the situation. 2 kills already over to Reflection.
Oh man, and they still end up getting this mid-tier 1 after dropping the Rift Herald. Really intelligent stuff coming out from Reflection for that. A little bit of takeaways from jungle camps in the meantime. And CFG, I know I set it up as, hey, if they get this objective, it's nice, but they didn't get it very cleanly. It took them a really long time. They blew some summoners, and importantly enough, more kills are going on to this Yasuo. Hopefully, Rygos, can you make it? Can you do it,
1v1, but Rammus is a very quick responder. Oh no, Osu's going for the outplay 1v1 and not going to make it at the end of the day. Very close, but that taunt is going to make it very easy.
Pastry, it's time.
Rammus
He's
gaming.
on the board.
Let's go!
Woo! Let's go, Rome! All roads lead to the Rammus this game. Can he make a difference? Jury's still out on that one, but potentially going for a dive here as well. Extirpate, a huge lane bully here on the
I
Jano.
am scared for Ori. Yep, okay, that was warranted. Extirpate with basically the solo kill, actually. I don't think Boom did anything other than hang out.
Boom used Flash, you know,
Okay,
it's
okay.
the I'm helping award.
What was what next button did he click off to Flash? That was the part I missed.
He hit the button that showed the scoreboard. He's like, yep, we're winning.
All right, we're good.
We're good. I'm playing
Flash
Wukong.
tab.
Flash, it's for the demoralization. It's like for the mental warfare. You're there to demoralize the opponent. As they're going in, Rammus.
Oh! It's
Yes!
working, Travis! Oh,
Let's go!
No, the honey fruit, are you kidding me? Oh, it's brutality! Saved by the fruit on the floor of Summoner's Rift.
This is
Very nicely done by
catastrophic.
Extirpate, by the way.
Yeah. He played that well, but who cares about that? We got a Rammus. It's Rammus game, and he's like, I'm gonna take the Krugs now. Okay. There's not much response.
Ooh, topside is problems here for Rygos in the 1v3. Not gonna live to tell the tale. It is thankfully, mercifully, Thresh that gets the kill, but still not good news. It's Reflection still stacking that gold lead. 8k up now.
Extirpate, still getting a little bit more gold in their back pocket, right? Just consistently putting more resources into the Fioras. Gotta feel nice for the side of Reflection. And honestly, they haven't really taken a losing lane in this one, right? Like, Osu got out of the laning phase very early on by opting into roams, was rewarded that way. And even though Blanks, someone who's playing Lucian, doesn't actually have to do all that much, considering how much action is happening in solo lanes.
Oh, that is so filthy there. Wukong with the angle. Osu follows up immediately, and the Yuumi is going to dance back over. Rome is not going to live, even with all the armor, even with the Yuumi attached, is not going to live to tell the tale as Rygos is going to go down next. It's a double kill there for the Fiora. Osu flashes in there. Go for it. They know the limits. That is the ace there for Reflection.
It's an 8.5 minute ace. They're walking down mid. They don't have a lot of minions in this mid wave. And so Price will try to clear this wave, try to defend their inhibitor turrets. But Reflection have all but ended this game at this point. They're just waiting to see like how long it's going to be before they can hit the Nexus. You got Dragon spawning, the second Rift Herald is available, so that should give them an avenue to end it. And now, like, look at Rammus, man. He's got Thornmail, but he just walked up on the saddest chicken nugget in the game.
Yeah,
Picked
just
it up, and he's like, well, there it is.
straight up powerball into it.
Boom. Powerball.
I mean, again, like, you get enough gold on the Rammus, you're going to cause some havoc, but
The late
you're not
game
going to get
Rammus.
that gold for a Yeah, I mean, look, no joke. In this comp, against this comp, the late game Rammus is real, but you're not getting to the late game. Oh my god, I remember that. The old Proto Belt Flay Yasuo combo.
Classic combo. A classic, timeless thing that you can do in any of your games.
I wish you could Proto Belt in League PC. Oh my god. Like, with the shoes, I mean.
Osu!
He's fine.
I miss Boot and Chance. I miss Boot and Chance a lot.
Same.
They were kind of boring, to be fair, right? Like, we had
Yeah.
Alacrity, which I think was, like, Summoner spell cooldown.
Correct.
Price.
And
Okay,
Home Guard,
good
which was
hiding.
just the best
Oh!
one.
Ah!
Wait,
I
Rum?
just-
He's in there.
I just saw Ori shockwave themselves. That was the
Ah.
ultimate sombrero. That one scared me.
Okay.
Speaking of Boot and Chance,
Yes.
I do like Protobell a lot.
It's
much
so
more
good.
fun.
It's so good. And like, I think, oh yeah, it was on Renekton in our first game. I forgot to point it out. But I'm like, that's when you know that Renekton's having a good game, when he's building Protobell.
Well, fair enough. Protobelt is also just good on.
Yes, it's also very good.
Yeah. Protobelt, as some of our fellow broadcasters say, I'll hold that.
Whee! Boom just going on it. Oh, there's no Ursu. What happened? Oh, he doesn't have ulti. Oh, that's disappointing. But yeah, so he's also in the top lane. But they do get the inhibitor nonetheless.
Just a frequent. We're getting more and more of the freaking flyer miles, right? Like he's just airlines by Yasuo, just ulting from another entire other wave.
Well, like this, getting some gold back, maybe. Boom, getting out of there. Rome, start spinning. You can do it. Oh, never mind. Thresh is not okay.
This may be a little tangential, but
I'm ready.
I put up some. I've had like these planks that I ordered online to like put up figurines behind my desk.
Oh, cool.
And yeah, so I this is the first time I've like bought a drill for myself, and like had to use it and nice steal from Rome, and like drill into like drywall. And that's what I'm feeling. Rammus is like. Rammus is the league equivalent or the Wild Rift equivalent of drywall. He's a building block for a lot of things, maybe not the most fun, but is an important aspect of an important meal for Wild Rift.
But unfortunately, with the right tools, very easy to pierce.
Yes.
And
unluckily
drill things into. Whereas, if he had like 6 items, let's say, he was really far ahead, it'd be more like a concrete block, right? And that would be very stable and very tricky to get it. Oh, that was a play. My goodness, KT. Oh, KT's... I remember now. I was like, this name is so familiar, and I obviously have seen these teams play before. But my first memory of KT was Thresh getting banned against him and being like, "But why though?" And then they got Thresh the next game, and I was like, I see.
This makes more sense.
Yeah,
This
so I'm getting reminded.
Fun. Okay, well, I'm glad your memory's coming back to you. This is
it's rough.
Yeah, it's been 12 minutes, a little bit more than 12 minutes because we had to do draft and we had to talk about. So it makes sense. Rome, he's tanking.
Not enough, though. Book is decent. You could see... I mean, Rammus Yumi sounds like a combo in my book, but unfortunately just don't have enough gold to get things done, right? That's the great equalizer in both League PC and in Wild Rift. It's 20,000 gold ahead for Reflection. And they are paying a lot of respect to Coin Flip Gaming here, which I do appreciate. Like, I think you don't want to throw a game that should so obviously be yours away, but you definitely could get very brash and get away with it here.
I think the problem that they're having is they don't exactly have like a lot of range, so they can't siege very well, and so they're just looking for picks. If they can create like an odd numbers fight, then they can go for it, right? Like they can do something. They can try to siege onto this turret, but until that happens, they have a lot of range on the side of CFG. They can wave clear with relative safety thanks to Orianna and Ashe, and they've relatively good front line. Rome, get out of here, buddy. Powerball out.
Yeah, it's
Come
a
on.
nice pick to get. Does have the GA, but unfortunately going to be burnt very quickly here. Surrounded by 5 people, no ultimates used at all. And now Reflection actually think they might just end the game here. Oh, the Q's not going to hit, but Boom goes in. Osu clicks the button, and that is going to be the first kill. The Shockwave's nice, but it's just not going to be enough. Reflection are going to finish off basically everything else they can. They're going to grab this final tower because that's where the wave is. Don't worry, they're not BMing. They're just trying to get things into the Nexus. Great hook there out of KT to finish up the game. As Rygos will watch the Nexus crumble, Reflection are going to take game number 1.
Can he find a kill at the end there? That's one. Boom goes down. Ding, ding, ding. Gonna start ringing the bell on the side of the wall. But yeah, that was Reflection all day, every day, the entire game. I'm sure the gold graph will also reflect on that. CFG, man.
Oh boy.
I like the idea. The concept is there. You see all armor, you see all physical damage, pick a champion that does really well with building armor. You just picked the wrong one, and that happens. There's 2 of them. You just unluckily it was not the right one, and that happens. And it was kind of just like at that point it became like a symptom of having these champions, right? Like it's not necessarily that like maybe Rome played particularly poorly, but you are on Rammus. your agency is very low. The things you can do is like numbered and very few at that.
Yeah, it's kind of like having Yasuo. You know, you can win, but early game might be a bit of a struggle.
Yes.
Unless you roam at level 3 and
unless
get
you
a
have 6 items on Rammus, then
yeah,
eventually.
see? Also, late game scaling champion Rammus. Alk Battery, we have to have a conversation about who deserves star player this game.
It's Osu.
I agree. Good work, Osu.
Great job, Osu.
That was it. Great job, us.
Yeah.
Are we just gonna give Yasuo star player every time we feel like we can get away with it?
Look, it
Just
was
to
on the
pile on to
broadcast. Look, it was here. It did things. It roamed, which
It did roam,
technically
actually.
shouldn't do.
No.
To be fair, we've seen a lot of that where some of the better mid laners so far have shown that they have a proclivity to roam. They're like, I'm gonna get out of the abysmal matchup where I'm just gonna be trading waves with this mid laner. I'm just gonna go kill the bot lane.
Yeah.
Look at how it's working.
I mean, that is like kind of how mid is played at high levels in general. I think in Wild Rift you can definitely like help invade. You can definitely just push. You can definitely get solo kills, right? If you want to play hyper aggressively and try and 1v1 people, or call your jungler or support. But this game, especially with a champion like Yasuo, Osu decided that his mission was somewhere else. And even though the roam was matched pretty nicely, if I'm recalling the right game here, which I think I am, it didn't work out on the bottom side.
There's a lot of things that didn't work out this game for CFG, to be fair.
True.
Reflection, again, we do want to make it, 100% clear, like, Reflection have made majors before,
Yes.
they've taken games off of top teams, so this should be a lopsided matchup, this game should be going the way that it should be, but we still want to be excited for some of the upcoming teams, some new teams here in North America for the WNS, so I think there are obviously things to work on. Yumi does not fix a Rammus. But even aside Rammus, I know we've been bagging on him for the full
what do you mean?
13 minutes of that game.
Rammus was great.
There was some things that I liked, or things that I would like to see improved on coming into game 2 that I think are reachable goals, because we can always say like get to game 3, but so far what we've seen, let's take a game, or like let's make it to the first 10 minutes of the game and work our way there. Let's scale ourselves perfectly.
And again, like, you will not get better not playing a team like Reflection, right? In a tournament. This is, like, it feels bad to get beaten down, as Osu is going to pick up star player in this game. That is a lot of damage that Osu did there.
Yeah.
A lot of damage.
A third of his team's damage, especially when you look at his team, that's like almost a ton of damage dealers. And also, just having 1,000 gold per minute. That guy was stacking money. He's making sure his bills are paid. He wants to try and get most improved player for the next major.
Looking good. Yasuo, again, a champion that would keeps popping up in North America. I don't know. I don't mind it. I predicted we were going to get one today. The bingo card has been checked off. Yeah. And excited to see what happens here in game 2. It does seem like we're en route for another sweep. And for Reflection, I think that's the result you're expecting to get in a quarterfinal. So definitely don't want things to look too sloppy. And I think to their credit, they did pay respect properly, right? They didn't overpush. Aaron wasn't up. They couldn't go get it. They did, make sure to not give opportunities for the enemy team, because when you're playing very confidently, even when you're very far ahead, those are the times where the game can get away from you, or at least elongate in a way that might be a bit uncomfortable, or just honestly mean you have to exert extra energy into playing 5 more minutes than you would have needed to if you just played the game correctly.
They would have been stuck in that game for another 3 minutes, and it's like, guys, we could have just ended.
I mean, maybe someone's hungry.
Yeah,
you know?
That's true. We do get a bit of the highlight reels. We get to see some different plays that happen throughout the game. We didn't get to touch on this most of the time of the game. You mentioned it with the KT point early on, but I think as a whole, this was probably the most Reflection draft we could have gotten. Like Fior for Extirpate, Thresh for KT. We have Boom on Wukong. This is about as comfort as you're going to get, and that's typically kind of the way things go in competitive, right? Like, you're either playing for comfort or you're playing for meta. And usually it's a mix of both, right? But definitely here, they are just trying to just play everything that they've definitely made a name on.
Yeah, and looking really good doing it there. I think, even though Osu did earn the Star Player Award, I think both Boom and KT did a lot of work in setting up Osu. Boom especially, who just found every angle possible on the Wukong, it seemed like, as Osu, my goodness, I didn't even see this on screen.
This was the one, this was definitely towards the end of the game where we were just like, coasting. We're coasting.
We're chilling. It's a vibe. Also, watching roam doing the Krogs is not something you're allowed to do, even though it feels very bad as a jungler to just have to give up your farm like that. You can't do it. It's not safe. You don't own that jungle, right?
Rum's like, I checked the map. It says this is my jungle. And just the rest of Reflection come up and they're just like, new rules.
Yeah.
Tunnel snakes. This is our territory now.
Well, unfortunate for them, as Reflection will take game number 1. Very curious to see what happens in the second just draft at this point. I think it's nice that they're taking Yuumi. I think if it's given to you, you should take it.
Yes.
But obviously you can change some of the pieces around it. And I mean, we wondered, what were we going to get? How spicy could the day get? We already got Rammus, which is not something we expected. So
yeah.
I'm here for whatever is coming up next, Alk Battery, that's for sure.
We've got Yuumi, we got Rammus, we got Yasuo, we got Vayne mid.
Oh, yeah?
It's just a pastry time diff, honestly. This would not be possible without this unique combination of us two here. And
Yeah,
obviously the players at home. Exactly. It definitely were influencing draft. That's just how it goes, right? Like, if TJ puts out an article saying Garen is the best or Zed is the best champion in the game, suddenly no one plays the champion. How bizarre in North America, anyway.
Interesting.
We're here to draft.
Ooh, all right. Arrived right on time. Seraphine being banned. Interesting. Curious how much Seraphine's floating around, because I actually kind of liked it when we saw it today, even though it did lose. Yeah. We have changed things up, though. We're going to let the Yasuo go. We're going to let the Wukong go. We're definitely not letting the Thresh and the Fiora back into the game, but we are going to give the enemy team Yuumi. Let's see if Quinfleet want to go back to it here. Reflection, obviously confident in that choice.
Especially for CFG, I think it'll be a tough spot if they take Yuumi, because they are on blue side. Taking Yuumi and not being able to immediately pair it with something, or for Reflection giving them two very powerful champions that they're going to want to pick, is going to be dangerous in my mind. So, Reflection, are you going to just try and blind your top lane matchup? You already know what the jungle matchup is. I'm sure Boom is more than comfortable with playing Wukong into the Olaf for the early game, but we'll have to see. It looks like they're going to try and pick up KT's Lulu here. Are we getting a Vayne game?
Maybe. Definitely feels like something different is being brewed up here by Reflection. You don't really take Lulu unless you have a very particular game plan you're going for. You're also giving up Yuumi again, presumably in this spot, because I don't think Lulu's going anywhere other than the hands of their support. It's a Jinx game for Blanks, is what they've decided on.
Okay, Pastry, if you thought you were sick of this champion before, it's coming back to Wild Rift. There the last 2 months was not enough. No, the last 2 months was not enough. Here it comes. You get to play another game, get to play another Jinx game.
We're gonna boost the Arcane ratings,
Yeah. I'm sure they definitely need the ratings boost on that one.
Yeah.
The thing is, here is, it's a cool shell, right? Like, you have Jinx, Lulu. What are you going to play around it? Typically, you want to put some frontline, get a little bit of damage so that Jinx can start to reset. But against Olaf Ashe, leave yourself up for a little bit in terms of the damage. The Olaf Ashe and now Leona, they can just run at you, run past the Lulu, and just straight up kill this Jinx.
Which you kind of have to do, right? This is very much a Blanks champion. Lena, once again, is smurfing it from stats.
Thank you.
This is Blanks' most played champion. 86% win rate across, I assume that's 2022, majors and qualifiers. And from memory, this is kind of the first time we saw Reflection really break out, was Blanks' incredibly team fighting and Reflection's ability to just understand how to play around the Jinx and play to the late game and then execute perfectly in those late game team fights against very good teams in North America. So obviously different level of competition for them right now, although you never know. We'll see what CFG have to offer here in this second game. But you said it, you play for meta, you play for comfort. Reflection are not leaving too much to chance here. They are definitely playing to their comfort in these early rounds.
Well, they got Lee Sin, so playing the meta. There you go. We checked that box off. They're like, okay, we got our one meta champion, and let's just start playing a bunch of random wacky stuff in our solo lanes here. As we're finishing off the bans, they've gotten rid of the Ziggs from Janna. They are also taking away the Ahri. I wonder if they're setting up for an AD matchup, maybe the Yasuo again, just because if you're going to try and get rid of mages, Ahri can be one to try to mitigate that. And CFG said, nope, we're not dealing with that again. Get rid of
today.
That. Done.
Yep, I like that. I'll see if Johnny goes back to Orianna in this game. It is available, but of course it is Reflection's pick first. 20 seconds or so to wind things down. I mean, maybe Ahri here for Osu. That's definitely a champion that's pretty good in Jinx comps. Maybe something a little bit more defensive. Maybe just wants to play something a little more wild. You can fit assassins into these comps.
Ooh, it's Graves solo lane. It's gonna
Okay.
be for extra pay, probably more than likely. So, I've played a few Graves games. I've seen a few Graves games. I think this champion just takes way too long to get going, and especially as a fellow marksman who has pretty short range, He just doesn't offer a lot to a ton of team compositions. CFG are playing pretty close to the chest, and you look at their composition, they're very, very low range except for the Ashe. So, could be interesting. Garen definitely makes it a bit difficult to play Graves. Kali is another one.
I actually really like this draft from Conflict Gaming. Like, I think they've fit together lots of good meta pieces. I think they've identified an easy game plan to try and kill this Jinx. And I think they've given themselves plenty of tools to kind of show up in this game here, which is all you can really ask for against a team like Reflection who have so much success already this year in North American Wild Rift. So what's the answer here for Reflection, right? Extirpate's back on kind of the island with the more aggressive 1v1 champion, and Set is going to sneak through as the final champion here.
Now imagine if they had Rammus here for CFG.
Ooh.
Full armor again. Maybe
This
you don't get
does
absolutely
keep
blasted.
happening. Does keep happening.
Yeah, this is their explanation. I hate this explanation personally from teams.
Okay.
When talking about like, oh man, you guys went full AD. Why did you do this? Obviously, plated steel caps grows in value. You get a ton more in terms of even Dead Man's Plate, which is very popular for supports right now. But when I ask teams like, why are you drafting this way? A lot of their answers are just, well, you look at their team, and usually they can't build. They don't have a lot of tanks. And so we're just more than willing to like take the trade. Like, yeah, we go full AD. We have a bunch of squishies. So I'm going to kind of mitigate that. But you look at the side of CFG, you got some tanky boys here. So I don't know, man. This doesn't bode well.
No. I mean, you know, Garen, Leona, and in some situations Olaf is somewhat robust as well. I mean, CFG threw actual factual Rammus at you in game number 1. So very bold. As Osu is actually the one piloting the Graves. Interesting.
Ooh. This was blind into a
blind mid Graves.
Oh, you adding this one to the pool too, brother?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. We'll see how this game goes. Can Osu convince me? Icy convinced me on Gragas in an earlier series. We'll see if Osu can convince me here in this one.
Okay. So blind into this matchup, I think, is rather bold. I think this is still a fine matchup for Graves. We'll always have push onto the Akali. Akali will never actually be able to trade. Maybe level 5, we see it become a little more problematic with ultimates available, but Graves most typically goes for like that drain tank build where he's just like healing you, or healing himself constantly, especially with fleet footwork. I think Akali's going to have a pretty difficult time keeping Graves in lane, and that just means the 2v2 between him and Boom is going to be incredibly deadly. Roam's going to be in a pretty tough position.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what this feels like it's more for, but we'll see. Kind of interesting pick here out of Osu. That does mean, of course, that Set is top lane, but I don't think we'll see too much action in the 1v1 there in top. And hey, you know what? If your goal is to get the push so your jungler can invade, mission accomplished there, as Boom is just right in onto this invade.
Oh, and there's even fighting in the bot lane here. Sully just went down.
Ooh,
but here we
still
go.
Going. All right, another kill traded back there. Lulu gets one. Blanks went down, though. Lulu actually got a double kill at the end of that. Although we're not done, as Extirpate is flashing in. Set W is going to make sure Garen goes down. And the invade is going to be successful there for Reflection.
And you would have thought with Rygos being able to come down into this with having a little bit better priority against Extirpate, are they going to continue to fight for this? Here they go. Sully's coming.
Jonna going in, gets pulled back, but I like this a lot. There's this Xenoblade. It's going to tick onto the Lee Sin, but Boom is so mobile there, able to dash away, and that is just tragic for Coinflip Gaming.
Okay, I think this is, surprisingly enough, despite Coinflip Gaming losing out on that trade and obviously what just happened in the bot side, this is not, you know, a terrible position to be in. They still ended up winning, at least here in the mid lane where Price is able to catch this wave, and Jonna still has double summoners here where Osu's going to have to reset, may miss out a little bit on a timer here, so I still like this for CFG. It's not absolutely doom and gloom. Obviously, it's still a good position for Reflection, but CFG not so far off.
Yeah, I agree. I think you'll take, you know, you don't like it, 1,500 gold down at 2.5 minutes, but you'll take it. I think it's nice to see them trying to defend that invade, right? And you can see now maybe why Osu and Boom like this little combination. Graves is pretty good at shoving waves, especially against the melee champion, and then can get over walls nice and quickly. So curious to see if that was what the pick is for. But Jonna down here on the bottom side of the map alongside the Leona looking real nice, and Blanks is just left out in the spot he shouldn't have been.
That's exactly what we want to see, and Blanks without flash, without the barrier from that last fight. Good punish there from CFG. They're making good on the promises that they said that they kind of put towards the draft. And now, Pastry, we're in a cool position. CFG, they're learning at least. They're adapting. They're having a pretty strong 3 minutes of the game so far. Still falling a little bit behind, but they're making good punishes, and they're causing Reflection to kind of answer some tough questions here in the draft.
Yeah, I'm curious also how the next little 1v1 for Akali is going to go. Jana obviously got some gold, went back, did some shopping, but wasn't level 5 for that 1v1 kill. Actually, it was a really nice setup there from Sully to make sure that that kill could happen. So I don't know how the Graves Akali matchup is supposed to go. Graves is pretty tanky, so yes. I don't think John is going to find it particularly easy to 1v1 this Graves, at least with the gold she has right now. But definitely in team fights, it's going to be all eyes on blanks, which again was the goal of this comp when Coinflip drafted it here. So we'll see which objective they want to go for here. I'm guessing teams will be attracted to the Rift Herald once again, and this is a point where Coinflip Gaming could really get themselves ahead if they play it right.
It seems like they're just making the trade here. CFG, they want to grab this dragon, and Reflection take a little too long to start up the Rift Tail. Do you see the pings are going out? Maybe they want to try and crash this in bot side, get gold into Jana's pocket. I don't know. It seems like with Rift Shield going over to the side of Reflection, trying to bully out a Graves as Olaf and Akali just isn't really the move. So putting gold into Extirpate, another big carry for this team, kind of excited.
Yeah, kind of a rare handshake. We don't see trades like this that often in Wild Rift. Actually, this is nice here. Polymorph's already out though, and that is a very low 80 carry. Price low, but he's going to flash over. Sully going to have to flash as well. Rygos over the top, but Set goes in. Extirpate's already got one. And now the Garen's just trying to cut out from 4 people. In fact, Shelly's finishing off the tower. Garen's got nowhere to go, and Set grabs the double kill.
Oh, man, and this is exactly what I wanted to see for Blanks. Reflection, they force CFG into a really awkward position, but that was CFG, yet again, opting into a play that they most likely just didn't need to go for. As we got a replay here of what exactly happened. They tried to find this pick onto Boom, and with the Rift Out crashing in topside, there's a small window here for CFG to look for something. And now Jinx getting gold in her back pocket, even if it is assist money, getting resets, getting gold from this turret going down. Kind of undoes a lot of the good actions that CFG had done earlier on.
Yeah, also spikes the gold lead right up, which is not where you want to be on the Coinflip Gaming side. It's 4,000 gold, let's call it, up for Reflection right now. But IE, double Ghostblade, Black Cleaver, basically all the AD champions. You know what? If they're going to get ahead every game, maybe it's okay to go full AD, because your opponents are going to struggle to build armor.
Yeah, there's just not a lot of AP champions. Also, there's not a lot of good AP junglers at the same time. So
that's very true.
The pool is quite limited. The mid lane pool as well. I just think they just weren't willing to option. To be fair, we're like, they played full AD. They're playing Graves mid. So, there is some anomaly going on.
Yes, this is definitely Reflection's fault. But it is working so far. And I suppose results-oriented thinking is going to have teams, drafting whatever they want sometimes.
Yeah. If it's winning, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Exactly.
Well, what's the point? It's on your opponent to answer that, right? Just say okay, well, we're going to continue playing these champions, and if you don't have an adaptation for it, we're going to win the series. We're going to win the game, and we're going to send you home early for the qualifiers. So it is up to CFG. Find a correct answer, find a good play, find something that kind of makes Reflection say, okay, we can't get away with playing Graves mid.
Alright, Infinity Orb is done for Jonas, so things starting to come together here. First item's done for Coinflip pretty much across the board. It's only Sully that is not having that same luxury, and oh goodness,
nice
I'm
kick.
so afraid. Nice kick, but no follow-up there for Boom. The stun was good from Sully, and Price is barely going to live as KT is
Here
looking for the speed. Flash E, nice and easy for KT. Gets the kill in the 1v1. Price didn't even barrier, just didn't have time to beat the instant cast spell out of the flash from KT, and Reflection even get the tower to boot as well out.
Good luck beating point and click anything. And that is just instantaneous. Oh, alright, I'm dead. Price was not even expecting that. Still had flash, had the barrier, didn't even bother. He said, oh, okay, well, I just got whimsied, so cool. I don't know about this one. Rome gets the scuttle, but with Dragon spawning in the next 30, Rift-Tailed after that, could be a nice play.
Oh, Rome's going for it. This is a 1v4, though. Now a 2v4, actually, as Rygos joins in. Jana trying to make it happen, but just gets CC'd into oblivion there by Extirpate, who did, in fact, live somehow. And now Expert's going back here with no health. He's just running on through, and Sully's gonna die, and somehow Reflection gonna walk away with 4 kills.
So what's up with CFG and like finding team fights or like trying to start fights when my marksman is bot lane? This is just like a communication error that's going on for Coinflip Gaming, where Price is not grouping with the team, and whether that's, you know, the AD carry who's saying I need one more wave, or the team that is saying like, no, we need to fight now. They're not playing around the 5v5. They're not calling around their team. They're not playing to kind of be grouped together. That's one of Ash's strengths, is her ability to kite when given space. So CFG take a terrible fight and go down 10,000 gold. The Rift Herald should be theirs, but I don't know how much value you're going to be able to get out of it, especially when you have so many losing lanes at this point.
Oh, look at Boom, just waiting for anybody, any customer. No, actually, there's a tower up, so doesn't want to go for it. We'll take the blue instead. Didn't get it. Rome, I think, got it? No, maybe I'm wrong. Where's the blue buff?
Boom got it, or I think Boom got it.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
The mid turret is just a precautionary tale. Like, it's just caution tape. It's like, it doesn't actually stop anybody who has intentions of going under that turret.
That's
if
true,
they want to, they will just go under and like kick you from underneath. And that's something that Lee Sin can do. And so, engage onto Lulu. Don't know about this one, guys.
I mean, not bad, but not enough damage there. Oh no, now the very big Graves is in the middle of the team fight. Boom's there as well, and again, it's Reflection. Faster to reinforce, had people in the area from the final play, and collapsed very easily for a couple kills.
When you're behind, and especially when you're on Ashe, the whole point is you don't actually win a straight-up all-out fight. You have to whittle them down. You're basically like a poke champ. You're a little bit worse than something like a Varus and a Ziggs, but you do have damage that can eventually kill the enemy champions. But until that happens, especially against the Lulu when you're behind, that damage, you got to add some extra seconds to the clock. You're adding time. You're like, okay, well, it was a 15-second like lethal window. Yep. Now it's like maybe 25. We got a whole half minute here.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's definitely a quantity over quality thing with Ashe. You know, just more arrows. Well, eventually you'll get them dead as you turn your enemies into a pincushion. But Reflection just kind of going for it here. Also, people are going to die very quickly. I'm now looking at Osu, who once again has decided his favorite item is Solari Charge Blade.
It's a good item.
Yeah, it's good.
Item is very good. Definitely he's going to do a ton of damage here. This Rift
Herald
is simply be here for 2 plates.
Oh no! All right, Boom's down there, misses the Q just barely. Price are going to get flashed on. Easy pick up there. Osu getting low, gets killed by the rampaging Olaf, and Rome's going in again. That ain't Rammus, that's Olaf, baby.
Okay, I mean, look, okay, so this means that Rome does have hands. We were talking about, like, is Rome like a Rammus player? Like, how often does this happen? We have verifiable proof that Rome can game.
Certainly can. I mean, I didn't hate the Rammus game out, to be honest with you. It's just the champion not quite up to snuff in Wild Rift right now, as Rygos does get away on the Garen. Has to escape Extubate and KT running into the lane. Jana also looking for an exit kill. Can't click on the Lulu. Didn't have vision, unfortunately. Would have been probably an easy one. Well,
I don't know. I don't know for you, Pastry, personally, but when I play like in an off-roll, if I'm in jungle, I try to play champions with the least amount of like ability to like mess up their mechanics, right?
Yes.
Like Rammus, very straightforward. It's not complex. The depth of this champion is, I roll, I stun, my job is done. I don't have to do much after that. But, you know, like Olaf is a little bit different. You gotta walk at people. You gotta also be able to like position pretty well. You know, you have some forgiveness with the champion, but Olaf is very different. You gotta play very different to like a tank.
Oh, definitely. And it's cool to see Rome play 2 very different champions, and obviously looking a bit better here in this one. Olaf, of course, is a mainstay of the meta right now, especially paired with the cat, who did not make it into this game. That's okay. We'll be happy with that one. Yuumi has the tendency to make team fights very long, which hurts my voice sometimes.
It happens. You know, we did sign up for this. You know,
we certainly did sign up for this. Arrow's nice. Ooh, that's a good hit onto Blanks, but does QSS out of there. Now Boom already got another kill. Lee Sin today just getting so many kills, and there's just not enough gold left in the bank to take over this fight. Osu barely missed Sully for that kill, but the Ignite's going to be enough.
Wow. Okay. They get the 2 kills there, and as good as that was for Reflection, I will levy some criticism. The beginning of that fight, kind of just started off with everybody hitting every button on their screen at once and seeing what happens. Like, KT used Lulu ultimate when Blanks was definitely not in any kind of threat range. They were like, oh, team fight! Boom, slam my phone, I'm good. See what happens.
Look at the Infernal now. Obviously a big dragon to get in any sort of game. So Reflection going to be doing even more damage with all their AD champions now, and we'll see how long this game takes them. I think 13 minutes last game, Reflection, I think, wanted the Baron and then didn't even need it. They kind of just pushed the last tower down and went from there. Didn't need it that game. Yeah. Hello, Akbetter. Good to see you're still there with me.
Yeah, the fridge was feeling lonely. See, look, we're pressing buttons on our screen right now.
Oh, boom.
He does have the Edge of Night as well, so maybe finds a kick?
He's looking for it, goes back through, doesn't find it. Now going in is the Olaf again. Roam's the tricky one here. Boom. Gonna get cut down to size, but not just yet. Goes into stasis. Now will die, but Blanks is having to shoot the Olaf there as the rest of the fight's happening, and Osu managed to get a double on the back end of it. Boom. A very brazen play, a silly one, I'll say, but Reflection still win the fight with their big gold advantage.
That is one of those moments as jungle, or really any role, where you make like a small oopsie, and you may die, but like you instantly win. You just type in all chat worth. That was worth. The flash was necessary. It added some panache to that play, right? Like, oh no, he doesn't have flash. What does he do now? Ends up winning a team fight, winning his team the game potentially here as Reflection ready and raring to go to semifinals.
Yeah, definitely an interesting game here. I feel like we'll hold that thought because this is a 1v1 attempt here for Jana, and oh goodness, Graves. Ash arrow those, nice. Jana goes back in. Oh no! Oh no! Oh boy.
Graves is one of those champions as well where he's like the most surprising champion when I play against him, because you walk up on him and you're like, oh, he doesn't do that much damage, and he hits you with a buckshot and just a quarter of your HP is going. You're like, what?
Yeah.
What?
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh,
you can't outrange him. You just kind of lose.
Yeah, he's a range champion, but he's a melee champion. Just don't walk too close to the shotgun, kids. As we have problems here for Exabate in mid lane, but he does get wild growth, absolutely. Gun safety is important, as the Protobot and the Barrier are going to be enough for Set to get out of there. That kick got a knock up, and Sully's barely going to get out alive for now, but Blank's raring to go. That Lee Sin Q's not going to matter, but the stasis is certainly going to mean that Blanks has enough time to lay down the traps and give Boom the kill he so desperately wanted.
And so now Reflection, I don't think they end the game quite yet. There's still some beefy members in front of them, so Reflection going to start to take away some more jungle camps, potentially even set up for the next dragon in a few minutes. Baron is still an option. They have 2 marksmen, and so that means they take this incredibly fast alongside their Set. This Baron will just melt. CFG, at this point, you know, like we're at that 16,000 gold metric, right? Like the difference is huge. The gold is going to be unsustainable. So at this point, just gotta either make a defense outside your base. You already lost the mid inhibitor, but like, if you steal the Baron, all it does is just prolong this game potentially for 2 minutes.
That's true. I think unfortunately you have to try and steal it though, or at least maybe take a stand somewhere. Where you want to take that stand, that's up to you. As Extabate is getting it pushing here in the bottom half of the map. 25 seconds until the Cloud Elder is up, but looks like Osu's got other plans as the 1-3-1 here for Reflection. Trying to push the Super Minions into 2 more lanes, or just 1 more lane. Anything other than just the mid lane is going to make this game a lot easier, and Reflection also have the option of Baron as well, but probably wanting to deal with this bottom half of the map first, as they are wanting to scoop up this objective. And again, as we saw this in the last game, Reflection don't want to make any more mistakes. They've gotten a little bit loosey-goosey here in the mid-game arc. They're going to try and make sure this game closes up more cleanly.
The gold isn't quite as explosive. They don't have as explosive of a team fight, right? Speaking of which, Rome, no Flash anymore, no Ragnarok as well, means the Dragon Elder will be theirs for Reflection. And in the meantime, they're just splitting, right? Like, Akali can almost never kill Osu. I say that. Oh
goodness, they're on vision there too, and they're still trying to pick a fight. Rome is going to go down into the GA. As the rest of the team goes through, Boom is just marking Price. Ash can't do anything. Extabate with an absolutely massive dunk is going to move on forward and get a few more. And it's going to be a double kill for the Lee as Blanks finishes off 1 more. And Jana is going to get a kill, but it's still a revive. And Extabate is going to flash on in. A almost max range facebreaker is going to pull them through. And that W almost Finished off John, but CFG will be staved off from acing for now. Is Extubate? Yes, please hit the Nexus.
What?
Why are we at the Dragon?
Why are we doing Dragon?
Why are we
Reflection! Reflection! This is just, now this is BM. We've been talking about, like, okay, the teams, they've been playing a little bit slow for the end on some of the games. They're just trying to, you know, cross their T's, dot their I's. But they could have ended the game there, Pastry. That was,
I think Extubate could have ended the game there. Just on his own.
Maybe.
So definitely if you pull one more person in, you can end the game.
I could be convinced. However, Reflections say, let's just do Baron. They're going to do Baron. I can already feel it. I can sense that they're going to try and, like, take this to its, like, logical extreme and try to take every single objective on the map before ending. And so now that means, Pastry, we got a few minutes before this Nexus goes down for CFG. We're in the vibe state.
They definitely, like, could have done Baron 5 minutes ago.
Sure.
Which, you know,
okay.
that didn't happen
Rush
either.
is way more exciting than just waiting for Baron.
True. Oh, let's go, Osu. Getting involved.
Oh, they're trying to teleport in. There we go.
All right, here we go. TP on through. Osu, very large with the wild growth there. And just again, Melee Graves right on in there. Extubate jumping on through, pulling a few people back because Osu's maybe trying to get a Penta. Is that the angle? No, it's not because Osu's dead to the Garen. Alrighty, what's going on? John assassinated the Lulu.
Oh.
Now he's going to die to blanks, and that's 3 for 2. Not a bad trade, but still not in your favor for CFG.
All right, the game should be over. Blanks can end this. Boom can find a kick somewhere. They spent a lot of time in base. I don't know if they were waiting for teleports. I don't think that was the case. And with double waves now coming in from opposite sides.
All right, we
Reflection
got it.
are going to semis.
Let's go. Reflection, the expected result definitely took a little bit of a roundabout route, the scenic route, shall we say, to get there. But it is, as we expected, a 2-0 at the end of the day. I will say, though, that game did look a bit better for CFG, and Reflection did not seem confident to close out that mid game despite their advantage. I mean, look at this goal graph, and you can kind of see where it looks like it's flattening a little bit. I feel like Reflection did not push their lead as much as they could have, which is a bit of a worry for them, right? This is a team that is looking for top 2 in this tournament, looking ahead to the major, seeing, can we go one step further like we've been so close to doing in the past. So a bit of a shaky second game there, especially with a comp that seems like it's very comfortable. So some early worries, but at the end of the day, a dub's a dub, Alk.
Yeah, I'll be honest, Pastry, this is one of those games where I feel like, we do have to give star player.
We do.
I kind of want to take star player away from them, though.
Ooh.
For what they did at the end, kind of just like spam recalling in the base. They were doing some not so sportsmanlike activities, but we do have to give one over. And honestly, this game was kind of milk toast for the most part, right? Like, we saw some cool team fights, but there wasn't really like a standout like 1v9 player. So I don't know if maybe you have someone in mind, but otherwise, like, I'm more than willing to give this to, like, I don't know. Actually, I have no clue. Is this like a Lee Sin game?
Yeah, I don't know. It feels like Boom or Extubate, maybe. I mean, Osu just kind of did the thing. Blanks was definitely just shooting people. TT, not the same game. I mean, this is a Blanks comp, right? So, like, I feel like you're supposed to do this when your team's this far ahead.
We'll give it to Boom.
Yeah, let's go with Boom.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
I mean, in this kind of comp especially, like, you're the early game, right? So,
yes.
If you're getting ahead early, it's probably the Lee Sin's fault. And if it's a game like this, where 20 kills clear of your opponents, then yeah, you can have it. So congratulations to Boom for picking that one up. But definitely a tough one, like we said, like, not the second game I would have expected from Reflection.
I am kind of willing to, like, wipe the second game's, like, mistakes away just because it was so dominant. Like, it's one of those games where I think they got complacent, right? They said, okay, let's have a little bit of fun. I know we've been hampering on it for a little bit now, but, like, they did play the first part of that game really well, and like you had said, credit to CFG to playing, some good Wild Rift against Reflection to kind of stay into that game for as long as they did. But eventually, it was untenable. It became a point where they just got ran over, and Reflection then decided to play with their food. So I'm going to just, like, pretend Game 2 didn't happen for the most part, and just remember that Reflection are here to play to make top 2.
Yes, and they will now have time tomorrow to rest, relax, maybe talk about what they want to do the next game. They'll know their opponent, if they don't know them already, of course, by the end of our next series, which is coming up. But Boom does own our star player there. That is a lot of KP. Don't get to see that in the post-game stat screen unless you do a lot of math, which I'm not willing to do ever. Not even just on air, just ever.
That's for the wonderful production people.
Exactly.
That's for our stats, that they can do all that. not much to say. Reflection still kind of running with the same pieces as before. Obviously, this is a team that has kind of stood the test of time in terms of their roster staying the same from Major 2 to now. And so, with growing time and, a little bit, more experience under their belt, more stage games, I'm excited to see what we get from this team going forward.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to say that, like, given the names in this tournament, they are likely the favorite to win this. So certainly they should be expecting to go through tomorrow, because top 2 is definitely the goal. You want to make sure you can get through and at least make sure you're qualified to the major, but obviously winning, getting a slightly better seed does actually matter a lot. Like, Reflection will probably know better than a lot of teams. Like, it's tough against those top teams when your seed isn't all that flash, and you're obviously not going to secure a very strong seed when you're playing in these qualifiers anyway to get to Major 3, because we have qualified so many teams through already. So, Reflection with the expected result. It is 6-0 on the day out. I'm kind of feeling like maybe next series we can mix it up, but I guess we'll have to see, because like you said, when it's this kind of tournament, when it's just 8 teams in one top 8 elimination bracket, yeah, games, especially early on, games are going to be one-sided.
Gotta, give props to CFG, though, before we send them off for the last time. They are one of the few teams that got swept here that did win a series in this qualifier. They won it to get into top 8.
That's true.
There's 9 teams, so they beat a team, and they made it to top 8. Proud of you, CFG. You're doing better than some of the other teams here.
Hey, you showed up. We've talked about it, right? It's definitely, you got to show up first. You cannot be talking smack unless you show up and actually play it yourselves. Exactly. If you're that good, please show us. I'd love to see your gameplay here in the Wild Rift.
All of us would. So
yeah, we got room for a lot of teams, friends. We got 64 room for 64.
Yeah, we can definitely make room. We will make room for you. We'll make sure that you're nice and cozy, that you're in there, you're slotted in. I just want to make sure that I have our next game on the docket correct.
Okay.
It's going to be one side versus Yawn. Yawn, a long-standing, I want to say organization-wise for North America. They've been around for a long time. They've made a few majors, but this team is wholly different this time around and has some pretty new pieces. So it's not the same Yawn of yesterday, unfortunately.
Also, I guess we'll talk about it when we get there, but if you were mad at me for what I did last series, you'll be glad what I did for this series, because I did the opposite. Oh, we'll talk about that when we get there. Again, my strong analytical brain really kicking in for predictions today.
Beautiful stuff. We also got one side who is also participating in a few other qualifiers, so I think this is the one match where we actually have like previous teams returning to the qualifiers to
That's
play.
great.
So awesome stuff. One side has yet again made top 8 in another qualifier. Last time around they did not. I think they were beaten actually by Reflection. So got some big eyes on them. If they beat Yawn, they're like, we're in semifinals again versus them. This is not good. Not a good look for us. And Yawn obviously do want to try and regain some former glory and make it all the way up to the major.
The classic gatekeeping happening for Reflection. I mean, that you do become that team in some ways, right? If you're not good enough to be top 4, but you keep everyone else out of the major, like, that is the spot you occupy. Obviously, that is not the spot you want to be in. It does mean you are a good team, but, your goal is to make top 4, get some money, and start challenging, a burgeoning esports scene in North America. Because as we've seen, yes, there's a clear number 1 team, there's maybe a clear 1 or 2 teams, but they won't be at Major 3, and it gets real murky after the top 4, I feel, or after the top 6.
It's like, you got your top 4, maybe some people will be willing to slot in Tribe as we get a replay of these games.
Tribe will slot in Tribe, we know that much. Oh goodness, this was KT's 1v2 we missed. How did this happen? Oh, the whimsy!
Lulu's broken. I don't know what to tell you.
This is
boy. The whoopsie-daisy of a team fight, and as we kind of get through this, I do want to ask, what is your favorite champion right now in Wild Rift?
In Wild Rift?
Yes.
Probably Akali.
Okay.
I was having so much fun with Raccoon, but I played like 12 Akali games in a row to get. I just need the Orianna skin. I played so many Akali games.
And it was Akali mid, obviously.
Yeah. It was Akali mid.
Do you think we could like build a team and like ship it out to like some of the other players and like tell them like rate pastry times draft of Akali?
Maybe maybe this is like not something I should say on air, but whenever I get it, I actually really enjoy playing Trinity mid because it's just kind of insane memes.
Yeah, never mind. We're gonna take the creative. All
right, see, this is what I thought. This is what I thought.
Tryndamere players, man, love them. But
I mean, it's just like, it's a vibe. You just hit minions, and when the enemy walks too close, you hit them. And if something goes wrong, you hit R, and it's good.
Yeah, but like Tryndamere is just like, Tryndamere's not the kind of gameplay I want. Not on my Rift, you know?
Yeah, okay. That's fair
I'm a
enough.
marksman, so again, like my gameplay experience, just like everybody else's,
Is different.
You know, colors it colors my perspective. Oh, was that just a?
through these games, Arc Battery, but we still have one more team to push through to our semifinals here, so we'll see who it's going to be. It's been fun, I will say. Been really fun, actually.
Yeah, we're cutting up on the broadcast here. We've got 3 series in 3 hours. We're making sure to, both of these teams are like, we're ready for tomorrow. We just want to play in top. We want to play in top 4, top 8. Who cares? Just get us through the bracket as soon as possible. But in case you were missing or you just came in from the break, we are watching our final quarterfinals, like Julian just said. It is One Side versus Yon, and I don't know. Honestly, we haven't seen a lot of these. We've seen both of these teams during the qualifiers, but we didn't have a lot of tape on either of them. We have definitely a lot more for Yon than One Side. So. Predictions-wise, this could really go anywhere.
All right, well, look at the teams first here. Here's One Side to kick it off. Lovely, Happy, Mula. Oh, man, these really testing me. Nikase Potus and Sui. I was like, I'm doing great. And then I go to the last few names, so I was like, damn, son.
It's just one. It's just the 80 carry. That one messes up everyone. Mula Vibes has been playing. I do remember this name because they played in our
that's a hard name to forget.
Yeah, they are an Annie player, so get ready for that.
Ooh, let's go!
They do like the Proto Belt. They rush Proto Belt. And they just straight up run into you as Annie. They just drop the stun bomb. You're done for.
I love that.
That means on the opposite side, that means we do have Yon, who again are a bit of a different roster than what we saw last year from the Summoner series, and they may have changed out a ton of their players. I know you see 2 randoms on your team. That is simply because they decided to put both of their names like that because again. Player branding, Tech W, who needs it. Zenith is going to be in the Baron lane. This is a guy who has been playing for a really long time in North America, went by Zenith God, and has a Pocket Jax and Pantheon. So some stuff to watch out for.
And then You're Dumb, right there in the jungle, which is kind of it's a great name. Like whether it's it's gonna be funny for me when I say his name. As we do have a look at our predictions, like you said. So as I alluded to in our last break, the second time around. I was like, you know what, I'll copy his prediction. This time around, I'm like, don't know these teams that well. I'm going to go ahead and just do the opposite. So doesn't get mad at me for copying his homework the whole way down.
Perfect. I love that.
I'm here for the One Side. You're here for the sleepy emoji.
And this works because I think this will probably be our closest series of the day from my understanding of these 2 teams. So if that's right, then guess what? One of us is going to be correct on the day. That is genius. That is the good part about this. We've covered our bases.
We did learn today they're actually quite close in predictions, so we got to separate this. We got to separate the field somehow. I didn't know that coming in.
You griefed for content. You I know this is something you normally do, but you griefed for the first series for Immortalis.
Oh, that was. What do you mean?
And now here you're like, I'll just do it again. It's fine.
Yeah, you're 100% correct today, by the way. Just in case you're wondering.
Oh, I knew that.
We had stats.
When I'm right, I make sure to remember that, so because it's like a positive feedback loop for the brain chemicals. But when I'm wrong, for some reason I just can't remember. It's just bad juice.
Got a good memory today, then, is what you're telling me. That's good. I'm happy for you.
Thank you. It means a lot, especially tweaking my shoulder yesterday. That was not good. Crippling pain. Can't play Wild Rift. If you'd be surprised how much neck the neck muscles you have to use.
Oh no,
to, play. Everybody's like, you should just play like premium gaming position where like your hands are like all the way out here or whatever. Hard. Not happening. I'm either like I'm either like here and I'm like scrunched up in my chair, or I'm like trying to like play like this, and it's just not tenable. Not tenable.
It's really not. All right, we'll see how playable this draft is. One side on the blue side, kick things off. Yon, ZZZ over on the red. Lee Sin, Thresh, and Lulu banned away. Love to see most of those. And then Brand and Camille and Yumi, thankfully, is taken off the red side as well.
I'm so happy. Yumi's banned. It makes me happy.
Darius.
Lovely here for Darius, though. It's cool. It's a great blind. It has, in my mind, not a lot of losing matchups. It doesn't do anything particularly fancy, but it does kind of disincentivize Yon for going for heavy melee compositions or heavy teams that have a lot of tanks. So we'll have to see what actually comes of it. Getting some Akali play here. Zenith could play this. I do remember him playing a little bit of Akali. It wasn't, like out of this world, but definitely something that they can play around.
Yeah, we'll see. Darius also, I think, definitely a safe blind, definitely a champion that just builds Proto Belt and then tries to apprehend the nearest enemy after using it. So can be effective in lots of different ways, but mostly we'll just be chilling that there in the 1v1. That is J4, and there is the Annie Alk. You called it Moolah vibes. I mean, you know what? If you leave it up, he's gonna take it, and I love that about him.
As you should. Annie, I have a lot of fun. We're gonna do a lot of learning together, right? Like, his Annie did have some good plays from the plays that I was watching, but I mean, you're playing Annie, and eventually the champion is just going to fall off. The damage also not going to be able to fall up. Jarvan is a good way to kind of mitigate that. Jarvan will just go in on any target who's stunned. You can't miss flag and drag if they're CC'd, which is a good thing. So here for Yon, they're going to respond with a Morgana, which I really like into one side's draft so far, and Fiora, which is a pretty decent matchup into the Darius. So setting themselves up with relatively strong lanes on both sides. We'll have to see exactly how the team fights head out because there is so many different things that both of these teams want to do.
Yeah, Nami banned. So interesting to see Nami get quite a lot of attention today, but may just be the players in this tournament, right? Definitely some more pocket picks in general in this kind of qualifier. So Nami has actually looked pretty good. So maybe it's the champion more people are playing. We'll have to decide later. They don't believe it's Fiora top lane, by the way. They think it's probably Fiora jungle because they're banning Renekton.
Yeah, it seems like it. I mean, it's a reasonable flex, right? Like, you're either banning a ton of them or you're going for the other pool. I wouldn't be surprised if one side actually just straight up banned, like, a jungler here to cover both sides. You're going to have to make the gambit eventually and kind of, call their bluff, say, look, this is where you think you're going. And since they are on blue side, they will have a response, right? Like, most of this draft will kind of play out for Yon. It'll be that counter pick that we're kind of looking for. But for one side, I think I still want to see some really good damage here. Obviously, Lucian's been taken away. Varus, I think, can work here, especially with Annie, who can play as like a semi-enchanter thanks to her shield.
Alistar banned away as well, so just taking some of the frontliners away. Also, we'll see what you all want to take here as pick number 4, though. Kind of can do anything with these 3 champions. They're very versatile as far as like where you can play them, and it's good damage spread in general. Some CC, some-ish frontline, obviously some dive as well. Maybe a big tank, maybe Diana, sure, I'll take it. Basically a tank. Bit more bruiser, obviously does magic damage, but fulfills a role here for Yon, can both help tank peel and engage.
So this is counter pick for support. We'll see what happens here for one side as Diana most likely going mid. You've got Akali top, Fiora in the jungle. You kind of can tell where Yon are going to go with this, so one side, you have pick of the litter here. That is a very spicy gauntlet kind of being thrown down here. You're going up against Fiora, Akali, and Diana. I don't know if I would want to play Vayne myself, but a ton of your champions work on low econ, so if you want to try and say, like, everybody else, give me all your farm, let me carry the game, that's perfectly fine. Suitable here.
And Rakan! Okay, interesting. So going for more engage, I mean, Rakan is deadly in the hands of a skilled Rakan pilot. We've seen a lot of that from obviously Charm recently on Immortals, but a lot of decent Rakan players in North America. So not that much bulk from the bottom lane, right? Obviously not an enchanter either to really buff up the Vayne, but Rakan can help set up with the J4, with the Annie. Like, it's kind of like a bunch of go buttons and a Vayne, which can be good, although Galio is going to make life really troublesome.
Yeah, Galio can act as kind of like a pseudo frontline. The problem is Galio doesn't like being primary engaged. Galio likes following up on the homies. He's like, he's the second in command. He's the right-hand man. He'll come in, he'll save the game for you if he needs to, but he is not the person that you want to be like frontlining and being there to kind of kick off the fight. So,
excuse me?
What?
That has okay.
This has got to be an error. I'm not looking at this.
No. Zenithko must be the sport player then.
There's
no way.
I want Yumi to just erase this draft off my screen. Thank you. Yumi has hit the draft with the erase button. That's not going to happen. We'll see what happens. I don't think Zenith is playing support. I would be very disappointed because of his play so far in the Baron lane.
Okay, so
it's got to be an error on our part. It happens. Production, there are whoopsies. We can't be perfect. But coming into this game, I actually really like one side's draft. We were talking about, like, Darius likes when people can just stand in front of him and let him stack his hemorrhage stacks. And so now we get this, where there's not a lot of, like, big damage dealers. Like, eventually Diana will kill you. Eventually someone like this Fiora will. But until that happens, Darius is stacking up, getting bonus attack damage, and gonna look for executes. Also, our jungle matchup.
That is Diana versus Jarvan.
All right.
Okay. So it turns out that perhaps the Yawn players were not in their assigned spaces. Perhaps that's why things got a little interesting.
Yeah, makes sense.
Players,
Gamers,
I love you. Please stand in the right spot in your lobbies. That is all. Bottom side, this is kind of a cool bottom lane, Morgana and Galio. Galio typically doesn't do that much without Protobelt, especially without level 2, but you can find some nice angles. Rakan also just kind of throws Qs at people, and Vayne obviously is a bit of a wet blanket in lane. But if the plan is to hit the go buttons and then have Vayne zoom on in the little race car and click on people and kill them, I do like what OneSide have to offer, kind of to what you were alluding to there.
Pastry, I mean this in the nicest way possible. If you think Galio can't do anything level 1, you're a coward. This man,
you might be right.
If you start boots and you get the second taunt ability, he runs at you, run stunned, you're dead. You already see they're trying to do that same thing here for the bottom lane. As Mula Vibes spams ping, and he's like, I'm walking down bot lane. We're going to get Scuttle. We're going to look for a kill here. And a good ward from the side of Yon kind of spots all of this going on, as Akali knows that there's 3 people coming to her lane, so doesn't really want to kind of opt into this trade. This Scuttle being taken, though, means that OneSide, their roaming death squad that they've been trying to go for gets nothing.
I like the little squad. Unfortunately, Vayne's going to have a terrible time on her own, but we'll see. Vayne can be a little bit evasive from time to time, as long as Nika is getting farm. Everything's going to be a-okay, and so far so good on the clicking on minions minigame. See how much more roaming can happen there, because I think OneSide do need to be very proactive with their early game, right? There's a lot of engage, a lot of stuns.
Yes.
Annie, especially as you said, definitely falls off that cliff. So nice to see Mula getting active early. Want to see that continue, especially now with the Protobelt. It's Annie's time to just click on people. Just run at them.
Yeah, Mula, he's got Flash, he's got Protobelt. That means if you're within a full screen away, you're getting stunned, boys.
One phone away, you're done.
Yep. You really can't plan for that either, right? Because you only have so much room on your screen. You can't easily pan to across the map without not looking at exactly what you're doing, right? On PC, I think it's a little bit easier to pan your screen, right? But here on mobile, if you don't see Annie and she's not on your screen, maybe Fog of War, you're like, do I really want to walk into a Tibbers?
Yeah. I think actually, as a newer player to Wild Rift, I think learning how to use, scroll the camera effectively is one of the mechanical skills you learn very quickly as the Tibbers going in. And that is a picture-perfect combo for First Blood.
Uh-oh. Well, there you go. We already talked about it. Mula Vibes, as soon as you're in range, you're in lethal, you're in kill range. They get one, and it sets them up to kind of move onto the bot side. 30 seconds before this dragon spawns. We'll see how they'll be able to punish. Chang, you have some options. How do you get out of this one?
All right, Akali flipping away. Pops the shroud, pops the ulti. That's probably the way you got to go, but Rakan's going to sniff you out. Chang is going to have to flip away again, but does get out safely. Okay,
so, I mean, that's cool. The fact that Rakan lands that, though.
Yeah, that was nasty.
Good looks from Sui over there. Doesn't actually result in much, right? They didn't use summoners, they didn't use a lot of their ultimates, so that just means it was a cool moment, it happened on broadcast, and now we're starting up the dragon. Alrighty, we'll see if there is any contest here. OneSide are going to be in the area. Oh, did Happy miss a combo? No, maybe it's just hitting Q there. But they've got this. I mean, Annie's ready with the ulti again. Mula Vibes can go straight for it here. There he goes! There it is! The 3-man stun into the 3-man knock-up. And that is just beautiful again out of the end. The Galio's going to come down. The Dragon's loose, by the way. It's out on the field. Somebody could take it away, but they are going to try and win the team fight instead. Dragon's getting reset, so you have to keep fighting, but Zenith God feeling pretty good here. Looking for Mula. Does get it there alongside your Dumb. And that is a disastrous little situation there. But Zenith's a little too low. Jordan picks up 3 kills in the back of that play, and somehow, despite that great combo, it's going to be an ace spam. What? I'm looking for it, doesn't get it. It's Zenith. Not able to find it. The dragon was 160 HP. Yeah. You saw it. You were talking about it during the fight. You were like, guys, the dragon is just there. He's just standing there being bruised but not taken down quite yet. And I'm with you on this one. Mula lands probably one of the best Annie stuns we've had on WNS ever, and they still lose the fight. It takes way too long. You're like, okay, well, Lovely's even stacked up. Right? We saw the hemorrhage stacks. He was putting bleed down on everybody, but they weren't able to connect on kills, weren't able to translate that into putting members into the spawn fountain. And now Yon, they won the team fight. They've got the early Infernal Drake. It's tough.
Yeah, everything looked like it went right, and then it literally all went wrong. You lost the fight, and you lost the dragon that you could have picked up, maybe should have picked up as well. So Nika's going to get some damage onto the Galio. Is doing a nice job dodging that skill shot there as Morgana was trying to find that binding, but going for the Rift Herald, not being deterred. I like the proactivity here as Chang does flip away from the Ricard, but now going to go in. Is that ill-advised? Pops into the Shroud. Mulu is bottom side, so it is going to be a 4v4, but Vayne's going to get a stun. Suino trying to go back through, and Diana's just too powerful! Already on a rampage, that's 5 kills in like a minute, man!
Yeah, the fact that Vayne is dying here is not what you want to see from the side of one-sided. You want to make sure that your Vayne is staying alive. Probably same thing with your Baron later.
Nice from Zenith.
You love to see it. Good job from the side of Yon. They are trading a turret. It does go over to Annie, so hopefully Mula Vibes can kind of turn his team's luck around. But Vayne going down so early, not exactly what you want to see. She is still kind of staying lockstep with some of the other players in the game, but Morgana's picking up a little bit more gold. We'll have to see if Nika on this Vayne can kind of perform, because given space, and I think given with the team comp that they have against Yon, Vayne can do a ton of damage here. Like, there's no one that's like crowd controlling her. It's mainly Diana and obviously someone like the the Akali. But as soon as you buy space for them, this Vayne is just free firing. No one can really stop them at that point.
Yeah, and this is why I like the setup that the one side have here. It's just, it has to feel so bad to be down almost 3,000 gold after what transpired in the mid lane and then at that dragon fight. Still though, gotta kind of wipe it out of your memory. Gotta try and contain this 2-item Diana, because your dumb is the big problem on your side right now.
Such a great name. We needed them versus your ugly. Your dumb versus ugly is just like so good. That's just like the best.
Schoolyard insult 1v1.
Yes.
A classic.
Perfect. Yon now, I mean, we're kind of in that lull state where we're just kind of waiting. Happy with this Riftail. Has a ton of options. Dragon is spawning in a minute, so after finishing their bot side clear, they could look to try and break open this mid turret. Maybe they go for a really long play in the bot side with Darius here, trying to prevent this dive, but I think it'd be a tough ask for the side of one side to do so.
Not sure why the bear is currently vibing down the bottom side, but
I think there may have been an attempted kill.
I do like that. Bear's cooling off pretty quickly though. Again, Mula's going to have the ulti ready for that dragon fight, which is pretty much the next time that Annie needs it. We'll see if Yorn can perhaps get to the area with a little less fire. Well, they did win the team fight, so it's hard to be too critical.
The cool thing about Annie that I always love about her compared to like other champions that have like summable minions or like some kind of ultimate that channels like hers, her cooldown starts as soon as you use the ultimate. So like by the time Tibbers dies in a lot of cases, half of the cooldown's back up. As we see here, Mula has a Tibbers ready to go.
There's the angle. They're going for 1 kill this time. Instead, they do want the Fiora, but they're not going to get it. Zenith able to slip away there, and that's rough stuff here for one side. But they are going to get the dragon instead.
Okay. They're starting it up. They're finding an engage.
Oh no, the Diana's just so big. Chang's going to dive in. Gets the kill onto the Annie. The Tibbers is going to try and eventually get the trade kill. Deceive going to jump in. Has to flash away. Happy now looking for the dunk. But again, watch this Diana. Your dumb living is a big problem. But there's Rakana. Now Vayne is going to try and play cleanup. But Zenith is back down from recalling. And it just doesn't matter.
How do they win this fight, Pastry? This fight was them losing the dragon. They got a ton of kills onto Akali, and for some reason, somehow, the fight lasts so long that Fiora comes back from respawn, back from the platform, is able to get back onto the map and find kills, grab a mid-tier 1. It's getting sloppy for both of these teams, but at least they're staying in it. They're like, look, there's no bad fight. We are saying every fight is a good one. We win these.
Yeah, and you can kind of see, the theory there for Nika, who does have 2 items now, has the... Actually sold Mercs, had them briefly, but decided that upgraded boots is not worth not having the charge blade here. So you can see that Vayne can free fire and look to try and clean up in a lot of those big engagey fights. As Mula's going to go for it. Oh no, that could be problematic. Dura can't come back. Okay, never mind. Put him outside of there.
just Mula vibes. He's like, oh, I think I'm gonna die to Tormented Shadow. Wait a minute. That'd be awkward. They get the Rift Herald in the meantime, so buying a lot of space for Yawn. The fact that they're able to get out of that one thanks to the Morgana for random. But I mean, right now we're in the waiting phase, right? Like, I think that last fight was really indicative, like you had just said, of what one side's team fight could look like. Once there are some tools taken away from Yawn, the Vayne, no one can get on top of her, and she is just going to rip this team apart. Fortunately, Fiora is pretty tough to get away from as a Vayne, especially with no flash. It's pretty difficult.
Yeah, and that's going to be kind of the thing to watch is like, how easy is it to access this Vayne, right? Because they have the tools, right? Galio, they've got Akali, they've got this massive Diana, even Fiora, as you said, pretty good at running past people and just going ahead and hitting the AD carry, or even just hitting the front line, and then once the front line kind of gets deleted by Grand Challenge, going ahead and running towards everyone else. But Mula's been consistently excellent with his Annie engages. The follow-up, all the start from Sui has been great as well. Like, they've got all the tools to engage. They've demonstrated the execution barrier, even though some engages can be tricky, that they certainly know what's going on. And even speaking of, Topside is going to be where we go next. Akali, definitely a tough one to try and crack, though. But here's the rest of the team. Jake's going to flash up, but there is the ulti. There's the follow-up, and the damage is good. That is 1 kill now in a 5v4 for one side.
Okay.
Ooh, 5v3 actually.
It felt cool. It looked cool. There were numbers down in that fight. Akali going down. In the meantime, Zenith God, he is pushing down into this dragon lane. He's getting a little bit of chip damage onto the turret. Without Mula here, I'm sure Yawn are feeling a little bit more enticed to go for something, to look for it, as long as Annie's not here.
Oh, that is absolutely filthy, but Nika gets out of it. A critical error, perhaps, for your dumb there.
Why, I mean, that's just barrier. Didn't even need the exhaust from Sui, so... yeah, I guess that might have just been user error. Yawn. They go down, they get the mid-tier one, they get the mid... They don't even get the mid-tier, but they do get the bot lane one. I mean, it's cool you got that, but giving over gold, especially to Vayne, not a good idea.
Yeah, this is, despite the 5,000 gold lead here for Yawn, it does not feel like the game is... It feels like the game's a lot closer, which is really interesting. I mean, Yawn do have the Infernal Dragon, so there's not going to be any more of those to give away, which has got to feel good for them. But again, they're just setting up in these positions, camping for this dragon. Annie is ready. Like, the team is ready for this engage.
Annie's been ready since Proto Belt.
Correct.
They're just continuing to slam down, even sitting in Fog of War. Now watch how they enter. This is going to be huge.
Oh, big Tib is under 2. The burst is good as well, but the follow-up isn't quite there. Random actually going to live through the first little rotation damage, but Vayne is still going. Nika's still looking good as Galio can't quite chase, but it's not looking good for Happy on the other side. It is 2 for 1, but they did get the dragon already.
Yeah, and the Rift Herald even spawned in mid lane, so they got that mid turret in the meanwhile. Yawn, despite walking into Fog of War, still end up winning a team fight. There's just not enough damage, and as soon as Nika stops firing away, has to kind of back out and go towards mid, the whole thing falls apart. It is all based on if Vayne can carry the fight. Yeah, that K&M was so nice, by the way, to prevent Diana from going in, because he slightly mistumbled and was now close enough to get caught by Diana, but Nika had it ready to go. This Vayne looking pretty nice. I can kind of see why they wanted to play this champion. Almost 3 items now. I mean, Vayne is only going to get scarier as the game goes on, but again, it is just... It's more of an execution. There's just you have so many threats, and you have no peel. Like, you have to... It's a lot of DIY. So, yeah, we're talking about it being DIY. I love that kind of explanation for how Vayne is going to operate here. She does have Wit's End, and I think this will actually be a pretty big turning point. I know we tend to kind of shy away from a little bit of the itemization, but they've got Proto Belt. They just finished Wit's End, and you look at who are the damage carries, someone that, the people that we had brought up as being the ones to threaten this Vayne. Majority of them are going to be the magic damage, getting healing from that as well. Vayne is kind of going to be her own self-made woman at this point.
This is good. That's what we need. Oh, good little flash taunt there for Deceive, but perhaps a bit too aggressive. Baron is up, of course. We're 15 minutes through. The Elder is a mountain, which is pretty nice, but Elder's just pretty good in general, as it turns out. So, very tight fight around this next objective, whether they choose it at the Baron or at the Elder. And that's with this mid-outer still being up. Like, one side are actually doing so well, given what's happening on this map.
Yeah, I know you'll see 7,000 gold, and so I kind of am a little bit worried here for Yon. I don't think they've actually pushed the lead of this game far enough, right? Like, Vayne has picked up all of her items, and realistically on Yon, you can't actually do Baron. And I think one side, as soon as they recognize that you can't take Baron very fast, you can never threaten a team fight on this. I say that Lovely's getting soloed by Fiora this entire time.
Yeah, that's definitely the thing you want to be doing, and Fiora is always a pain. As Zenith God does pick up one, and Nika's going in. This is not a bad one to chase, but Fiora's just going to get it. Oh, the flash as well, committing everything, but they're still going. Zenith forced the flash away, and there's the Baron. They couldn't do it, but they can if they draw everyone's attention over. And a good ulti there for Muller is Happy's going to dive in as well. Sui also trying to find the follow-up, but no Vayne means no hope for this team fight.
She's coming, though.
And even though the damage is decent, it's not enough as Yodom's going to dive on through. Going in to try and make the big play is the Vayne. Still cutting around beautifully here for Nika. But the Van is going to flash in, and that's going to finish off the job. That is 4 kills and a Baron for Yorn.
Yet again, a great play from Zenith God means that not only do they get the solo kill, but then they also pull other members, making that fight a 3v5 for the majority of it. One side is just getting pulled around the map. Vayne not there. Didn't have flash in that because she tried to flash for the Fiora. And it's just like a chain reaction of really good plays, good punishes coming out from the side of y'all that keep them in this game. Like you said, they got the Baron finally because they drew Vayne away. The majority of their teamfight damage is gone, and now Elder on the table. An Elder Mountain Drake at that should seal the game for them. The damage plus the massive shield they're going to receive, it's going to kind of just take away a lot of the agency that they would have had in this game to close out.
Yep. And one side are going to get over there. We'll see if they can actually meaningfully contest, but that brush camp is real nice. As they get basically a freebie there onto Lovely.
Wow. Lovely not having a good game this time around. They are just punishing him repeatedly. It means it's a 4v5. Can they make do without the Darius?
Ooh. Yodom's going in, does get knocked up, but the
Nika's
flank is too good. Nika, no, not yet. Still kiting out of the way. Still kiting backwards. This is exactly what you want from the Vayne. The stun is there. Nika got the kill, but Cheng finds the backline access, shuts down the Vayne, and it is just Annie left to try and stuff this Elder.
And instead of using their Baron, they said, look, we have an assassin. It may be not a Varus or a Ziggs composition, but it does it all the same. We get rid of your backline, your whole team fight disappears at that point. And good looks, both Deceived, Yordum, and Chang all trying to bum rush this Vayne. They find the kill, they kill off the Elder in their back pocket now. Ugh, this is getting tougher and tougher for one side who, you know, I'm sure that they're feeling like, maybe Vayne can carry, but you're also talking about like the threat overload. It gets tougher and tougher from here.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, even if it's unlikely, but even if this game does end up in the result we expect, to hold that thought. Oh no! Mula, a rare miss on the ulti, and Yodom's gonna punish to the maximum.
The whole point of this, Annie, is one player goes missing. You press the ult button, Tibbers does a magic trick. We need, okay, I know we don't, I think we have like spring, I think we have like the Easter Bunny, like Annie skin or whatever, it's like springtime, whatever. We need magic trick, we need like a magician Annie. She summons a bear out of a hat, and she makes you disappear. That's perfect.
That. I like that a lot. That's perfect. You know what? Hopefully someone's listening from the Skins team. Ship it.
Yeah. Actually, probably a bad idea because then like people get like really antsy with like fan ideas. Speaking of fans, Pastry, we got LCS homies coming through. Hello. The LCS have come and hosted us. You know, if maybe you're a fan and you've been watching LCS, you're like, Pastry time's here. I'm right at home.
That's true. Welcome. Hopefully you're feeling cozy. We actually were wondering if you guys were going to make it, to be honest.
Yeah,
We've had very fast games today. But as expected, the LCS has started significantly earlier than this broadcast did. Did, in fact, still finish at the end, as second Baron is required here. Not necessary, but might as well take it if you're Yorn here at this point. Don't want to leave anything to chance here, as again, you just need to get through the Vayne, and the game should end nice and swiftly.
Ooh, and it's just so for all the LCS homies at home, if you're watching Wild Rift and you're like, okay, what are the differences? Well, first of all, every turret has 3 plates, so you get more turret plates throughout the game. A lot of players are probably going to be happy about that. Rod of Ages is in this game, and that was a huge thing last week. They were like, oh my god, you guys we're out of Aegis? And inhibitors never respawn, so this Baron is going to be so pivotal for Yon as they now crash on 2 different waves, Baron and Dragon Lane, and are going to try to look to end this game, send themselves to the semifinals for Qualifier.
Yep, inhibs are also attached to the towers. There's just no actual structure, you just hit the tower and the inhib explodes, so it's a good time. Definitely very powerful if you can take those down, which of course is what Yon is trying to do now in this siege. The defense is looking pretty good so far, I will say, for one-sided. They're holding on to this game. They know what their win condition is. Just don't let the enemy in and let Nika kill everyone. And Nika's Vayne is looking nice.
Ooh, it's getting close. Here it comes. Flash out.
All right, the rest of the team is probably going to die, but can the Vayne carry the rest of it? Darius trying to find the resets. Nika's still living, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Cheng finally finds the assassination, and that is going to be the game. Yeah, Cheng's going to die, but the Nexus is open, and in fact, they may not want to go for it. Yodum takes the game into his own hands and finishes off the enemy champions and the Nexus. That was a magic trick there, Alk.
Yeah, there we go. He made the Nexus go boom as well. Fantastic. He's a pyrotechnic at that. You can take a look at the end game screen here as, yeah, the gold steadily climbing. Maybe been a little bit of a slower game in terms of action, but I mean, Nika just didn't have a lot of mana at the end there, and we saw that Cheng, when you're playing this assassin, it's exactly what you want to do in a lot of these team fights. It's what you're built and meant to do in this draft. Kill the Vayne, kind of cut them off at not even being able to play this. So one-sided, while they kind of kept themselves in the game for a pretty long time, we had some really fun looks from someone like this Annie. Just was not enough to match up. One-sided kind of got blasted a little bit there as the game would continue on.
Man, if this game, like, if that Dragonflight had gone a different way, we'd be probably having a very different conversation. So I don't know if I even want to, like, one-sided to go away from this draft, because it was so fun and seemed, honestly, really effective. But are you making things harder on yourself, right? When you don't pick champions that could do similar things that might just be a little bit more powerful, right? That's maybe a conversation to get into the next game, because we have to talk about our star player. Is it Yodum? Alk Battery. Is it? Is it the Diana? It's hard. It's hard. This one's hard to pick, I will say.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
I like Yodum getting star player here. We have been giving it to mid lane a lot this tonight.
That would make sense. I'm on air.
Yeah. Yeah, most of the team
jungle
fights.
Diana, by the way, just in case you.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Never mind. I feel way less worse for trying to give this this star player to them.
Who won the dragon fight? That's the thing I'm trying to think about.
So they lost the first dragon fight, despite it being like, they got the dragon. It was Diana ended up getting the last kill onto Lonely or Lovely. They didn't get the Drake, but a lot of the Diana ults did kind of change the terrain, right? Like, Vayne could not enter fights when Diana ult landed, or had to use flash, and then Cheng just follows up. He's like, okay, cool. There's just a floating Vayne around here. Awesome. So I'll give it to Diana,
right.
even though it was apparently a misclick. We'll see what happens.
Oh, interesting. That would make sense why the position ended up being a little more unusual, let's say.
Diana is not as popular here in Wild Rift for jungle. It is not something that is...
that's true.
Yeah, it's just not a thing.
Yeah, you'd see it probably in top before your jungle, and obviously most commonly in mid. So that's kind of fun. We'll see if Yon can maybe clean up some of the mechanics of draft. It seemed like they were struggling with get the picks in time. That's a lot of KP though, my goodness. Also, wow, that damage. Oof.
Dude, the damage share this game. I'm so glad we gave it to him. There's a lot of times.
Smart.
Yeah, there's a lot of times where I'll be asked to do like star player with someone, and I'm like sitting there like, I'll give it to this player, and then you look at their stats, and you really have to justify, because I know sometimes people in chat get a little defensive, and they're like, I thought this player was way better than this guy. And I'm like, well, then we show up the stat screen, and sometimes it's like a support, and you just see like 10% damage share and like 2 GPM. It's like, guys, stats for support's probably not the best in a lot of, unless we're showing CSD at 15. That, we might be able to get away with that stat.
They have high CSD at 15, huh?
Yeah, for supports. Only for supports, though.
Only for supports. I see. How many 15-minute games do we even The games have been longer today, I will say. We did start with some very speedy ones.
There were 14 minutes. A lot of our games actually ended before, like at 14 minutes ish. So CSD at 15. Might need to tweak the stat. Maybe at 8. That might be a little bit of a different one. But there's also really hard to track minion kills in this game because they don't actually have a number on the screen.
Correct.
It's just total gold.
Yep.
So if you're down minions, if you're like a regular at -1 gaming, don't worry, no one can flame you. You can't be like, dude, how are you down 30 in this matchup?
What do you mean?
Yeah. How are you gonna tell?
You don't know.
Can't prove it.
No, you can't. And it's funny because like total gold is definitely the more like useful stat.
Yes.
It's just like people are so used to the shortcuts of like, but how many minions though? It's like, I don't know. Who cares? The guy Roman got 4 kills.
I actually
done.
really like it in Wild Rift, and I think it's something that hopefully we see a little bit in the PC counterpart because total gold helps with I think would help with teams recognizing maybe we're not so far behind, right? Because I think a lot of the power in playing when you're on PC is that there is a hidden gold value. You can kind of guess, you can get a general sense as to how strong your team is, but sometimes teams are just well, I feel like we're really far behind, and so if we go for this dragon and we buff it, we're done. The game's over. But if you look at the gold total, you're like, oh, I'm only down 2,000, 3,000 gold. Let's fight it. Let's go for it, boys.
Maybe it would make it worse too. You're like, oh man, we're actually down 50.
Well,
it smells like 8k. It's not so bad. You look it's 15. You're like, oh no.
Then I think the wording we should go for is teams will be more decisive.
Ah, I do like that.
Yes.
I do love
decisions. Will be
decisions.
more decisive with how they decide to go about team fights. As we go through the highlight reel, we'll get to our star player. We'll see, like we've already talked about, we get to see some really cool clips of Diana here and there. But yeah, going into game 2, let's kind of set that up before anything else. For one side, I think that this team has some very clear struggles. Obviously, Mula vibes on this Annie. Watching them play, not just this Annie, but also in other tournaments, they're kind of one note in a lot of cases. I think their mid pool is actually incredibly small, and typically when you have such a when you're a champion specialist in this way, you really need to find skills that are applicable elsewhere, like transferable skills going from Annie to other ones. So,
yeah, roaming
mid, get out of mid, check. Apparently we've got a Yasuo who can do that too, so maybe there's a few more champions in that breath than I'm thinking of.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in Wild Rift today, at least here in North America, that's for sure. I will say though, and this is one of the cool things about qualifiers, right? You often see faces in teams you don't see as often as you would in the majors or even later qualifiers. It is really cool to see a player like Nika play that well on Vayne, especially in a game where they ended up very far behind. It wasn't really winnable, but Nika played so well on Vayne that I started to believe.
Yeah, I did too.
And you can emulate those mechanics on other marksmen.
Yes. With varying degrees of success, right?
Yes.
There are champions that can definitely hyper carry a game, and then there's probably Senna or something, right? The supported AD carries. But yeah, I was okay, there is a very real possibility, especially with how the game was trending, and Nika could have potentially won that on Vayne. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case, and coming in, I kind of want to see them play a little bit more towards Nika because this guy is really good. Obviously, maybe the Baron lane matchup just wasn't very successful because Zenith God just ran over that lane against Darius. So maybe we just say tank, 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 put them all in front of the Vayne and say win the game. We are going to play for our Dragon laner, give them the resources. And they've already got the roam part down, right? If Annie gets banned this series, instant win. I'm just saying that's a moral victory at that point.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see what else is maybe in the quiver for Mula vibes. Curious to find out how that all shakes out. Also, if you have a Vayne player like that, if for some reason this won't happen, but if for some reason you end up with Yumi, very easy game plan. Very easy.
You ever just walk into a Yumi on draft?
No one should be walking to Yumi and drafting Wild Rift.
Oh,
Diana getting banned. Didn't like that. Didn't like Morgana either.
Yumi did not get banned. Gamers.
Oh wait. Oh no.
Gamers.
Oh no.
We have a Yumi on the table. If you thought Yumi was obnoxious during the LCS, if you thought Yumi was obnoxious before in Wild Rift, it is much worse. That champion is incredibly busted. We got Malphite immediately coming out here for the Zenith God matchup. I think that's very funny. It does definitely play into They played into it. Yes, we
Yeah.
don't care about Lovely. They're like, okay, you're playing a tank. We don't care. We're getting
Good
Yumi
luck.
as well. Good luck, Esports.
Weak side gaming up there in the top half for Lovely. Enjoy it. It's an experience there. Cheng's like, give me that Akali again. I know my job. There's gonna be some marksman I have to kill this game.
But you know, the operative word at the end of that 3-letter phrase is gaming. Like weak side, comma, gaming. You are playing the game still. You are. A win's a win. I will take a win even if it means I'm like 0-7. You know,
absolutely.
like if the number goes up, if my VP goes up, I am a happy gamer. I may be a little salty for like a few minutes because I'm an AD carry player and that's just normal, but I'm taking a win. Win's a win.
Oh yeah.
Now we get through here onto the draft. They've got the Thresh, which I think is a pretty good answer versus Corki. This is probably going to be Corki for the bot side for Nika. So not as much of a hyper carry as someone like Vayne. We'll have to see if maybe they're willing to flex it in mid lane for Mula. That would be my preference.
Yeah, and he did get banned, by the way. We unfortunately brushed over it, but that is definitely definitely a dub on the Muller side. Getting a champion banned away. Now you need to play a different champion, which, as you said, for more specialized players can be tricky. But I'm sure there's more than just the Annie, because the Annie is... I mean, you knew about the Annie, so I'm guessing most of the players already knew about the Annie.
Yeah, that is typically the case. Now, kind of like diagnosing what are both of these teams missing. For one side, I think they're missing a little bit of damage, right? Like you've got heals, you will survive, but you will not kill anybody at the same time. So it's like a pillow fight at that point. It's not really worth it. I've never seen like a successful pillow fight. You don't really declare a winner until someone like gives up, or you just hit someone really hard with one. Not recommended. Be careful with headshots, guys. For Yon, same thing. I want to see frontline. I want to see people who are willing to stand in front. I like the Diana. It gives them a pseudo frontliner. It is banned this game, so maybe we go for another tanky champion. I'm surprised we're not seeing a lot of Renekton. It's not a great matchup into the Malphite, but still offers you a pretty solid frontline. Garen as well.
Ooh, Lucian for Nika, because it's
Okay.
Oh, I guess it could be Lucian mid as well.
Yes.
So those marksmen can kind of swap roles like pretty comfortably.
I haven't seen a lot of Lucian mid. The last time we actually saw Lucian was, I say it's not, something that's often picked, but it did just get picked in our last major. It was Lucian mid. Again, it was enemy truth pick Lucian mid into Akali, and they barely ended up winning that game. He did do a lot. I think his positioning was good. I think he ended up getting player of the game for that particular Lucian. So glad to get to see it here. And Varus is the enemy lock in here. So wanting to get assassins, and Varus into Malphite, however, not feels good. Got to be able to whittle away at those champions, and you don't really have a front line to let you do all of that.
Yeah, we'll see how this shakes out, but we'll see what the final pick is for one-sided before we get there. Because I'm still not exactly sure. I guess you need a jungle. Yeah, you need a jungler pretty badly, so I guess that's the thick pick they've saved, and that was not what I expected, Elk. But there's a Rengar. Sure. Yeah.
All right. Well,
All right.
This is definitely your fault, Pastry. We're getting so many different picks. I didn't come prepared for this part of the
Didn't come
test.
prepared for Rengar, Yumi, the double
I didn't.
cat.
I wasn't prepared for Rammus. I wasn't prepared for Yasuo or Vayne. Like, now I got a Rengar. I'm actually just going to have to ask our producer, or one of our TOs, our lead admin, Leo. He is I think he's in top 100 of Rengars on the North American server. He's like Diamond 2. So if we're going to get tips, we're going to get it from them. And I like this combo. I mean, Rengar is similar to, like, I say similar to Jax in that it is a carry that really likes having someone like Yumi on top of him to enable the kind of gameplay that he wants. Gives him crowd control, still gives him heals for those fights when he's going in. I'm worried for this Olaf because Olaf has a really important job in my mind here. If Olaf is not an actual threat, then Rengar runs this game over.
Yeah, and obviously a worry in jungle matchups, just kind of in general, can be very volatile, and this is definitely one where you do not want to be falling behind. Olaf is a champion that kind of needs to be ahead and stay ahead. In a lot of cases, is naturally ahead just based on how the champion's kind of started and built. But going to be a lot determined in the earlier stages of this game. I do like, again, one-sided drafts, like, really cool. We'll see if they can execute this time around up against Yon and give us our first, and if it happens, our only game 3 of the day. Bad start though. Nika already getting ignited and shot at.
Wow. Okay, so Deceived wanting to play really aggressive, and that's typically what happens. Thankfully, when you're playing against Varus, a lot of the time if you have like about a third of your HP, that means you're supposed to be recalling because he will just kill you with the piercing arrow. I love random for this. And the second blighted arrow, it'll make sure that basically you just straight up die. But alongside Hunting Fruit and Yuumi, the amount of healing you get in this lane means that you can stay pretty well, but because of this lane matchup as well, Thresh really only needs to land for one person.
Oh, that flay was really sick! Nika low but not dead just yet. Has to burn the heal on the Yuumi side though.
Oh. Okay. Well, this is how I think the matchup should go, but maybe not necessarily in the way that I thought it would. As a Steve, just keep on canceling recalls here. Nika, you're not going to be able to hit that recall. We're going to crash this wave. You even see pings are coming out. Olaf almost here. Doesn't interrupt the back, but they are going to be missing out on a ton of gold. So Jan, without a kill, are up 1,000 gold.
Yeah, that is actually massive here, and maybe we'll get a play. Probably not. The wave's a little too thin for that, but this invade actually going to be enabled here for the Olaf, which is really nice here. Going to be a very fast 5 hit.
Gets both of them are going to be here. Yeah. So we're both saving it. We're just going to hit level 4s here. It happens. Look. No one knows how to jungle in Wild Rift in general.
Definitely not me.
Yeah, I've been scrolling the Wild Rift Reddit for better or worse for my health, and a lot of people are like, I don't know how to play jungle. Like this, it's just not intuitive enough. And Happy.
Ooh, that's bad news to start it off. Zenith God gonna get that kill there, and now maybe a second as well. It's 3v1 right now. Lovely with the flash, gonna have to burn it, but random. Oh goodness, that vital was perfect. In fact, it doesn't matter because the grand challenge is now ready, and Lovely goes down.
Well, there we go. We set up the objective. We said that Olaf needs to be a threat in the game. It needs to be a viable one and something that will force one-sided to answer them, and that right there does mean that that is going to be the case. Yes, it is a small gold lead. In the end, it may just mean that for the side of Jan, they're feeling a little bit more confident. They did just get flashes out of both of the junglers. We have a replay of what exactly happened here, but this is the kind of start that Olaf needs in order for that kind of win condition to happen.
Yeah, Lovely just couldn't make it in time, and I mean, Happy was basically losing the 1v1 to the Fiora anyway, and then of course everyone else came on through, and then random getting 5 there is like perfect timing for poor Malphite. Able to get that second kill as they continually forced back here in the 2v2. Varus looking very nice here up against the Yuumi Lucian.
I love Varus so much. Sadly, a lot of the pro players told me to stop playing Varus in solo queue because it's not like a champion that stomps games. So I've been just spamming Kai'Sa. I cannot play Vayne to save my life. I can in PC, but not in this game for some reason. But Varus is just so strong, has such a reliable poke build, does a ton of damage, and I mean, an AD carry that has a crowd control ability on his ultimate, gotta feels pretty good.
We get you on the Ashe train there, friend.
Oh, okay. I've been playing a ton of Ashe. You can ask TJ this. Our Ashe Braum is broken.
Ooh, all right.
You're
I like that. Ooh, Happy and Chen doing battle. Happy definitely winning that one. Whoa, buddy!
Is he?
All right, never mind. It's lost. Chen with the very nice turnaround. It looked good. My colleague's like, nah, Doug.
The Akali player is the Akali doubter. Pastry, what are you doing, man?
I don't know. I saw the burst damage. I was like, ooh, I forgot what Rengar did. And then Akali pressed all her buttons. I was like, that's what Akali does.
I liked the idea of it because Happy had Sui behind them, but unfortunately, Sui never got picked up. The
cats didn't meet.
Yeah, the cat taxi didn't actually get the driver. So at that point, like, it's, you know, two ships in the night pass by each other. Yumi's not able to attach to anybody, and Happy goes down. Another death here.
Oh, Happy, that's not a good look. Chang not going to get it just yet, but that's already one kill for your Dom on this fight. To Steve going to go down to Lovely, but Cat is still loose here, and the rest of the team is going to go in, and this is just going to be a double fed over. Oh, Yorna so far ahead now.
7-1. They got the Dragon. They got the Rift-tailed in their back pocket. The Marksmen are experiencing straight up Coast Kingdom vibes. They're just like farming away a bottom lane. They're trading waves. In the meantime, the map is falling apart for one-sided as Jan now just run them over. Teamfight after teamfight. They don't even need Ragnarok. I didn't see Malphite ultimate, and probably for the better, as he started like if no one died because of Malphite ultimate, probably something. So we're gonna replay this. I want to exactly watch what happened. So Lovely got over the wall. Okay, we're Malphite ulting the Thresh. I found a problem, Pastry. It's not going to be the only thing that we need to fix, but it is one of the things we need to fix.
Look, you did get a kill. However, the rest of it didn't go very well. Yeah, not the trade you want to make, right? Not a great trade deal. You know, you get 1 support kill, I get 3 or 4 kills at a Rift Herald, something like that.
It depends on who you ask. You know, I'm sure one-sided is not necessarily feeling that one. Oh, this is a dive.
Oh.
I don't think they're caring about this turret.
Nika, that play was actually sick by the scene. But, Zenith's
no,
still worth it.
I think Random, I don't know why Random thought that turret was like a physical, like you can like block it, like a Graves auto.
Yeah.
I respect the idea, and you know, while this is happening, while we're clowning some of the shenanigans that is going on, they did get a turret on the opposite side for 1 kill. So maybe we could see them collapse. You already see it coming. Rengar plus Yuumi having good times.
This is not a kill. Cheng not committing, but there's more to be had. That's a decent Malphite ultimate. Here comes Cheng to play cleanup. Press R again. Nope, not needed. Oh no, the cat. That's going to be the one to give the triple over as Cheng just goes off in that fight.
Mula is nowhere in range to deal damage, so you just have a Rengar who's behind, Olaf who does not care that there's an inhibitor turret there, just kills Mula vibes. They're gonna get more and more turret. Wait, how did he die?
I don't know. Wait,
was it Death Dance?
Oh, probably.
If Olaf has Death Dance, then the bleed stack will have killed him.
That's what it was.
Okay.
Has to be.
Alright. Well, slightly less exciting, but still, Jan just running away with this game. Even there, the Malphite ultimate, it needs to land either onto Cheng or the Varus. Anybody else, bad target. There it was. So it was Death Dance bleed. Unfortunate. But those are the only two. And Varus, I mean, Varus is just role-playing this game. He's like, I'm here to pick I'm a minion collector. That's it. I'm not doing much else.
No, he's vibing.
It's hard. It's, you know, it's hard work, but it's an honest work.
Exactly. Just kind of playing archery. Shooting down the little minions that come down. It's like a little tower defense.
He's 80 out of 99 right now.
Ooh. Pretty good.
Yeah, for the most part. He's getting the fletching done. But we got dragon spawning, and if there's ever a time for one-sided to steal a dragon, it's right about now. Mountain Drake giving them a shield would help with some of the damage that they're kind of down in terms of the gold and the experience. So having a shield to mitigate some of that will feel nice. But you already look, they're summoning Rift-Tailed in mid, moving straight into the Dragon Pit. One-sided, you're kind of like in a weird situation where can't even really win a team fight. Maybe you steal it.
Yeah, Mula's not here, so I think you have to go for the flip.
Mula's coming, though.
They're just going for now Mula's going to make it. Oh, we had the package. That's decent. Now maybe they can turn it back around. There's one. Mula able to get the kill. Going to make it 2. Fiora gets 1 on the other side as well, though. But so far, so good. But the rest of the fight not looking so hot as Zenith God is just diving into the enemy team. Deceive's going to find the flare, and Lovely is going to give Fiora the triple kill.
Ooh, okay, Jan. I was kind of excited to see if they would go for the Penta, try to go for a dive under that turret, but good start there for one-sided. The Corki package does a ton of damage, or at least the Valkyrie does. But it's not enough. Jan too far ahead at this point. They get the Dragon, they get to finish off that team fight, and with second Rift Herald on the board, maybe Rengar clears this fast enough, but you already see Cheng and Olaf are just sprinting over to this Herald.
Yeah, not wanting to let that go, that's for sure. Nika not going to find anyone left. Oh, the bullets actually flew to the fountain, but that's not going to get the kill as that Herald's going to get picked up. We'll see by who, though, because Yodom is in the area. Happy and Sui trying to finish this off. They do get the Herald. Here comes Lovely. Olaf already popping off, but now, ooh, Lovely just, dead. Didn't have ulti, couldn't get out at all.
Yeah. That one, you know, he played distraction. He was interception. He's like, I'm there to make sure that no one else kills my gamers, my teammates.
My cats, my two cats.
Malphite is a protective cat dad. I love this.
All right, well, Happy is like dancing around the red buff, and that's not the direction you were looking for, but that's okay. Back we go, jumping on down.
Nice
This is going to be 2 kills for 1. Deceive going off this game on the threat. Even gets a double kill for their troubles at the end of it all, as Yawn are just playing with confidence here, Alk. They're feeling real good here in game 2. They know what's happening.
They have everything available to them. They have all the proactive plays. The flashes are being used. The Rifttail did get summoned, so like, you know, it's killing minions. It may even take 2 plates, but it's not going to be enough for one-sided. They're losing stuff on the opposite. They're winning numbers disadvantage fights, right? Like, it's 3v3 or like it's a 2v2. Fiora's just splitting on the opposite side. Like, Fiora and Random, both of the players that are named Random have handshook this game and said, we're playing on side lane.
Yep. Fiora going to take that one down. 7 kills right now. Ooh, that's a good one. Chen going to go down. Happy finally loading up the cat taxi there with Sui and is getting a successful result. Nika going to take this Grump. Needs a little bit of gold here for the Lucian, even though it does have 2 items. I mean, yeah, maybe, you know, the Yuumi can power up something like a Rengar enough to get you through this mid-game, but it is going to be rough to see if just hits the hook at the end of the day. Doesn't take it, though. But Yodam is running at the enemy, and that's going to force the culling out of Nika. It's
a culling and a flash, so
ooh.
If I was Thresh, I'm saying it's worth. You know,
absolutely
we got a huge summoner spell out, and Lucian doesn't do enough damage right now to really be a threat to most of the team members of Yawn. So from here on out, they're just going to push out waves, look to try to, you know, force on vision, and as soon as that's ready, like, just look for the Infernal Drake. That should be the final platform for them to kind of springboard themselves into semifinals tomorrow.
Yeah, as a reminder, we're on all quarterfinals today. We've had 3 done already, so winner here goes on to the semis. You're looking for top 2 here in the qualifier. That gets you to the major guaranteed. Nice ulti out of Lovely, finds 2. Corky going to follow up, and that's going to be a kill. Random does fall, and now Happy's going to leap on in. The book is out there from the Yuumi, but that's not enough just yet. Chang, can he make his way back in? Here comes Yodam, going to try and turn the fight around, and Olaf is just going off, but he dies. Nika able to kite it out and get the kill, but Chang is going to finish it off. That is a Penta. It has to be for the Akali. Is no Zenith God steals it away.
I love it. Chang said, "I'm done. No, we're gonna die to this." As
everyone's upset.
Yeah, I mean, look, fairly enough, right? Like, you stole the Penta. It was within arm's reach, so it wasn't like we chased him for a really long time. We backed. No, it was very, very real that they could have gotten the Penta, but that's just icing on top, right? Like, they won a massive team fight that it's the first 1 second, if you freeze framed it, I'd have been like, ooh, one-sided win. And then
that's real good.
And then the rest of it happened. You know, you play the rest of it back and you're like, oh well, not looking as hot.
Yeah, I mean, just again, a little too much money. Chang with the fatty AoE ulti to basically get an instant triple kill, and they're trying it again, which you love to see. Deceive, maybe the target here is going to get picked off. Nika able to find a kill, culling down as well. Can they get more? No, nothing left to chase with.
Okay, they spent the Corki package, and Olaf walked through the Corki package and took, like, almost no damage. Chang's going in solo.
This is nice if they can get a kill, but Chang is getting risky here. Lovely going to get executed, but Chang doesn't have the damage to kill the Malphite, but still Akali is going to live to tell the tale. It doesn't matter, though, because one-sided want this Infernal Dragon. It's very valuable, and they are going to probably have to trade the Baron for it. In fact, they will have to, but they probably weren't getting that Baron anyway, so I think this is a trade you're somewhat happy with given the game situation.
You got the Infernal Drake, and, you know, the Infernal Drake is going to be permanent ADAP scaling. The combat stats will scale throughout the game. Problem pastry is you need stats, right? And you know, you see on the side of one-sided, what are their components? A lot of their components, you've got crit gloves, you've got a cloak, you've got a dagger, you've got BF sword, and like the cloth armor. Almost half of those do not actually scale with Infernal Drake. And until those items are finished, they're probably going to continue to do that. And I mean, for Yawn, you get a Baron, which helps you push out waves, which is something that you've needed help with, especially on side lane, giving more threat to your Fiora and Akali. More than worth taking that. If you're behind Infernal Drake, it feels nice. Like it may make up for some of the gold difference, but it's not going to fix this game for them, obviously.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, definitely if Yawn get it, like, your percentage to win drops significantly.
Yes.
And it wasn't all that healthy to begin with. So nice to get, but you're right. Like, obviously, there are still many more problems in this game, and this Baron is going to be extremely effective at getting him in there.
Oh man, and now you got to deal with like no vision. There's a Thresh waiting for you potentially, just like throwing hooks from long range. And they're even having to invest the culling to clear the minion wave. I mean, within the next few seconds, we potentially have all 3 inhibitors going down in one fell swoop.
Yeah, you're dumb actually, the split pusher there, and it's well, people are going to rotate to the top half. There are 2 minions there, so one is going to go down. That inhibitor tower is going to fall. The second is going to fall as well, and Alk's looking like a prophet. Nexus open. I'll see if Yorn can finish the job here, but they are going to go for the 3 inhib.
Okay, here comes the team fight. Flashes are out. Rengar ult is popped. There's minions just killing the Nexus.
Ragnarok pop, and that's a dead Olaf. And now here comes the Yuumi. Deceived is low. He's going to get picked off as well. 2 kills, but it was traded for 1 back. Lovely did die, and Mula getting caught there with a Fiora over the wall. He's going to be 3 inhibs down, and still a 3v3.
Okay, there's no Baron anymore, so it is inhibitors down.
Okay.
They've bought themselves a little bit of time pastry, but I just don't think it's enough. It's triple inhibitors. This Nexus already got battered. It's going to heal for a little bit, yes. And maybe with Corki Package they can make another defense, but I think I've only seen 1 game in the entirety of Wild Rift. It is a rather still burgeoning esports scene, but 1 game and competitive where it was triple inhib, and it was basically the other team also had an inhibitor open, and after that team fight they just teleported an enemy base and won. So it's difficult, especially at the gold lead right now, 14,000, almost 15. You're asking for a lot, and Baron's going to be coming up in the next minute. Yon are in position. One side are going to spend so much time clearing waves and pushing them back out.
Yeah, see, I know we introduced the LCS viewers before, which is a good time. And then, people always ask what are the differences. I can tell you right now, the difference between the triple inhibs is very similar in both games. You pretty much lose.
Yeah. If you get triple inhib, at least in PC, the LCS, you get triple inhibbed, the inhibs will respawn. The inhibs never respawn, so you're just perma having to deal with a ton of super minions.
Oh, goodness. Again, though, the picks are looking good. One side not quite there, but the TP's coming in hot. Cheng is...
Wait, they're just ending the game. They TP'd in.
He's got it. Levelly's able to take it down, but looks like problems in the other side there.
Wait, what are they doing?
He's trying to kite it out. They're happy going back through now. Lucian is going to dive it. Can the Rengar get it done alongside the Corki? They should be able to. The Nexus still alive there, Elk.
They could have ended the game. Wait, they could have. They were just trying to chase Moolah vibes.
They're still going. Just hit it. Yeah, they've got it. Random just needs to keep autoing. They can't. No, that's not.
No!
There's the double kill. Oh my God, is he serious? We're still
the minions. The minion.
Where's Olaf? Oh, the minion. Oh goodness. Oh boy. Okay. Woo.
Okay.
All right.
This is a phrase we use in the friend group. We do a little trolling. We do a little trolling at the end there. Jan, they could have gone and ended it. They could have hit the minion or the Nexus, but they decided we're gonna go and try and chase Moolah vibes, kill him, and then they let the super minion fly. Man, 74 HP. Minions in this game, if you don't know, are psychopaths. They will kill you, and they will definitely end the game. I have seen my share of games ended by minions, and I've also experienced it. So, yeah.
Fun.
6-man did what the Dignitas minions could not do last week.
Well, you know what? We were talking about the power of triple inhibs. I like that this game is illustrating that. Right at the end, as the super minion just smacked the Nexus for that final point.
We were like, oh, where's Olaf? Are they going to be able to auto-attack it? He was like recalling, and you just see him like, it's like a super mini just like wind up, 74 damage, boom. Semifinals.
I was gonna say it was like so easy. I'm like, man, Olaf just sprint in there, buddy. You can't be stopped. Just hit Ragnarok. And yeah, unfortunately, is in the wrong base to make that play on the Nexus. But who are we gonna give star player to, Alk? That's kind of what it. I mean, we can't give it to the minion. I want to, like, I really want to.
Yeah,
but we cannot do that. I was actually. I have an idea. I'm curious what you think.
Sure, I'd like to hear your idea.
Deceived, actually.
Ooh,
Thresh.
I like this.
Like had a really good game actually.
Yeah, I like this idea. Give it to Deceived. I mean, a bunch of I already know the Twitch chatters are gonna be like, dude, Cheng was killing this Rengar repeatedly. I'm gonna be like, I don't care. I'm not interested. Are you in front of the mic?
Yeah.
So, we're gonna abuse this power for the time we have it.
That's true. You know what? Just like we want players to show up to tournaments, sure we need more casters. In fact, I think we do need more casters.
We do.
Wild Rift. So and you can check out
WNS underscore
Thank you.
NA, something like that. It's
There you go.
If I remember the WNS, you'll find it on Twitter.
Yep.
They had a post, I think it was last week, looking for casters. I'm not sure if the deadline has been cut already. I don't actually know what the deadline is, but make sure that you have a reel prepared, everybody. Maybe even if it's just a VOD, something to show, like what you can bring here. We obviously need more casters. There's like 6 of us.
Yeah.
Plus Degon. So looking forward to some new people on the show.
Absolutely. And looking forward to wrapping up the day. It's been a fun one, but this was a really fun series. I do think even though we thought it might be the closest series and it was still a 2-0, this definitely had it felt way closer. I mean, I don't know what the game time was, but given the speed run we went through for the first 3 series, I'm going to say that at least on game time, this is probably our longest series. And one-sided showed up really nicely as we will look at Deceive's stats here.
There we go. Deceived getting to show up. Being one of the few players that receive a star player in the support position. Always got to feel nice for them. Pacer, the only thing I will say is I think this game was so action-packed that it didn't feel like it was very it was longer, right? Because we've had games that were shorter, but not a lot of action happened in certain bits. We had a drought, and then the game just feels arbitrarily long. It was a 14-minute game, then an 18-minute game, so definitely still in line with some of the other series we've had today.
Yep.
If by technicality, if it's it was the longest series by 1 second, I wouldn't be surprised.
True.
There was a lot going on in this game, to be fair. There was
I think
way too much.
Game 1 definitely felt closer, even though it got away from one-sided eventually. But there were moments here as well, right? I like that we saw the Yumi from them. It makes sense with kind of the way they were playing, and they did seem to have some of the late game team fights together. If this team didn't fall as far behind as they did in these series, we would have a very different result. And I think Nika is a player that I'm very excited to see again. In fact, all these players, if this team does stick it out together and play in the next qualifier, which is next weekend, by the way, so you should play in it, then that's really exciting. And it's always nice when we come in not knowing too much about certain teams or certain players, and we come out looking forward to seeing them again, because that's kind of the point of, new esports, is to find new players.
Yeah, building up storylines, creating really fun stuff for the competitive scene to follow and track as time goes on. For one-sided, obviously they've made top 8 before, weren't able to break top 4 yet again, but like you said, I'm kind of looking forward to this team as to what they can do. Obviously, the Dragon Lane showing off some of what they can do. They have a really fun mid-champion pool, and it's just that early game, man. And even some of the team fights, I think we could, they can look back, they can go do a little bit of VOD review. But we've got our teams, Pastry. We've got our teams ready for tomorrow, our top 4, and important stuff to note for the qualifier. It is top 2 makes major 3.
Yes.
The other 2 will have to. The other 2, all the rest of the teams will be playing in major in the next qualifier, which is next week. Signups will be live tonight and will end Friday. So make sure you guys get on that if you want to take part.
Yeah, absolutely. Make sure to sign up for the next qualifier. We'd love to see more teams. We'd love to max out. It's obviously kind of a pipe dream, but always come and participate if you feel like you want to get involved in the competitive side of Wild Rift. If not, thanks for watching. But we have 4 exciting teams kind of coming up on for tomorrow. We will play both semifinals. We don't get to see all the teams that often in a qualifier, so it's actually been really nice that we got to see all the games play out. So I think obviously Reflection coming tomorrow is one of the favorites, but the nice thing is you just have to make finals to make the major. There are 2 slots up for grabs tomorrow, Alk.
Perfect. It's perfect for them. They don't have to worry about all. They need to just win their first match. That's all that matters. Seeding is a little bit important.
Yes, it is.
Being 5th, 6th can sometimes end your run very early, especially for the major, which is double Elam, which is obviously the big change there. And like you're saying, we don't always get to see this many teams on the day for our qualifier. We don't get to see all of the teams, much less even in a major, right? We do skip those first couple rounds. We only see one of them at a time. I'm glad we got to see this, and I'm excited for tomorrow. We got Saints versus Demons. And we got a nice little religious battle there.
We got a lot of games tomorrow, Alex. So we are done for the night. Thank you so much for watching. Wherever you came from, the LCS stream, or just hanging out because you love Wild Rift, we love you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the players for signing up. That is always something we appreciate. But we are done for today. We will play out both our semis and, of course, our finals of the qualifiers. We send some more teams to Major 3. For now, it is good night.